Hello, my friends, and welcome. I'm so glad you decided to join me tonight. Before we begin, I want you to take a moment to settle in, dim the lights, find your most comfortable chair, and leave the busyness of the world behind. While you're getting settled, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is. Your interaction truly helps these chilling tales find their way back to those who need them. Tonight, we travel to the Harpswell Peninsula in Maine, a place of salt brine, cold pine, and a fog so thick it feels like a physical weight. We're visiting a cottage that has stood against the Atlantic for 43 years. A place where the line between the living and the settled past is as thin as the mist on the water. We often think of home as a sanctuary, but as the bell buoy marks its patient intervals in the dark, we'll discover that some voices don't need a boat to ride the tide. In some calls, they always find a way back. So take a deep breath, get cozy, and let's explore the dark together. The calls come back. The Harpswell Peninsula smells of salt, brine, and cold pine, and the particular mineral sharpness of low tide at dawn. At night, the houses that face the water hear sounds they cannot always explain. Bellboys, yes, but sometimes voices riding the fog that have no boat beneath them. I did not plan to stay more than a weekend. That is the first thing I want to say because it matters. Not for any dramatic reason, not as a way of explaining what followed, but simply because it is true, and the truth of it shaped everything I understood and misunderstood in the weeks that came after. I had taken exactly 4 days of leave from the pharmacy. I had a bag with enough clean clothes for 5, because I'm the kind of person who packs for the version of events where something goes slightly wrong. I had the estate attorney's paperwork in a manila folder on the passenger seat of my car. I had a box of my grandmother's favorite shortbread in the back, purchased from the same bakery on Congress Street in Portland where she had bought it herself for 30 years, because I thought I would eat it at her kitchen table and feel close to her in some organized, deliberate way. And then I would finish the forms and drive home. Her name was Edna Voss. She was 81. She had lived in the same cottage on the Harpswell Peninsula for 43 years, and she had never, not once in all the visits of my childhood and my young adulthood, made me feel anything other than entirely at home. She had been gone 4 months by the time I arrived at the property. 4 months, and I had not yet been back. The drive down from Portland takes less than an hour, and I had made that drive dozens of times in my life, through fog and through summer light and through the particular bone-gray cold of a Maine November, which is what it was that day. I turned off Route 1 and onto the Peninsula Road and felt my shoulders do something they had not done in 6 weeks, which was drop approximately 2 inches from where they had been living near my ears. The air through the slightly opened window, I cracked it despite the cold because I always have on this road, smelled of salt and pine and the mineral sharpness of low tide on a November morning, and for the first time since the drive began, I stopped composing sentences in my head and simply watched the road. The cottage is at the end of a lane that the county has never properly paved, so there are always ruts, and in November those ruts are half frozen and half soft, which means the car rocks in an irregular way that I have associated since childhood with arrival and safety. Spruce trees on both sides. The lane is narrow enough that in summer the branches touch overhead. In November they are bare, and the sky between them was the color of old pewter, and I found that beautiful rather than bleak, which I took as a sign that I was, despite everything, glad to be there. The cottage itself is white clapboard with dark green shutters, set on a low rise about 40 yards above the high water mark. From the side door, which is the door everyone who knows the place uses, you can see a strip of the inlet through the spruce and birch that separate the property from the rocky shore. My grandmother had a wooden bench positioned on that side, facing the water, and she had sat on it in every season and in every weather I had ever witnessed, wrapped in whatever the temperature required. The bench was still there. I noticed it before I noticed anything else about the property, and I found, to my mild embarrassment, that looking at it required more from me than I had allotted for that particular moment. I sat in the car for a few minutes with the engine running and the heat on, which I am also embarrassed to admit, and I thought about the shortbread on the back seat, and whether eating it in the car instead of at the kitchen table was a kind of failure. That was the kind of thought I was having then. Small, circular, and fundamentally useless. I turned the engine off. The key to the cottage was on my grandmother's original keyring, which the attorney had returned to me in an envelope with her name written on it in his careful handwriting. The keyring itself was a small brass lighthouse, worn smooth where her thumb had rubbed it for 43 years. I held it for longer than was necessary before fitting the key into the lock, and the lock turned with the familiar resistance of an old door that has swelled and settled into its frame over decades. And the smell of the cottage came out to meet me before I'd even stepped inside. Wood and old wool and something faintly sweet that I have never been able to name, but that I associate entirely with her. I stood in the doorway for a moment, not quite in and not quite out, and felt the cold at my back and the warmth from the residual heat the neighbor must have left running on low, and I made the decision, consciously and quietly, to stop being a person who sat in parking lots composing sentences about their own grief, and simply be a person who had come to a place that mattered to them. I put the shortbread on a kitchen table. I did not eat it yet. The cottage has 4 rooms downstairs and 2 small rooms above, and my grandmother had lived in approximately 2.5 of those rooms for the last several years, in the comfortable contraction of someone who would outlive the need for most of her space. The parlor at the front of the house had been cold for some time. She had kept the door closed against the heating bill, and when I pushed it open the temperature dropped noticeably, and the smell of the room was different from the rest of the house. Drier, stiller. The way a room smells when it has been closed rather than empty. Her bookshelves were in the parlor. Her chair was in the parlor. I did not spend long in there. Upstairs, I found the bedroom I had always stayed in, which looked east toward the inlet, and I put my bag on the narrow bed and sat on the edge of the mattress and listened to the specific silence of the peninsula on a cold afternoon, the wind in the spruce, the distant sound of a lobster boat working somewhere out in the gray water, farther out, faint enough that I could have imagined it, the low repeated note of a bell buoy turning in the current. I had not been sleeping well. That is the other thing I want to say before anything else arrives. I had not been sleeping well since I ended things with Marcus in September, and by November I had achieved a kind of exhausted truce with insomnia. Not fighting it anymore, just coexisting with it, the way you coexist with a noise from a neighbor's apartment that you have stopped believing will stop. I lay down on the bed still in my coat, intending to rest for 20 minutes before starting on the paperwork, and I listened to the bell buoy and the spruce trees and the particular quality of quiet that belongs only to peninsulas, where the silence is never complete because the water is always present just below the level of hearing. I thought, briefly and without real emotion, about Marcus, about the look on his face when I gave him back the ring, about the way I had walked to my car and driven away without looking in the rearview mirror. Not because I was strong, but because I knew if I looked I would stop, and I could not afford to stop. Then I thought about whether the cottage's water heater was still on a timer, and whether I should check the pilot light on the kitchen stove before it got dark, and whether the shortbread was going to dry out if I left it on the table without covering it. I fell asleep before it got dark. When I woke, the room was completely black, and the bellbuoy was closer than it had been, or the wind had shifted to bring it nearer, and for a moment I did not know where I was. And the knowing was, unexpectedly, a relief. Through the closed window I could smell salt air. I did not think about it then. The windows in this cottage had always been slightly imperfect, and the salt air of the Harpswell Peninsula is not a guest that waits for an invitation. I pulled the quilt from the foot of the bed over myself without taking off my coat, and I listened to the bellbuoy, and I went back to sleep. Outside, the fog had arrived while I was sleeping, and by 10 p.m. the inlet had disappeared entirely into white, and the spruce trees at the property's edge were already becoming suggestions. and the peninsula was doing what peninsulas do in November, which is quietly remove itself from the rest of the world and wait. The cottage felt inhabited in a way I had not expected, not by absence, but by something patient, something that had been waiting out the months since my grandmother's passing, with the particular stillness of a thing that had learned, a long time ago, that waiting was not the same as being gone. The morning arrived as a gradual brightening behind the curtains rather than any decisive change in the light. The kind of dawn that does not announce itself, but simply accumulates, until at some point you realize the room has become visible and you cannot say exactly when that happened. I had slept, which surprised me. Not the thin, contested sleep I had been managing in my apartment in Portland, head full of recycled arguments, the phantom weight of a ring I was no longer wearing, but something heavier and less negotiable, the kind of sleep that takes rather than offers rest, that leaves you blinking at an unfamiliar ceiling with the brief, merciful blankness of a person who has temporarily misplaced themselves. Then I remembered where I was and why, and the blankness filled in. I lay still for a moment and listened. The fog had thinned overnight to something more like a heavy haze, and through the east-facing window the gray water of the inlet was visible again, though the far shore had not yet fully returned. A crow was working somewhere in the birch trees at the property's edge, methodical and unhurried. I could hear the rhythm of its activity without being able to identify what it was doing, and I found that oddly comforting, proof of a life proceeding with complete indifference to my own. My grandmother had kept her morning ritual with the seriousness of someone who understood that small disciplines were the architecture of a peaceful interior life. Coffee at first light, drunk standing at the kitchen window facing the inlet before the day had asked anything of her. I found her percolator on the same shelf where it had always lived, her tin of ground coffee beside it, her blue ceramic mug on its hook. I did not intend to use her mug. Then I took it down from the hook anyway, because the alternative, my own travel mug, in stainless steel, indifferent to the room around it, felt like a small, but real form of cowardice. The coffee was stronger than I usually made it, because I had used her measure rather than my own, and I stood at the kitchen window and held the mug in both hands and looked at the water, and for a few minutes the morning was simply the morning and nothing more. The estate paperwork was in my bag, untouched since the previous night. I was aware of it the way you are aware of an unanswered message on your phone. Not urgently, but persistently, a low frequency of obligation running beneath everything else. I told myself I would begin after breakfast. Then I told myself I would walk the property first, take stock of the condition of things, make a practical list rather than an emotional one. The practical list idea felt like progress. The cottage's small outbuildings had been my grandmother's primary concern in her last years. Not the cottage itself, which was sound and well maintained, but the old storage shed at the back of the property, which had a roof she had been managing rather than repairing for longer than was entirely advisable, and the wooden dock that extended 12 feet over the inlet, which the water had been slowly returning to its preferred state of being a collection of timber rather than a human structure. I walked around the shed first, noting the soft patch on the north-facing side of the roof, the moss that had established itself with the permanence of something that intended to stay. I was thinking about replacement costs, running numbers in my head with the mechanical portion of my brain that I am grateful for at moments when the rest of my brain is doing things that are not useful. I did not hear him approach. He was simply present when I turned from the shed, a man in his mid-60s, I estimated, wearing a canvas jacket the color of weathered driftwood, standing at the edge of the property near the lane with his hands in his jacket pockets and a patient expression that suggested he had been standing there long enough to have chosen it deliberately. He was not tall, but he had the particular physical quality of someone who had spent decades outdoors in weather, a density of presence that made him seem more substantial than his height indicated. He did not startle or apologize for appearing without announcement. "Edna's granddaughter," he said. It was not quite a question. "Nora," I said. "Yes." He nodded once, as though confirming something he had known before asking. Del Hartley. I kept an eye on the property after she passed. Made sure the heat stayed on. He paused. Replaced a window latch on the east side in October. The old one had given out. I thanked him. He received the thanks with the mild discomfort of a person who regards being thanked as a slight social inconvenience. How long are you staying? 4 days, I said. Maybe 5. He looked at the shed roof with the same expression I had just been wearing, the expression of someone calculating costs against probabilities. That north slope will need attention before spring, he said, if you decide to keep the property. I had not yet decided anything about the property. I had been carefully not deciding, which is different. I know, I said. I'm working through the options. He looked at me then with a directness that was not unfriendly but was also not particularly concerned with being comfortable. What options are those? He asked, not unkindly, more in the manner of someone who wanted to understand precisely what kind of problem was actually on the table. I found that I did not have a clean answer. I said something about the practicalities of maintaining a property from an hour's distance, about the cost of the repairs, about the fact that I had a full-time position in Portland and could not easily spend extended time on the peninsula, all of which was true, none of which was the real reason I had not yet decided, which was that selling my grandmother's cottage would mean completing an act of severance I did not feel ready to complete, and that was a thing I was not prepared to say to a man I had met 4 minutes ago. Del Hartley listened to all of this with his hands still in his jacket pockets. When I finished, he said, "The Whitmore woman at the end of the lane asks about it. She has a friend who has been looking for waterfront." "I'll keep that in mind," I said. He nodded. Then, instead of turning to leave as I had expected, he turned toward the dock, as though he intended to walk to the water, and after a brief pause that I could not interpret, he glanced back at me. "Walk with you, if you are heading that way." I was not heading that way yet, but I fell into step beside him. The dock required picking your way through a narrow path between the spruce and birch that separated the cottage's cleared ground from the shore, a path my grandmother had maintained by the simple method of walking it every day for 43 years. In November it was carpeted in brown needles and the occasional skein of dried seaweed deposited by an ambitious high tide. The light through the thinning trees was pale and flat, and came from everywhere and nowhere at once, the way light behaves on overcast mornings near water, as if the sky and the inlet have reached an agreement to share the work of illumination. Del stopped at the head of the dock and looked at it with the same quiet, calculating attention he had given the shed roof. "She came out here every morning," he said, not as though he expected a response, more as though he was placing the fact on the dock between us like a useful tool. "I know," I said. He was quiet for a moment. At the far end of the dock, a length of rope, the remnant of something once tied there, a dinghy perhaps, or a crab pot line, moved in the small movement of the air coming off the water, swaying with the patience of something that had been swaying for a long time. "She ever tell you about the Aldrich family?" Del asked. I said she had not, and I watched him absorb this without any visible reaction. "Old Peninsula family," he said. "Gone now, the last one left in the mid-90s. He wiped his right thumb slowly along the inside of his left wrist. Once, a gesture so small and habitual I nearly missed it. They had a belief about this stretch of water. Most of the old Peninsula families did in some variation, that the inlet holds what it takes. I waited. "Storms take people from working waterfront," he said. "Always have." And the belief, the old belief, was that what the water holds does not simply stay still, that it finds ways to reach back. He was looking at the far shore, where the haze had retreated to a thin line, not always in ways that are easy to understand, not always in ways that feel like anything other than the wind or a draft through a bad window latch. He said this last part with a precision that caught my attention. The window latch on the east side, the one he had replaced in October. I almost asked what he meant. Then I did not, because the flat, careful way he had delivered the information suggested that he was not offering it as explanation. He was offering it as orientation. There was a difference, and some portion of me understood that without being able to articulate why. I stood beside him at the head of the dock and looked at the rope swaying at the far end, and felt something I could not name settle in the base of my sternum. Not fear exactly, not yet, but a quality of attention that was different from the attention I had arrived with. A calibration of something that had previously been turned too low to register. "She talked to you," I said. It came out less like a question than I had intended. He did not answer immediately. When he did, it was in the form of a question, precise and deliberate, the way a person delivers weight they do not want to carry alone. "Did she ever tell you why she stayed out here all those years after your grandfather died?" I said she had not told me that either. He nodded, as though this too confirmed something he had already known. He left shortly after, walking back up the path with the same unhurried certainty with which he had appeared, and I stood at the head of the dock alone for several minutes, looking at the water, listening to the rope move against the dock planks at the far end. A soft, irregular percussion, like a knock that could not quite commit to being a knock. The shortbread was still on the kitchen table, still covered with a dish towel I had found in the second drawer. I had not touched it. I sat down across from it and opened the estate attorney's folder and placed my hands flat on the first page and looked at my grandmother's name printed in the document's formal header. The crow in the birch trees had gone quiet. The drawer beside the kitchen sink, I noticed, was slightly open. Not much, perhaps an inch, the way a drawer sits when it has been pushed, but not fully closed. I had not opened that drawer since arriving. I was almost certain I had not opened that drawer. I pushed it closed with the back of my hand without getting up. It required a small, firm push, the resistance of something that had swelled slightly in the damp air of a November morning, and it closed with the soft finality of a sound you register only after it has happened. Outside, the haze was lifting from the far shore. The inlet was returning its outline to the day, gray-green and still, and the rope at the end of the dock was no longer visible from the kitchen window, though I knew it was still moving. Something in the cottage had been waiting for a specific kind of attention. Not mine necessarily, not yet, but the kind that arrives when a person stops deciding how long they are going to stay and simply stays. The second morning on the peninsula began with a sound I could not place. Not loud. Nothing about those days was loud, which I have come to understand was part of how it worked, the way it built itself inside the available quiet rather than against it. It was a sound at the edge of audibility, arriving just before full waking. The kind of thing the sleeping mind folds into whatever it has been constructing, and only releases once the eyes are open and the construction dissolves. A voice was my first thought. Then, correcting itself almost immediately, not a voice. The particular cadence of a voice, the rhythm of speech without the content of it, the way a radio in another room sounds when the volume is turned below comprehension. I lay still and listened, and the sound was gone, and in its place was the crow again, and the inlet, and the ordinary textures of a November morning on the peninsula. I told myself it was the neighbors. The Whitmore property was at the end of the lane, and sound moves unpredictably over water and through the bare trees of late autumn, carrying conversations from distances that feel improbable until you understand the specific acoustics of the place. It was a reasonable explanation. I repeated it to myself with more intention than the situation strictly warranted, which I noticed and set aside. The drawer beside the kitchen sink was open again. Not the same inch as the previous morning. 2 inches this time, perhaps slightly more. Enough that the gap was unambiguous rather than marginal. I stood at the kitchen counter with the percolator running and looked at it from across the room before approaching. There is a particular quality of stillness that an ordinary object acquires when it has done something it should not be able to do, and the drawer had that quality, deeply, completely ordinary, and yet wrong in a way that the eye cannot immediately argue with. I opened it fully and looked inside. My grandmother's kitchen implements arranged with the precise orderliness that had characterized every space she inhabited. A wooden spoon, a slotted spatula, a pastry brush, a lemon zester still bearing the faint yellow stain of its last use. A coil of kitchen twine. Everything in its place. Nothing added, nothing removed, nothing that could account for the drawer's behavior by any physical logic that I could construct and believe simultaneously. I pushed it closed again, this time firmly enough that the latch caught with a small, definitive click. I stood there a moment longer, my hand still resting on the drawer front, thinking about the window latch Del Hartley had replaced in October, the east-facing window in the bedroom where I was sleeping. I had not thought about it the previous day in any serious way, had filed it under the general category of old house maintenance. The ongoing negotiation between a structure and the weather was built to resist. But, standing at the kitchen drawer, I found the detail returning with a different quality, more precise, less comfortable. I ate breakfast at the kitchen table with the estate folder open beside my plate, which is the kind of thing a person does when they want to feel productive without actually requiring themselves to be productive. I read the same paragraph of the attorney's cover letter 3 times without it cohering into meaning. The shortbread was still on the table, still under its dish towel. I had still not eaten any of it, and I had begun to understand that I was not going to eat it, that I had brought it here for a purpose that had nothing to do with eating, and that I was not yet ready to name. The Whitmore property was a 20-minute walk down the lane, past the point where the spruce closed in thickest on both sides and the lane dipped toward a lower, wetter section that held the cold and the mist longer than the rest of the property. Cass Whitmore had left a note in my grandmother's mailbox sometime in the preceding months. I had found it in the kitchen the previous evening, tucked under a small stone on the counter with the deliberate placement of someone who wanted to be sure it was noticed. The note said she was sorry for my loss, that she had admired Edna enormously, and that she would very much like to have me over for coffee if I had any time during my visit. It was written in a round, careful hand on paper that smelled faintly of something floral, and it had the tone of a message composed rather than dashed off, each word placed with attention. I went that morning because I could not make myself sit at the table with the attorney's folder any longer, and because I was, if I am being precise about it, unsettled enough by the drawer that I wanted the particular comfort of another person's house. Cass Whitmore was in her mid-50s, a compact woman with short gray-brown hair, and the specific physical economy of someone who does not make unnecessary movements. She met me at her front door before I had knocked, which meant she'd been watching for me, which she did not attempt to disguise, simply stepped back and said, "Come in out of the cold," in a manner that suggested the invitation had been extended some time ago, and I was only now catching up to it. Her house was warmer than it needed to be, the wood stove in the front room burning with the serious commitment of someone who considers cold a personal adversary. There was a braided rug in rust and cream in front of it, and a dog, elderly, a yellow lab with the thoughtful eyes of an animal that has decided the world is mostly acceptable, was lying on it with the settled authority of a creature who has earned his position. The coffee was already made. 2 mugs were on the kitchen table. "Del said you had arrived," she said, setting down a small pitcher of cream without being asked whether I used it, which I did. "He mentioned you too," I said. "Something about a friend who might be interested in the property." Cass sat down across from me and wrapped both hands around her own mug. "That can wait," she said. Then, in the tone of someone completing a sentence she had begun before I entered the room, "How are you finding it? Being back?" I said it was harder than I had expected and easier than I had feared, which was honest, and she nodded as though she had expected exactly that answer. "She talked about you," Cass said. "Quite a lot, toward the end. Not in a heavy way, more the way you talk about someone when you are satisfied about them." I felt the back of my throat do something that I chose to address by taking a sip of coffee. Did she ever? I stopped, recalibrated, tried again. Did she seem in those last months like something was preoccupying her? Something specific? Cass went very still. It was not a pause for thought. It was a complete cessation of movement. The mug held motionless, the hands relaxed but not animated. The eyes settled on a point just past my left shoulder, with the focused quality of someone who has gone somewhere, interior, and left the body as a placeholder. It lasted perhaps 4 seconds. Then she lifted the mug and drank, and set it down. She was old, Cass said. Old people have preoccupations. I know, I said. I meant something particular. She worried about you, Cass said, and the precision with which she selected the word worried, not missed, not asked after, but worried, registered somewhere behind my sternum with the quality of something that had been true before I was told it. I asked what she had worried about. Cass turned her mug in a slow quarter circle on the table surface. She thought you were afraid of something, she said. Not anything specific that she could name, more that you kept. She paused, and I had the distinct impression she was editing, removing a layer before offering what remained. She thought you kept choosing the version of things that didn't ask too much of you. The wood stove ticked. The dog shifted on the rug without waking. I did not say anything about Marcus. I had not come here to say anything about Marcus, but the accuracy of the description sat between us on the table with the same flat, undeniable presence as the coffee mugs, and I found I could not produce a response that moved away from it without the movement being obvious. She sounds like her, I said finally. Cass made a sound that was almost a laugh, warm and brief. She was always direct, she said. It was one of the things I valued about her. Then, finishing my thought in the way she had a habit of doing, even when it was not comfortable, I walked back to the cottage along the lane in the late morning. The cold settled against my face in a way that felt clarifying rather than uncomfortable. The specific cold of a Maine November that my body recognizes as belonging to a season I was built for. I was thinking about what Cass had said, turning it over without any particular intention of reaching a conclusion. The birch trees on either side of the lane were entirely bare now, their white bark the brightest thing in the landscape, and my footsteps on the frozen soft ground made a sound that was half crunch and half give, irregular and real. At the cottage door, I stopped. The smell of salt air was distinct on the still interior air of the entrance hall, not the ambient brine of the peninsula outdoors which I had been breathing all morning, but something more concentrated and more specific, arriving from inside a house where every window was closed against the November cold. It lasted for perhaps 3 full breaths. Then it thinned and was gone, replaced by the familiar woolen wood smell of the interior. I stood in the entrance hall for a moment with the door still partially open behind me, one hand on the frame. Then I went inside and closed the door and stood in the kitchen and looked at the drawer, which was closed, exactly as I had left it. I stood there for a long moment, not thinking about anything in particular, which is the mind's way of thinking about things. It is not yet ready to approach directly. I noticed that the afternoon light through the kitchen window was already beginning to soften toward the particular amber of a short day late afternoon, and that I had accomplished essentially nothing from the attorney's folder, and that I should probably address that before the day was entirely gone. I sat down at the table. I put my hand on the folder. The drawer made a sound. Not a movement, not opening, not closing. A sound. The soft, interior knock of something shifting within a closed space. The sound of an object settling in the way objects settle in old houses when the temperature changes and the wood adjusts. A wooden spoon. A slotted spatula. A pastry brush. A lemon zester. A coil of kitchen twine. I knew exactly what was in there. I had looked that morning with my own eyes. I did not open the drawer again. I opened the attorney's folder instead and found the paragraph I had failed to read at breakfast, and read it through completely word by word, with the deliberate attention of a person who is choosing where to put their eyes, and what to do with their hands, and how to keep the architecture of an ordinary afternoon standing around themselves, through the simple act of continuing to inhabit it. Outside, the inn that caught the last of the flat afternoon light and held it briefly, going from gray-green to something almost copper, and then the light was gone, and the water was simply dark, and the peninsula settled into the particular density of a November evening that does not arrive so much as accumulate, until the darkness is simply what the world is made of, and has apparently always been made of, and the lit window of a single cottage is the only argument against it. The cottage was beginning to feel less like a place I had arrived at, and more like a place that had been holding a specific question in reserve, a question I had been carrying without knowing it, and at the peninsula, in its patient and unhurried way, had every intention of asking. Del Hartley came back on the third morning without being asked, which I understood by then was simply how he operated. I had been out on the dock since just after first light, sitting on the weathered cross timber at the dock's end with a second cup of coffee balanced on my knee, watching the inlet surface shift through its early morning register of colors, a progression that moved from the flat charcoal of pre-dawn through a brief fracas, uncommitted pewter, and then into something that was neither green nor gray, but occupied the territory between them with total conviction. The rope that had been swaying the previous days was still, for the first time. The water was glassy and cold and absolutely present, the way water is on mornings when the wind has not yet arrived to give it instructions. I heard his boots on the dock planks behind me before I heard him speak. He sat down on the dock's edge, a few feet from where I was sitting, without asking, with the ease of someone who had done exactly this before. Though not with me, I understood. He held a thermos and poured from it into a small cup and looked at the water and said nothing for long enough that the silence ceased to be empty and became instead a kind of comfortable shared occupation. "You have been sleeping," he said eventually. Not a question. "Better than I have in months," I said. He nodded. He did not seem surprised. "There is something about this particular stretch of water," he said. "That is." He stopped, turned the small cup in his hands. "It is not peaceful exactly. It is attentive. People who sleep near it tend to sleep deeply, even when they would not expect to." I asked him what he meant by attentive. He looked at the far shore for a moment, the thumb of his right hand moving in that slow, deliberate stroke along the inside of his left wrist, and I recognized the gesture now as something that happened when he was deciding how much of a thing to carry alone, and how much to set down. "Edna slept well out here," he said. 43 years. She told me once that the water was good company, that it listened without requiring anything back." He paused. I thought she meant it as a comfort, a widow's accommodation. Another pause, longer. "I am not sure that is what she meant." I waited. "Did she leave anything for you?" he asked. "Specifically for you. Not in the estate, something set aside in the cottage." I thought about the note from Cass in the mailbox. I thought about the shortbread, which was still on the table, which I still had not touched. I said I had not found anything that seemed specifically intended. Del was quiet for a moment. Then, "There is a box in the parlor," he said, "on the second shelf of the bookcase, behind the Beston." I knew the shelf. I knew the book. The outermost house, Henry Beston's account of a year spent alone on a Cape Cod barrier beach, which my grandmother had owned in a paperback copy so old and so frequently read that the spine had been repaired twice with a different color of tape each time. She had read passages from it to me when I was young, usually in the evenings, usually when the weather outside was doing something she considered worth paying attention to. "How do you know about it?" I asked. "She showed me," he said. 3 weeks before she passed. She showed me where it was, and she told me that when you came, I should make sure you found it." He looked at me directly then, the early light moving across his face in a way that made him seem both very solid and very tired. "She was specific about that. Not the attorney. Not anyone else. You when you came." I asked why she had not simply left me a note about it, or told me herself, in the time before she died, in the phone calls and the one visit I had managed in those final months, a visit I had cut short because of a scheduling conflict at the pharmacy that I had told myself at the time was unavoidable, and had known since, with the specific certainty of things you know about yourself and refuse to say aloud, was not. Del did not answer that question. He asked a different one. "Were you close to her? In the way that counts?" The question arrived with the precision of something sharpened specifically for a specific purpose, and it landed somewhere that I had been keeping carefully unattended. And for a moment the inlet and the dock and the cold air all receded slightly. The way the world recedes when something interior suddenly requires the majority of your attention. I said that I had loved her completely and visited her insufficiently, and that I was aware those two facts existed in a relationship I had not finished accounting for. Dell nodded. He did not offer absolution, which I was grateful for, because absolution offered by a near stranger is a form of dismissal dressed as comfort, and I would have recognized it as such and resented it, and he seemed to understand that. She knew that, he said, and she was not. He stopped, the thumb again, slow along the wrist. She was not keeping score. That is not why the box is there. I went back to the cottage and into the parlor, which I had not fully entered since the first afternoon, with its closed-room stillness and the dry, sedamy, unhurried smell of books and old upholstered furniture, and a quality of light that came through the front windows at an angle that made the dust in the air visible as a kind of presence. Her chair was by the window. I did not look at it directly. The bookcase was floor to ceiling on the interior wall, filled with the accumulated reading of a long and curious life organized by a system that was entirely personal and entirely consistent, not alphabetical, not by subject, but by some interior logic that I had never been able to decode and had always suspected was organized by emotional proximity, by which books belonged near which other books in the way that certain people belong near certain other people. The outermost house was on the second shelf. I found it by the tape on the spine. Behind it, fitted into the space between the back of the book and the back of the shelf, was a shallow wooden box, the kind used for index cards or small correspondence, the wood worn smooth and dark with handling. I carried it to the kitchen table and sat down, inside the box, in no particular order but, arranged with the tidiness that characterized everything she touched, were the following 7 letters in sealed envelopes, each bearing a different date, written in my grandmother's handwriting, the date spanning, I saw, from 1978 to 2022, the last one written 8 months before she died. Beneath the letters, a small photograph, black and white, showing a young woman standing on what I recognized as this dock in its original condition. Decades younger, looking not at the camera but at something to her left that was outside the frame. And beneath the photograph a single folded piece of paper, unsealed, on which my grandmother had written 6 words in her careful, deliberate hand. Read these in order. Trust them. I sat with the box open on the table in front of me and felt something occur in my chest that was not grief exactly, or not only grief, but something older and less familiar, a feeling that has no clean name because it belongs to the specific experience of discovering that someone understood you more precisely than you understood yourself, and had been understanding you, quietly and without announcement, for a very long time. The first letter was dated October of 1978. My grandmother would have been 34 years old. The handwriting was hers, but younger, the letters more angular and less settled than the hand I had known. I opened it carefully along the already broken seal. She had sealed and opened it herself at some point, I understood, and resealed it, and unfolded the single page inside. She wrote about the cottage in that first year after my grandfather died, about the first winter alone on the peninsula, about the sounds the inlet made at night that she had not noticed when he was alive, because his presence in the house had occupied a frequency that she had not understood was a buffer until it was absent. She wrote about the drawer in the kitchen, and how it had begun to open by itself in the weeks after his death. Always the same drawer, always by approximately the same amount, and how she had eventually understood, not immediately, not easily, but eventually, that this was not something she needed to explain away. She did not write about being frightened. She wrote about being accompanied. I put the first letter down and looked at the drawer beside the kitchen sink, closed and latched exactly as I had left it, and felt the full length of the 3 days I had been in the cottage rearrange itself around this new fact. the way furniture rearranges itself around a newly understood center of a room. The second letter was dated 1983. I opened it and began to read, and the parlor door, which I had left ajar, moved in the still air of the kitchen. Not opening, not closing, but shifting, a small deliberate oscillation, the way a door moves when someone has just passed through the room on the other side of it. I kept reading. Outside, the inlet had gone the color of old iron in the midday light, and the dock extended out over it in the quiet certainty of something that has stood long enough to stop worrying about standing, and the rope at its far end had begun to move again, slowly, with the patient rhythm of something counting. My grandmother's name was at the bottom of the second letter, written the way she always signed things. Full name, no flourish, the signature of a woman who considered clarity a form of respect. Beneath it, in a slightly different ink, as though added later, she had written 3 additional words. She was here. The letters lay on the table in their careful order, and I understood, in the specific way that understanding arrives when it is already too late to approach it cautiously, that the box had not been waiting for anyone to find it. It had been waiting for me, specifically and precisely me, and it had been patient in the way that only things which have no doubt about the eventual outcome can afford to be patient. I did not read all 7 letters that afternoon. I read 3, and then I put the box closed and set it on the parlor shelf. Not behind the book, not hidden, just placed on the surface of the shelf with the matter-of-fact positioning of something that belonged there. And I went upstairs and sat on the edge of the bed and looked at the east-facing window for a considerable length of time without thinking about anything in a way that could be called thinking. The window latch Dell had replaced in October was a simple brass fitting, new against the older painted wood of the frame. I had looked at it every morning when I woke and registered it as a detail of the room, without registering it as a detail of anything larger. Now I looked at it with the quality of attention that arrives after a context is shifted, the way a word changes the moment you understand its derivation. The same word, the same letters, but with a depth behind it that was not previously visible. The third letter had been the one that required me to stop. It was dated September of 1994, when I was 5 years old, and in it, my grandmother described a particular afternoon when I had been visiting with my mother and she had taken me down to the dock, and I had pointed at the water and said, with the complete conviction that children bring to observations adults have learned to second-guess, that there was a woman in the water looking up at me. My grandmother wrote that she had looked where I was pointing and seen nothing. She wrote that I described the woman in specific terms. Young, with dark hair fanned out around her in the water, her eyes open and her expression not frightened, but concentrated, the way a person looks when they are trying to communicate something across a distance that is working against them. My grandmother wrote that she had held my hand and looked at the water for a long time. Then she wrote about what she believed the inlet held, and about the old Aldrich family belief that Dell had mentioned, and about the specific way that belief had evolved in her own understanding across the decades she had spent on the peninsula. She did not write about it as legend or local color or the accumulated superstition of isolated coastal communities. She wrote about it with the tone of a woman reporting on a subject she had studied at close range for a very long time, and had arrived at conclusions about that she was prepared to defend. What the water holds, she wrote, does not stay still, and it does not reach toward the living out of distress or malice, or the simple mechanical compulsion of an unresolved spirit. It reaches toward them because it recognizes something, because there is a specific quality of unfinished business that acts as a signal, not a general signal, not a broadcast, but something directed, something that knows which frequency to use, because it has already used it before. From the other direction, from the living side, she wrote, I believe your grandfather has known about you since before you were born. I believe the water showed him, and I believe that is why I have never been afraid here. Even in the worst of the winters, even in the worst of the grief. I was never alone in the way that matters. I sat on the bed for a long time after putting that letter down. What I was feeling did not map cleanly onto any of the categories I had available for it. It was not the grief I had been managing since her death, which was real and present and had a recognizable texture I had learned to navigate. It was something different, more unsettled and more intimate simultaneously. A feeling of being seen from a direction I had not known was a direction, which is a specific disorientation that has no good word attached to it in any language I know. I thought about Marcus. I had not thought about him in specific terms since arriving at the cottage. Had been aware of him the way you are aware of a bruise, not pressing it, simply conscious of its location. But, sitting in the east-facing bedroom with my grandmother's letter 3 rooms away, and the afternoon light going amber through the window, I thought about him with a directness I had been carefully avoiding. He had not done anything wrong. That was the part I could never adequately explain. Not to Cass when she had described my grandmother's worry. Not to my own reflection in the pharmacy bathroom mirror at 6 in the morning. Not to the therapist I had seen twice before deciding the appointments were a scheduling problem rather than a necessity, which was an assessment I had since revised. Marcus had been patient and present and genuinely kind in all the ways that kindness counts. He had wanted a life that included me and its permanent architecture. He had made this clear without pressure or performance, and I had given him back the ring on a Tuesday evening in September because, and this was the part I had never said to anyone in its complete form, I was afraid that if I let the future I had been offered become real, I would eventually discover that I had built it on something with a crack in the foundation that I had noticed and not disclosed, and the eventual collapse would cost more than the original choice had been worth. It was the logic of a person who has learned through some accumulating weight of evidence that love's eventual cost is always higher than the initial estimate. It was not irrational. It was not pathological. It was the specific and coherent survival strategy of someone who had been paying careful attention to how things end. My grandmother had seen it. Cass had seen it secondhand. Dell, in the question he had asked about my grandmother and about closeness and about the kind that counts, had been circling it from a different direction, and sitting in the bedroom on the Harpswell peninsula, with the letters in a box in the parlor and the inlet going still and dark below the window, I understood for the first time with real clarity what the horror of my grandmother's situation had actually been. Not the grief, not the loss, not the 43 winters alone in the cottage, but the particular terror of recognizing a fault line in yourself, too late to address it. After the crack has already become structural, after the cost has already been paid. She had watched my grandfather die without having finished the conversation. Not the practical conversation, not the estate, not the arrangements, the real conversation. The one about fear and distance and the specific ways she had kept herself slightly unavailable even to the person she loved most completely. She had carried that into the cottage and carried it through the winters. And what the water had given back to her across all that time was not his presence exactly. It was the conversation, unfinished, resumed. This is what the third letter said in its careful and precise and entirely Edna way. She was telling me not to wait until the water was the only place left to have it. I went downstairs without fully deciding to go downstairs. My feet finding the steps with the automatic confidence of a body that has been in this house enough times that it knows the way before the mind gives instructions. The kitchen was dim in the late afternoon, the window above the sink framing a sky that had gone from amber to the first deep blue of an early winter evening. I stood at the counter for a moment, and then I did something I had not planned to do. I went to the parlor, and I sat in my grandmother's chair. The chair was angled toward the front window that looked out over the lane and the bare birch trees, and the last of the day's light came through it at the low, raking angle of a November late afternoon, and I sat in a chair and felt its specific shape. The shape of a woman who had sat in it thousands of times, the cushion and the armrests bearing the patient record of all that sitting. I said her name aloud, not loudly, not with any particular expectation. Just her name, Edna, spoken into the dim parlor in the way you say a word when you want it to be real and not merely thought. The room was still. Then, from the kitchen, quiet, almost beneath the threshold of audibility. The sound arriving with the patience of something that has been waiting for exactly this opening. The drawer. Not opening, not closing. The soft interior knock of a single deliberate movement. A sound like a question being asked with the full knowledge that the answer is already known. And the asking is simply the form the conversation has to take. I did not get up. I sat in her chair with my hands on the armrests. And I breathed. And through the front window the birch trees stood in the last of the light. And the lane beyond them was already entirely dark. And above the tree line the first stars of the evening were appearing in the deep blue sky, with the quiet certainty of things that have always been there, patient beyond any measure that matters to the living. My jaw ached. I had not known I had been clenching it until the ache registered as separate from the rest of my body's sensations. A focused pressure along the hinge of the jaw that I associated, when I thought about it, with a very specific time, the Tuesday in September, when I had driven away from Marcus's apartment without looking in the rearview mirror. My hands steady on the wheel and my jaw locked against everything the drive home was asking of me. The body keeps its own account. It settles its own records on its own schedule, without consulting the mind about readiness or timing. The drawer made the sound again. Twice now, the same soft knock. The same quality of deliberate patience. And this time I felt it not as an event in the kitchen, but as something that arrived in the chair with me, in the specific way that an understood communication arrives, not through the ears or the eyes, but through whatever part of the self receives information that has already been true for a long time and is only now being formally delivered. I pressed my hands flat against the chair's armrests. The wood beneath my palms was warm. Not the warmth of a room temperature object. The specific warmth of something that has recently been occupied. The warmth a surface holds for a little while after the person who was sitting there has stood up and moved into the next room. The warmth that makes you think, for just a moment, in the space before logic reasserts itself, that you have arrived only just after, that the distance between you is measured not in months but in steps, and that if you moved quickly enough through the right doorway, you might close it entirely. I did not move. Outside, the inlet had disappeared into the dark, and the bellboy was audible again for the first time since the first night. Its note lower and more deliberate than I remembered, and the cottage held its warmth against the November cold, with the settled authority of a structure that has been doing exactly this for a very long time, and intends to keep doing it. And between the sound of the bellboy and the sound of the drawer and the warmth under my hands, I understood that the thing I had been most afraid of, not the sounds, not the cottage, not the winter water, was the thing my grandmother had been trying, across the careful architecture of 7 letters and 43 years, to give me permission to stop being afraid of: the fault line, the distance. The practiced habit of staying just slightly out of reach of what I most wanted, so that when it was gone, I could tell myself the loss had been controlled. She had known from the water, which holds what it takes and returns it in the forms the living need. And she had spent the last years of her life building me a box of letters that was also, if I understood it correctly, a box of instructions, not for grief, not for estate management, not for what to do with a cottage on a peninsula in November, but for what to do with the specific and ordinary and devastating human habit of choosing the version of things that does not ask too much. She was telling me to choose differently. The warmth under my hands held for a moment longer. Then it was simply wood, and the room was simply a room, and the evening had arrived completely outside the window, and I was simply a woman sitting in her grandmother's chair in the dark, with her hands pressed flat against the armrests and her jaw finally unclenched and her eyes open and dry, looking at the stars above the bare birch trees with the specific quality of attention that belongs to a person who has just received news they already knew and are only now allowing themselves to know that they knew it. The box of letters sat on the parlor shelf in the dark, holding the remaining 4 unread, and I understood that they were not waiting to be read in the way that unread things wait. They were waiting to be earned, each one a conversation that could only be entered from the far side of the one before it, and I was, for the first time since arriving on the peninsula, willing to do the work of getting there. Del Hartley's truck was in the lane the following morning before I had finished my first cup of coffee. I saw it through the kitchen window, an old Chevy the color of a cloudy sky, parked at the lane's edge with the unhurried permanence of a vehicle whose driver has no intention of being hurried, and felt something settle in my chest that was close to relief, though relief at what exactly I could not have said with precision. At the fact of him, perhaps. At the fact of a person who knew about the box, and had known about the box, and had waited with the specific patience of someone who understood that certain kinds of readiness cannot be rushed. I poured a second mug and brought it to the door. He came in without ceremony, and sat at the kitchen table in the chair that was not my grandmother's chair, the one closer to the window, pulled slightly back from the table in the way someone sits when they are a guest who has been a guest often enough to be comfortable, but not often enough to forget the distinction. He wrapped his hands around the mug and looked at the table surface for a moment, and I sat across from him, and the morning light came through the kitchen window and lay across the table between us in a long, pale bar that shifted almost imperceptibly as the clouds moved outside. "You read some of them," he said. "3, I said. He nodded. "The third one," I said, "was the one she wrote about what she believed." "Yes." He turned the mug a quarter rotation. "She showed me that one. Not the whole letter. She read me a portion of it the summer before she passed. On the dock." He paused. "She wanted to make sure someone else knew. In case you needed, confirmation was the word she used. Someone who had been here, who had witnessed the cottage over time, who could tell you it was not the product of an old woman's loneliness." I asked him directly what he had witnessed. He did not answer immediately. The thumb moved along the inside of his wrist in its slow, deliberate path, and I waited with the patience the cottage had been teaching me all week, the patience of a place that understands that certain things can only be received at the speed they are offered. "My wife drowned," he said. 8 years ago this February. Fishing accident. She went out alone on a morning she should not have gone out alone, and the boat came back and she did not." He said this in the flat, technical register of a person who has found, through long practice, the exact wording that allows the fact to be stated, without requiring the full weight of it to be present in the room simultaneously. She grew up on this peninsula. Her family and the Aldriches were connected by marriage 2 generations back. She knew the old stories. He looked at his mug. "The first winter after she was gone," he said, "I could not be in our house. I slept in my truck for 3 weeks in December, which is not a thing I recommend. And then Edna, your grandmother, came and knocked on my truck window at 6 in the morning and told me I was being an idiot and to come inside and have breakfast." A pause. I came inside. The kitchen was very quiet. Outside, a gust moved through the spruce trees at the property's edge, a sound that rose and fell like a breath. "I had breakfast at that table," he said, nodding at the surface between us, "every morning for 4 months. Not because Edna asked me to keep coming, because I needed to be in a place where the thing I was carrying was known and did not need to be explained." He looked at me directly. "The drawer opened the first morning," he said. "I did not say anything about it. Edna did not say anything about it. We had breakfast and she talked about whatever she was reading, and I looked at the drawer and understood that something was present in this cottage that was not reducible to grief or loneliness or the particular vulnerability of a person in the first winter of their widowing." He stopped. "I was a structural man my whole career. I built things. I understand load intolerance and the behavior of materials under stress. I am not a person who arrives easily at explanations that cannot be measured." Another pause, the longest one yet. I arrived at one here. I asked him what explanation he had arrived at. "That the water on this stretch of the peninsula holds a specific kind of attachment," he said. "Not generically. Not every grief, not every loss. A specific kind. The kind where the person who was gone was not finished. where the leaving happened before the conversation did. He set the mug down with a quiet precision. My wife and I had been arguing for months before she died. Not catastrophically, the ordinary, corrosive arguing of two people who love each other and have stopped being careful with each other's specific vulnerabilities. We had not finished it. We had not repaired it. Exactly. And she went out that morning and the boat came back. The light bar across the table had shifted, the clouds outside moving the pale February light in its slow rearrangement. The drawer, he said, opened for 4 months every morning I was at that table. Then one morning it did not. And I understood that the 4 months had been the conversation, that I had been sitting at this table having it in the only form it could be had, and that it was finished, and that I was not healed. That is not the right word. Released is closer. Released back into my own life with the weight of the unfinished thing resolved. I sat with this for a long moment. The drawer beside the sink was closed and still, and the morning light moved in its slow bar across the table, and I thought about the 7 letters in the box, and about the specific temperature of the armchair the previous evening, and about the 5-year-old version of myself on the dock pointing at something in the water that I had no memory of pointing at. And I felt the full architecture of what had been constructed around me, not for me, or not only for me, but in full knowledge of me, by a woman who had spent 43 years learning to trust what the water offered, and had spent the last of those years making sure that when I arrived I would have everything I needed to receive it. I asked Del what she had told him about me. Specifically, he considered this with the seriousness it deserved. She said you were the most capable person she knew, he said, and that you used your capability the way some people use walls, that you had built a life you could manage from inside, and that managing from inside had become the primary activity, and that you were doing it with such efficiency and such apparent success that no one from the outside could easily tell you what it was costing you. He said this without cruelty and without caterpillar softness, in the precise and deliberate way of someone who has been asked to deliver a specific message and understands that the delivery is an act of respect. She also said, he continued, and here his voice changed slightly, not softer, but less deliberate, as though this part had not been rehearsed, that you were worth the effort of the conversation. Her words, that whatever the water showed her about you, the version it showed her was someone who could come through the far side of this if given the right tools in the right order. I felt my hands on the table go very still. What did the water show her? I asked. He looked at me with the expression of a man who has just arrived at the boundary of what he is authorized to give, and who recognizes that boundary with the clarity of someone who has been there before and understands its function. That, he said, is the 4th letter. I went to the parlor after he left and took the box from the shelf and brought it to the kitchen table and opened it and counted the remaining letters. 4, 5, 6, 7, in my grandmother's handwriting on the face of each envelope, and set them in their order and looked at them for a moment before picking up the 4th. It was dated March of 2003, when I was 14. And it began with a description of a particular night that winter when the fog had come in so thick that the cottage had seemed to float, untethered from the peninsula and from the mainland and from any geography that could be located on a map. She had been sitting on the parlor chair, she wrote, reading by lamplight, when the water had shown her something it had not shown her before. Not the past, not the familiar communication of the already gone. The future. She wrote about it carefully, in the qualified and precise language of a woman who understood the difference between what she had seen and what she was interpreting, and between what she was interpreting and what she was willing to claim. She wrote that what the water showed was not detailed or cinematic. It was more like weather, a pressure system, a set of conditions rather than events. She wrote that what she had felt sitting in the parlor chair in the fog was the specific emotional weight of a choice not yet made, arriving from the future with the gravity of something that had already become consequential, a choice about remaining, about the cost of distance, about a particular Tuesday, though she did not know it was a Tuesday, that would feel like safety and would not be safety but would be something her granddaughter would carry forward without understanding what she was carrying. She wrote that the water had not shown her how it resolved. It had shown her that the resolution was not fixed, that it depended on whether the conversation happened before it was too late for conversations. She wrote, "I do not know what form the warning will take when it comes to you. I do not know if it will be the drawer, or the chair, or the smell of the water in a room where the water has no right to be. But I know it will come, and I know you will recognize it. And I know that recognition will feel frightening in the specific way that things feel frightening when they are also true. And I want you to know, I need you to know, that what is reaching toward you from this water is not a haunting. It is an inheritance. It is everything I learned in 43 years about what love requires, which is more than capability, and more than management, and more than the elegant maintenance of a safe and controlled interior distance. It requires," she wrote, "the willingness to be finished." I set the letter down on the table with the care of someone handling something that has traveled a very long distance to arrive. The drawer was still. Outside, the inlet had gone the particular deep green of a late afternoon in November, and the dock extended out over it in the gray light. And at the dock's end, the rope was moving with the slow, patient rhythm I had come to recognize as the inlet's version of a voice, not loud, not insistent, but continuous, saying the same thing it had always been saying, in the only language available to it, to anyone who had learned to be still enough to hear. My hand was already reaching for the fifth letter before I had consciously decided to reach. The cottage had stopped feeling like a place I was visiting, and had begun to feel like a place I had been sent to, not by accident, not by the practicalities of an estate that needed settling, but by the long and deliberate love of a woman who had understood, with the clarity that only the peninsula and the water and 43 years of careful listening can provide, exactly what her granddaughter needed, and exactly when she would be ready to receive it. The fifth letter was the one she had written the year I turned 23. I recognized the year before I registered it consciously, something about the handwriting which was more urgent than the letters before it, the careful formation of the letters still present, but the pressure behind them heavier, as though the pen had been held differently, closer to the point, the way a person writes when what they are putting down feels less like correspondence and more like evidence. The date at the top was November, which meant she had written it in this same cottage, in this same kitchen, possibly at this same table, in the specific quality of a peninsula, November that I was now breeding myself. That year, I had been living in a studio apartment in Orono, finishing my pharmacy degree, and I had been seeing a man named Daniel for 14 months, and the thing I remembered most precisely about Daniel was not how it had ended, but the specific morning I had understood it was going to end, a Sunday in October, lying in bed listening to him make coffee in the kitchen, aware of the particular quality of his footsteps and of the way he moved through a small space, and of the specific warmth of the apartment in the early morning, and feeling, beneath all of that ordinary warmth, a vibration that I could not name and did not investigate, a frequency of wrongness that I filed under uncertainty and covered with the next week's worth of ordinary life, until the covering became its own kind of answer. She had written about that October. She had not known the specifics, the apartment, Daniel, the Sunday morning, but she had known the shape of it, the way she had known the shape of the Tuesday in September more than a decade later. She had felt it from the peninsula, she wrote, the way you feel a change in barometric pressure before the weather arrives. Not the event, not the people, not the circumstances, the choice, the specific quality of a choice being made by avoidance rather than decision. The familiar vibration of her granddaughter stepping carefully to one side of something real. She wrote that she had sat with it for a week before writing the letter. She had wanted to call me. She had picked up the phone twice, she wrote, and put it back down, because she understood that a phone call from a grandmother saying, "I think you are about to make a mistake," is a phone call that closes a door rather than opening one, regardless of how carefully it is worded, regardless of how much love is behind it. And so she had done what she could do, which was write the letter and put it in the box, and trust that the box would be found when it needed to be found, which is to say when finding it would be an opening rather than a closing. She wrote, "I am not trying to manage your life from a distance. I know how that looks, and I know you well enough to know you would resist it." Which is correct. Resistance to that kind of management is healthy and you should keep it. What I'm trying to do is leave you the record, the account of what I saw and when I saw it and what I believed it meant, so that when you find yourself in the territory it describes, you have the map and you did not have to draw it yourself in the dark. I put the letter down and looked at the window for a moment, the afternoon light doing something complicated with the clouds outside, brightening and dimming in a slow alternation. Then I picked up the 6th letter. It was the shortest. Dated 2017, I would have been 28. She had written it in what appeared to be a single sitting, the handwriting consistent throughout without the minor variations that appear when a letter is written across multiple hours or interrupted. She described a night in January of that year when the inlet had been completely frozen for the first time in over a decade. A rare event on this stretch of water, where the tidal movement and the salt content usually prevent hard freezing, and she had stood on the dock in the pre-dawn dark and looked at the frozen surface and felt something she had not felt from the water before. Not communication, not the patient, ongoing conversation of the known dead reaching toward the living through the medium of everything the peninsula had to offer. Something else. Something that arrived not from beneath the surface but from along it, lateral rather than vertical, traveling across the ice the way sound travels differently through frozen water than through liquid, faster, cleaner, with less loss to the medium. She wrote that she had understood, standing on the dock in the January dark, that the water's capacity was not limited to what it held, that it was also a conductor, that the attachment operating through it was not only backward-looking, not only the unfinished conversation of the gone reaching toward the remaining, it was also, in specific conditions and for specific purposes, forward-looking, that the water could carry a warning from a future that had not yet become fixed. She wrote this carefully, qualifying each sentence with the precision of a woman who understood the difference between experience and interpretation and wanted the record to reflect both accurately. She wrote that she did not know the mechanism. She did not know whether this was a property of this specific water, this specific stretch of tidal inlet on the Harpswell Peninsula, or whether it was universal and simply most legible here because she had spent 43 years learning to read it. She wrote that she did not think it mattered which was true, because the only relevant fact was what she had received and what she believed it meant. And what she had received was this: her granddaughter was going to arrive at a choice, not an unusual choice, not a dramatic one, not the kind of choice that announces itself as consequential at the time of its making. A quiet choice, made quietly in the ordinary grammar of a Tuesday evening, and a ring returned at a drive home with both hands on the wheel. And the future that choice led toward was not catastrophic. She was careful to write this clearly, not catastrophic. Her granddaughter's life would continue, and she would work and be competent and maintain her capable interior distance and be fine in all the external registers by which fine is measured. But it would lead away from something that the water had shown her granddaughter already knew the value of and was afraid to claim, and that fear, the specific fear of the cost of love, which her granddaughter had been building into her architecture since childhood, with the quiet industry of someone who has been paying attention to how things end. That fear was the thing the water wanted her to understand. She did not have to keep building. She wrote, "You come from a long line of women who survived by staying slightly out of reach. Your great-grandmother, me, your mother in her own way." Though that is a conversation for a different letter, we learn this because the alternative felt unsurvivable, and for each of us there was a specific moment when the alternative proved us right, and the lesson was reinforced. You learned it watching me, I think, more than from anything specific that happened to you. You learned it from the shape of my life after your grandfather died, from the way I carried that winter, from the particular efficiency of my grief. I was not trying to teach you that, but I have taught you that. I am trying now to unteach it. I set the letter on the table beside the others and sat with my hands flat on the wood and felt the specific quality of being known so completely by someone who is no longer present to know you, which is one of the more complicated experiences available to a living person, because it is grief and gratitude and something that is almost anger, not at the person, not precisely, but at the distance, at the irreducibility of the distance, at the fact that the very thoroughness of being understood across it makes the distance itself more rather than less real. My hands reached for the 7th letter, the last one, dated 2022, 8 months before she died. The handwriting was older, not uncertain. She had never been uncertain in her hand, but, carrying its age visibly, the letters formed with the deliberate care of someone who understands that the muscles have to be specifically instructed now, where before they operated from habit. It was the handwriting of a woman writing something she intended to be final. And she had brought to it the full weight of her attention. She began not with the water, and not with the peninsula, and not with the letters she had already written, but with me, specifically, directly, using my name in the first sentence in the way she had always used names, not for emphasis, not for drama, but as a form of precision, a way of making sure the address was correct before the message was delivered. She wrote, "Nora, I have been watching the water for 43 years, and I have learned to trust what it tells me, and what it has been telling me this past year, with an insistence I have not felt before, is that you are coming. Not in the ordinary sense of a visit, though there will be a visit, in the sense that you are coming to the thing I have been trying to send toward you across all of these letters. The thing the water has been conducting toward you across all of these years, and that when you arrive at it, you will be ready in a way that you have not been ready before, and I will not be there to see it, which is the only true difficulty I have with dying." She wrote about the cottage, about what she wanted me to understand it was, beneath the practical fact of its structure and its location and its real estate value. Not a property, not an estate asset, not a decision to be made between the practical alternatives of keeping and selling. A record, a 43-year accumulation of the specific education that this stretch of water provides to those willing to receive it, which is the education in what love requires, when the structures built around it are no longer sufficient to contain the growth of it, when the architecture for protection has to be dismantled and rebuilt as something that admits rather than deflects. She wrote about the drawer. She wrote, "It will open for you. I am telling you this now so that when it does, you do not spend any of your energy being afraid of it. It opened for Dell, and it opened for me across 43 winters, and it is opening for you because what the water holds recognizes you, and has been waiting for you with a patience that I find, if I'm honest, extraordinarily moving. You are known here. You were known here before you arrived. That is not something to be frightened of. That is the thing I most want to leave you." Then, in the last paragraph, she wrote the thing that I read twice before I could receive it fully. She wrote that in the weeks before writing this final letter, the water had shown her something new. Not her granddaughter arriving at the cottage, not the letters being read in their order at the kitchen table. Something further forward, a morning. She could not say when. She could not say the year. The water does not provide that kind of precision. A morning when her granddaughter would wake in the east-facing bedroom and reach for the phone on the nightstand. Not in the automatic, unconscious way of checking and dismissing, but with intention, with the specific intention of making a call she had been postponing for a length of time that had already been too long. She did not write what the call was. She did not need to. She wrote, "I believe this is what all of it has been building toward. Not the cottage, not the letters, not the water itself. This one morning when you wake up and you are not afraid of the cost anymore, or you are afraid and you call anyway, which amounts to the same thing and may in fact be better, because courage that does not require fear is not courage. It is simply the absence of stakes, and you have always understood stakes." I set the letter down on top of the others. The kitchen was completely still. The drawer was still. The afternoon had gone while I was reading, the light through the window shifting from its pale winter gold to the deep blue of an early evening on the peninsula, and the inlet was dark, and the dock was dark, and the rope at the dock's end was not visible, but was, I knew without looking, still moving in its patient and continuous way. My body had made a decision without consulting my mind, and the evidence of this decision was the fact that my right hand had moved to the nightstand in the east-facing bedroom without any instruction from me, or with instruction I had not been aware of giving, and was holding my phone with the specific grip of a person who has already decided on the next action and is simply waiting for the rest of themselves to catch up. I did not go upstairs. Not yet. I sat at the kitchen table with my grandmother's 7 letters arranged in front of me, and I let the evening come in through the window, and I let the bell buoy mark its intervals in the dark, and I let the cottage be what it was, a record, an inheritance, a 43-year accumulation of patient love, and I sat inside it and felt, for the first time in a very long time, the specific quality of being in the right place at the right time, which is rare enough and sufficiently unlike its ordinary counterfeits that when it arrives it is unmistakable. The drawer opened, fully this time, the full travel of its runners, smooth and deliberate and unhurried, until it reached the extent of its opening and rested there. The kitchen implements inside it, arranged with my grandmother's characteristic precision, the wooden spoon and the spatula, and the pastry brush, and the lemon zester and the coil of kitchen twine, ordinary and specific and entirely known. I looked at it for a long time. Then I said aloud into the kitchen, I understand. The drawer did not close. It simply remained open, in the way that a conversation remains open after the most important thing has been said. Not finished, not resolved into silence, but arrived at a place where the next part belongs to someone else, where the only thing left to do is receive what has been offered and carry it forward into whatever the next morning is going to ask of you. Upstairs, the east-facing window held the last thin line of light above the inlet's dark surface, and the brass latch Dell had fitted in October caught it briefly before the light was gone, and the room was ready in the way that rooms are ready when the person sleeping in them has finally become ready themselves. I woke up before the alarm I had not set. The room was not dark. There was a quality of early light coming through the east-facing window that was different from the preceding mornings, a clarity that had nothing to do with the sun, which had not yet cleared the tree line, but with the air itself, which had changed overnight into something that felt washed and specific. The way air feels after a hard frost has moved through and taken with it everything that had been suspended in it. I lay still for a moment and felt the mattress beneath me and the quilt over me and the particular silence of a morning that is waiting rather than simply empty. My hand was on the phone before I was fully upright, not reaching for it, already holding it, the way Dell had described the body acting before the mind decides. The arm already extended toward its intention while the conscious self is still assembling the reasons. I sat on the edge of the bed with the phone in my right hand and the early light coming through the window and the brass latch catching it in a brief, precise gleam, and I felt my jaw unclenched, fully the absence of that familiar pressure as remarkable as the sound stopping that you have stopped noticing was continuous. I did not think about whether it was too early to call. I did not think about what I would say, or in what order I would say it, or how to construct the opening sentence that would carry the right weight without the wrong implications. Those were the calculations of a person building a structure designed to be managed from the inside, and I had spent a week on a peninsula being educated out of that particular habit by the most patient teacher available to the living. I called Marcus. He answered on the third ring, his voice carrying the specific texture of someone awake, but not yet fully arrived in the day, and when he said my name, not hello, not a question, just my name, Nora, with the quality of someone who has been expecting a call without knowing they were expecting it, I felt something in my sternum release with the slow, quiet completeness of a window latch that has finally been properly fitted. I said, I am sorry it took me this long. He was quiet for a moment. not the silence of someone composing a response, but the silence of someone receiving something they have been careful not to hope for. I said, "I have been in my grandmother's cottage. I have been reading letters she left me. I need to tell you what they said. Not all of it, not right now, but enough so that you understand that the Tuesday in September was not about you, was never about you, and that I understand now what it was about, and I am working on it in a specific and serious way, and I wanted you to know that before I knew anything about where it leads." He said, "I know it was not about me." He said, "I have been waiting for you to know it." We talked for 40 minutes, sitting at opposite ends of an hour's worth of coastal Maine highway, him in his apartment in Portland, and me on the edge of my grandmother's bed, and the conversation was not the one I had been rehearsing in my head across the months in September, which had always been careful and structured and designed to convey the right information in the right sequence. It was ordinary and circuitous, and at several points arrived at things I had not expected to say, and it did not resolve anything completely, but it opened something that I understood. Without needing it explained, it was the thing that needed to be opened before anything else could follow. When I came downstairs, Dell was on the dock. I saw him through the kitchen window, standing at the dock's head with his hands in his jacket pockets, looking at the water the way he always looked at the water, with a specific, settled attention of someone who has made his peace with a particular body of geography and no longer needs anything from it that it has not already given. I brought 2 mugs of coffee down the path, and we stood together at the dock's head, and the morning was cold and bright, and the inlet was the color of hammered pewter in the early light, a color I had not seen it be in all the preceding days, as though the water, too, had changed something overnight. I told him I had called Marcus. He received this with the same quiet, uncelebrating nod with which he received most information. The nod of a man who had predicted something and takes no pleasure in prediction beyond the fact of the thing predicted coming true. "She would be pleased," he said. I said I thought so too. We were quiet for a moment, the bell buoy marking time somewhere out past the visible inlet, and the rope at the dock's end, I noticed it without surprise, was completely still for the first time since I had arrived. Not swaying, not moving in any residual current or breath of air, simply hanging, with the composed, finished quality of something that has delivered its message and no longer has a reason to keep moving. "The drawer," I said. "Yes," he said. "It was open when I came downstairs." "It will close," he said, "on its own, in its own time. It always does." He took a sip from his mug. "Edna's was closed the morning after she decided to stop waiting to forgive herself for your grandfather." A pause. "Mine closed on a Tuesday in April. I remember this specific morning because I noticed the eggs were low and I made a note to get more, and the note was on the counter and the drawer was closed, and that was the whole of it. I thought about that, the ordinariness of it, the particular mercy of a significant thing completing itself inside the container of an ordinary Tuesday morning with a grocery list on the counter. "What happens now?" I asked, not dramatically, practically, in the tone I use when I am trying to understand a system which is, as my grandmother had observed with considerable accuracy, one of my primary modes of engaging with things I care about. Dell looked at the water. "Now you go back," he said, "to Portland, to your work, to whatever the conversation with Marcus becomes. You carry what you have received here, and you live with it, and living with it is the work." He paused. "Not dramatic work. The ordinary kind, the kind that looks from the outside like simply continuing." Then he reached into his jacket pocket and placed something on the dock railing between us. It was a small, smooth piece of sea glass, the kind the peninsula's beaches surrender slowly across decades, a fragment of something once broken that the water has worked into an object with its own complete integrity. This one was a pale, translucent green, the color of the inlet on certain mornings, worn to a perfect smoothness on all surfaces. It sat on the dock railing in the morning light with the modest authority of something that had been a long time becoming what it was. She found that on the shore the autumn before she died, Dell said. She gave it to me to give to you. She said you would know what it was for." I picked it up. It was heavier than I expected for its size, and warm from his jacket pocket, and it fit in the center of my palm with the specific completeness of an object that was made by water and time rather than intention, but made nonetheless, for exactly the dimension of the hand holding it. I did not know immediately what it was for. I knew I would. I spent the rest of that morning doing the things I had come to do. I sat at the kitchen table with the attorney's folder open, and I read the documents properly, with full attention, and I made notes in the margins in my own handwriting, and identified the decisions that needed to be made, and the decisions that could wait, and the decisions that were, I now understood, not really decisions at all because they had already resolved themselves in the weeks preceding days. The cottage was not going on the market. Not yet, and possibly not ever, but certainly not yet. And that was a fact I could state to the attorney and to Cass Whitmore's interested friend, without ambivalence, and without the particular exhaustion of a decision made against resistance. I called the attorney in the early afternoon and left a message with his assistant. I ate the shortbread. This seems like a small thing, and it was a small thing, which is precisely why it matters. Because the small things are where the large changes actually live. In the specific and ordinary textures of a Tuesday afternoon, what a person does what they came to do, eats the thing they brought to eat, sits at the table where they intended to sit, and allows the occasion to be what it was, rather than what they could manage it into being from a safe and careful distance. The shortbread tasted of butter and sugar, and the particular quality of a thing made in a specific place by a specific person for a specific reason, and I ate it slowly. At the kitchen table, with the drawer closed, and the letters in their box on the parlor shelf, and the sea glass sitting on the table beside the attorney's folder, catching the afternoon light in its pale green way, Dell came back in the early evening, which I had begun to understand was his pattern. Morning and evening, the two hinges of the peninsula. Day. And this time, he brought a pot of chowder and a cast-iron pot, which he set on the stove without asking, because the gesture was self-explanatory and required no negotiation. We ate at the kitchen table, and the chowder was the specific New England kind, cream-based and thick, with the sweetness of fresh clam underneath. And it was the first warm meal I had eaten since arriving, and it arrived with the force of something my body had been needing without my mind's having registered the need. We talked about the cottage's practical requirements, the shed roof, the dock planks, the window on the north side that would need weather stripping before deep winter. Dell knew a carpenter, a peninsula man, reliable. He would make the introduction. He was telling me how to maintain a place he understood I was keeping. At some point in the evening I asked him about his wife. Not the accident, not the aftermath. Her. He talked about her for a long time. In a way that I understood, he had not talked about her to many people. Possibly to no one since Edna. And the talking had the specific quality of something that has been kept in a closed space and, when let out, fills the available room with a completeness that makes it hard to understand how it had been contained. Her name is Ruth. She had grown up 3 properties down the lane, had known this cottage her entire life, had brought Dell here when they were first together to show him the water and the dock and the particular quality of the light on the inlet at certain times of year. She had understood the water the way the peninsula families understood it, not as legend, not as belief, but as knowledge. Empirical and inherited and entirely real. She would have liked you, he said. How do you know? I asked. He thought about it with genuine seriousness, the way he thought about everything. Because Edna liked you, he said. And Ruth trusted Edna's judgment on people above anyone else's. She said Edna could see what a person was actually made of, underneath what they had decided to present. He paused. She was right about that. I drove back to Portland the following morning. The lane was still frozen soft beneath the tires, still rocking the car in its familiar, irregular rhythm, and the spruce branches were still bare overhead against the pewter sky. and the salt smell came through the slightly opened window one last time as the lane met the main road and the peninsula road straightened out toward the bridge and the mainland. I held the sea glass in my left hand on the gear shift and felt its weight and its warmth, which it had retained from the cottage's kitchen windowsill where I had left it overnight. And I did not look in the rearview mirror as the peninsula road curved away behind me, not because I was afraid to look, because I did not need to, because the distance behind me was no longer something I needed to monitor. The sea glass sat on the passenger seat in the pale morning light, and the road ahead of it was clear and cold and entirely ordinary, and somewhere in that ordinariness was everything the week had been trying to give me. Not resolution, not the neat conclusion of a thing fully closed, but the specific and honest beginning of a thing no longer being avoided. 14 months is not a long time, measured against the scale of things the peninsula operates on. Dell had said something close to this in one of our last conversations before I left Harpswell, not as consolation, not as perspective offered to diminish what I was carrying, but as simple fact, the way a structural man states the load-bearing properties of a material. The water on that stretch of inlet had been conducting its particular form of communication across generations of peninsula families. 43 years of my grandmother's careful listening represented a single sustained conversation in a tradition that preceded her arrival by a considerable margin. 14 months, in that context, is barely a breath. And yet, 14 months is long enough for the quality of a morning to change, for the specific texture of waking to shift from something guarded into something that admits the day before the day has declared itself. I noticed this first in February, 3 months after returning from Harpswell, when I woke on a Saturday and lay in my Portland apartment listening to the city's particular early morning register, the distant compression of a garbage truck on the next block, a dog somewhere below in the courtyard, the steam heat ticking in the radiator, and felt, without searching for it, that I was simply present in the morning rather than managing my entry into it. It was not dramatic. That is the thing I want to be accurate about. The changes that followed the week at the cottage were not the cinematic kind. No sudden unlocking, no before and after clarity, no morning when I woke knowing something I had not known the night before. They were the ordinary kind, which are the only kind that hold a degree of loosening in the architecture, a gradual decommissioning of the load-bearing walls that had been built to carry a weight I was no longer required to carry alone. Marcus and I had 3 more conversations in October and November before I returned from Harpswell. Each one longer and less structured than the one before, the kind of conversations that find their own level rather than being conducted at a predetermined depth. He was patient in the way that only a person who has genuinely let go of the outcome can be patient, not the performance of patience, not the strategic patience of someone waiting for an advantage, but the real kind, which is simply the willingness to be present without demanding that presence become anything specific. We had dinner in December, in a restaurant on Commercial Street that neither of us had been to before, which felt like the right kind of neutral ground, a place that belonged to neither of our previous versions of each other, and could therefore accommodate whoever we were arriving as. The dinner was 2 hours and 40 minutes, a length I know because I glanced at my phone once near the end and was startled by the time, which is the specific metric of a good dinner, the reliable shock of how much of it has passed without requiring management. He asked about the cottage, about what I had found there, about the letters. I told him most of it, not all of it, in the order that felt true rather than the order that felt logical. I told him about the drawer and about Del Hartley and about Cass and the wood stove and the particular quality of the peninsula in November. I told him about my grandmother's belief about the water and about the 3rd letter with the description of a 5-year-old pointing at the inlet, and about the 6th letter and what she had written about the future arriving laterally across the frozen water like sound traveling through ice. He listened with the quality of attention that I had initially found unnerving about him. The full, uninterrupted kind, without the small adjustments and redirections most people make in conversation to assert their own parallel presence. He simply listened, and when I finished he was quiet for a moment, and then he said, "She knew about the ring." Not a question, I said yes. Not specifically, not the ring, not the Tuesday, but the shape of it. The shape of me, he said, and she left you a map. I said, she left me the whole terrain. The sea glass was on my kitchen windowsill in Portland, which was where it had been since I came home, positioned on the narrow ledge above the sink where the morning light reached it first, turning it briefly and specifically the color of the inlet on a pewter morning. I had not placed it there with any intention beyond setting it down in the first place I happened to be standing when I unpacked, and it had remained, and the remaining had become its own statement about where it belonged. I noticed in the weeks after the cottage that I checked the windows before bed with a different quality of attention, not anxiously. The checking was not new. I had always been a person who verified locks and latches before sleeping, another feature of the capable interior life my grandmother had identified with such precision. But the quality had changed. It was less like a security procedure and more like the ordinary closing of a day, the small ceremony of making a space ready for rest. I noticed this difference and recognized it as the kind of small, structural change that does not announce itself as significant while it is happening and only becomes legible in retrospect. When you compare the current version of a daily habit with the version that preceded it and find they are built on different foundations. Cass Whitmore sent a card in December. Not a Christmas card, she had found, she wrote in her careful round hand, a photograph of my grandmother on the dock that she thought I might want. The photograph was tucked inside the card, my grandmother in what appeared to be her late 50s, standing at the dock's end in early morning light, looking not at the camera, but at the water. Her profile carrying the settled, undefended expression of someone in genuine conversation with something they trust completely. On the back of the photograph, in a hand I did not recognize, older than my grandmother's, more angular, were 4 words. She hears it too. I put the photograph on the windowsill beside the sea glass. Dell and I spoke by phone twice in those 14 months. Brief and practical conversations that nevertheless carried the specific warmth of a connection that has been forged in a compressed and serious week, and has the density, therefore, of something much longer. He reported on the cottage. The carpenter had been. The shed roof was addressed. The dock had 3 new planks on the south side, where the water had done its patient reclamation work for too long without interruption. The window on the north side had been weather-stripped. The cottage was in good order. He said this with the satisfaction of a man who has kept a promise to someone he respected, and I received it with the gratitude of a person who understands that some forms of care cannot be adequately compensated and can only be acknowledged. I asked on our second call whether the drawer had done anything since I left. He was quiet for a moment. Once, he said. In early December. Just the sound, not the movement. In the morning, early, when I was checking on the heat. A pause. I took it as a sign that things were proceeding. I thought about that for several days afterward. Proceeding. The specific word a structural man uses for a process that is underway and moving in the correct direction and does not require intervention, simply observation and the occasional verification that the foundations are holding. Marcus and I were proceeding. That is the honest word for what we were doing in those 14 months. Not rushing, not retreating, not managing from a predetermined safe distance, but moving through the ordinary and sometimes uncomfortable and frequently surprising work of 2 people trying to rebuild something with the knowledge of why it had previously failed to hold. There were conversations that were difficult in the specific way, that necessary conversations are difficult, not because either of us was unkind, but because honesty in the territory of old wounds requires a precision that is exhausting even when it is going well, and sometimes especially when it is going well, because the going well makes you aware of how much energy the previous architecture had required to maintain. I was still in therapy. This deserves to be said plainly, not twice a week and then discontinuing because the scheduling felt like a problem, but consistently, with a therapist I had found in November who had the quality I had learned from Dell to recognize and value, the willingness to ask the question that was actually on the table rather than the question that was easier to receive. Her name was Dr. Aldous, which I found quietly amusing given the context, and she had a habit of waiting several seconds longer than felt comfortable before responding to something I had said, which I had initially found unnerving and had come to understand was not a technique, but a genuine practice of making sure she had heard completely before she spoke. I told her about the cottage, about the letters, about what I believed about the water, and about the drawer, and about the photograph with the 4 words on the back. She listened with the full quality of her attention. Then she said, "What do you think your grandmother most wanted you to receive from all of it?" I did not answer immediately. I thought about the 3rd letter and the 6th letter and the final one, and about Dell at the dock with his thermos and his deliberate thumb moving along the inside of his wrist, and about the warmth of the armchair in the dim parlor, and about the sea glass on the windowsill catching the morning light in its pale and specific green. I said permission. She wanted me to understand that the cost of love is not the argument against love, that the cost is the point. Those things that cost nothing are worth approximately that. Dr. Hoff. Aldous waited for her character for an extra second. Then she said, "And do you believe that now?" I thought about the rope on the dock. Still in the morning I woke and called Marcus. I thought about the drawer opening to its full extent in the quiet kitchen, ordinary and specific and entirely known. I thought about the drive home with the sea glass in my left hand and the road ahead clear and cold. I said, I am building toward believing it, which is different from believing it, but it is also different from what I was doing before, which was actively constructing arguments against the possibility. She wrote something in her notebook. Progress, she said, using almost the same word Dell had used from an entirely different direction, arriving at the same assessment of the same process. I had begun writing the account in September, a year after the ring, because the writing felt like the necessary form of the last part of it, not the telling of it to Marcus, not the telling of it to Dr. Aldous, not even the telling of it to myself in the quiet of the Portland apartment at the end of a day, but the specific act of setting it down in order, in the way my grandmother had set down her letters in order, each one earned from the far side of the one before it. The account had taken shape slowly, in the mornings before the pharmacy shift, at the kitchen table with the sea glass on the windowsill, and the early light coming in the east-facing window of my apartment, which I had never previously noticed, faced in exactly the same direction as the bedroom window at the cottage. The title had arrived in October, without effort. On a morning when I was rereading what I had written and found it was finished in the way things are finished, when you have reached the place the writing was always heading toward, not the chronological end, but the emotional end, the place where the account has said what it needed to say, and any further addition would be subtraction. I wrote the title at the top of the first page. Then I closed the document and made coffee and stood at the kitchen window and looked at the sea glass in the morning light and felt, with the specific and undefended quality of something finally allowed to simply be felt, that I was ready to go back, not to stay, not to decide anything further about the practical future of the cottage or the estate, or the question of what a person does with a 43-year accumulation of her grandmother's carefully inhabited life, simply to return, to walk the dock again, and sit at the kitchen table again and be in a place that had received me and changed me, and asked of me the one thing I had spent the better part of my adult life being too afraid to offer. I called Dell on a Thursday evening in October and told him I was planning to come down the following weekend. He said the cottage was ready. Of course it was. The document sat on the kitchen table in its closed state, holding its account in the ordered and specific way that my grandmother's box had held its letters, not waiting to be completed, because it was complete, but waiting to be carried back to the place that had made it possible, the place where completion had always been the direction every part of it was moving, and from which the last part of the story had not yet been told. The Peninsula Road in October is a different thing entirely from the Peninsula Road in November, where November strips everything to its essential architecture. Bare branches, gray water, the bone-white birch trunks standing in the flat light like evidence. October keeps its color until the last possible moment, expending it with the specific extravagance of something that understands scarcity is coming, and has decided that the correct response to scarcity is abundance. The maples on the inland side of the road were doing something with red and orange that required no commentary. The light through them fell across the road in a moving pattern that changed with every breath of wind, and I drove through it slowly, not because of the ruts, which were softer this time, the ground not yet winter-hardened, but because I did not want to be done with the drive before I had finished being inside it. Marcus was with me. This was not a thing I had planned when I called Dell. I had called intending to go alone, with the same logic I had arrived with 14 months earlier. 4 days of leave, bag packed for 5, manila folder of unfinished business on the passenger seat. Then I had mentioned to Marcus that I was going, in the particular way I had been practicing of mentioning things rather than managing whether they were mentioned, and he had said he would like to come if I wanted company, and I had felt the old reflex, the brief, automatic calculation of what it would mean to let someone into a space that had been so specifically mine, and I had let the reflex pass through me without acting on it. I said yes. He had not been to the peninsula before. He looked at everything with the quiet attention of someone who understands they are being shown something rather than taken somewhere, which is a distinction that matters and that he had always understood instinctively. When the spruce trees closed in on both sides of the lane and the branches met overhead in their bare November-approaching lattice, he said nothing, which was the correct response. When the cottage appeared at the end of the lane, white clapboard, dark green shutters, the wooden bench on the inlet side, exactly where it had always been, he looked at it for a long moment, and then looked at me, and the look contained everything that needed to be said about the weight of the place and the fact of his being welcomed into it. Dell was at the lane's edge when we pulled in. He looked at Marcus with the direct, unhurried assessment of a man who has been told the important things and is now verifying them against the actual person. Then he extended his hand and Marcus took it, and the handshake had the quality of a formality that was also a genuine determination of something. And when it was done, Dell nodded once with the same mild confirmatory nod he used for most things. And I understood that whatever he had been checking for, he had found it present. We settled into the cottage in the way that two people settle into a space, when one of them knows the space and the other is learning it, the one who knows moving with the automatic confidence of accumulated familiarity, the other following slightly behind, receiving the rooms and the objects and the particular quality of the light through each window with the respectful attention of someone being introduced. I showed Marcus the parlor, the bookshelf, the place where the box had been. I showed him the view from the east-facing bedroom window. I showed him the dock. We stood at the dock's head in the October afternoon light, and the inlet was the hammered bronze color that October gives to water in late afternoon, and the far shore was a line of orange and gold above the water's edge, and the rope at the dock's end was still, which it had been, Dell had told me on the phone, since the morning I drove home 14 months earlier. It hung with the composed and finished quality I remembered from that last morning, and I looked at it and felt the specific gratitude of someone who has been given a thing they did not know they needed and has had enough time since to understand both the gift and the giver. I brought the document with me, the printed account, in the manila folder that had made the same drive as the estate papers 14 months earlier, riding on the passenger seat in its identical practical way, and yet entirely different in what it was. Not unfinished business, but finished business. The account of a week that had become the account of 14 months that had become the account of something I did not yet have a complete word for, but understood was still in the process of being named. I had not told Dell I was bringing it, but when I placed it on the kitchen table that first evening, he looked at it with the expression of someone who had been expecting it, which was, I had come to understand, simply how Dell looked at most things, with the settled, unastonished recognition of a man who has learned to trust the direction things move when they are moving correctly. She would want to know how it ends, he said. I told him it had not ended. That was the point, I said. That was what I had understood, writing it, that the right shape for this account was not a conclusion, but a continuance, not the closing of a circle, but the acknowledgement that the circle was still open, and that the opening was not a failure of resolution, but the correct form of a thing that was meant to keep moving. He thought about this for a moment. "That sounds right," he said. Cass came for dinner that second evening, bringing a potato soup she had made that morning and a bottle of something local and a quality of ease that I had not fully appreciated in my first visit, when I had been too focused on the machinery of my own interior to receive the specific warmth of a person who genuinely wanted to be present in a room. She and Marcus talked with the comfortable directness of two people who do not know each other, but recognize immediately that they are the same kind of person, practically minded, attentive, more interested in understanding things accurately than in understanding them comfortably. I listened to them talk and felt the particular warmth of a room that has people in it who are not managing their distance from each other. And I thought about my grandmother at this same table across all her decades of sitting at it, and about what she had built here, which was not just a cottage and not just a record, but a place in the world where the ordinary human practice of being genuinely present to one another could be inhabited and passed forward. After dinner I went out to the dock alone. The evening was clear, which is less common on the peninsula than the fog and mist register that the place favors, and the sky above the inlet was doing something with stars that required no description beyond the fact of it. The water below was still enough that the stars were present in it as well, doubled, so that standing on the dock felt like standing between two skies, the real one above and the reflected one below, with the dock extending out into the middle distance between them. I had the sea glass in my coat pocket. I had carried it there deliberately that morning, not with a specific intention, but with the understanding that it belonged in the place it had come from, that the 14 months of windowsill and morning light had been its temporary tenure in my apartment, and that its permanent address was here, on this stretch of water, where my grandmother had found it in the autumn of her last year and understood what it was for. I held it in my palm in the dark, and felt its familiar weight, and its smoothness, and the particular completeness of an object that has been worked by the water into something that could not be, improved by further working. Then I crouched at the dock's edge and held my hand over the dark water. I did not drop it immediately. I stayed crouched there for a moment, holding the sea glass above the water that had made it, and I thought about my grandmother on the dock in every season of 43 years, and about Dell at the dock's head on the morning he told me about Ruth, and about the drawer's 4 months of patient conversation and the April Tuesday when it closed, and about the 5-year-old version of myself pointing at something in the water that I could not now remember seeing, but that had been seen, and about Marcus in the cottage behind me and Cass's soup on the stove and the document in this folder on the kitchen table and the 7 letters in their box on the parlor shelf. I thought about the Tuesday in September and the ring and the drive home. I thought about it without flinching, which was new, the not flinching. I held the memory the way you hold something whose weight you have finally calibrated correctly. Not gripping, not bracing, just carrying it with the appropriate amount of yourself. Then I opened my hand. The sea glass fell without drama, a small, pale shape dropping through the cold air between my palm and the water's surface. And then it was in the water, and the water accepted it with the brief, clean sound of a thing returning to where it belongs, a sound so small and so complete that it seemed to belong to a different register than sound, more like punctuation than noise, the period at the end of a sentence that has taken a very long time to finish. I straightened up and stood on the dock and looked at the water. The stars in it were still doubled. The inlet was still and dark and entirely present, the way it had been every morning and every evening of that first week, doing what it had always been doing, which was simply being available to whatever the living needed to bring to it, not dramatic about it, not requiring acknowledgement or gratitude or ceremony, simply present in the way that the most reliable things are present, without announcement, without interruption, without any of the ordinary negotiations that presence usually requires. I said her name. Not loudly, the same way I had said it in the parlor 14 months earlier, into the still air of a room where the saying of it was the primary act. Just her name, offered to the water in the night and the doubled stars, with the specific quality of a gratitude that has had long enough to become something quieter and more permanent than gratitude. More like a frequency you carry inside you, a low and continuous note that does not call attention to itself, but is always present underneath everything else, the way the bellboy is always present underneath the other sounds of the peninsula, doing its patient and necessary work. The water did not answer, or it answered in the way it always answers, which is not with sound, but with continuation, the quiet, unhurried persistence of a thing that has always been here and intends to keep being here, long past the span of whatever the living bring to its edges and carry away again. I stood there for a while longer, long enough that the cold had begun its deliberate work on the exposed skin of my face and hands, long enough that the lights in the cottage windows behind me had taken on the amber quality of evening warmth seen from outside, the specific warmth of a lit room carrying people, which is one of the more reliable sights available to human eyes. When I turned and walked back up the dock, my footsteps were the only sound on the water. Inside, Marcus was at the kitchen table with a mug of tea, in the easy occupation of a person comfortable in a space he has just met. And Cass was saying something that made him laugh, a real laugh, unguarded, the kind that happens before the person has decided whether to let it, and the sound of it filled the kitchen in the uncomplicated way of something that belongs exactly where it is. I hung my coat on the hook beside the door. The drawer was closed. I did not check it, did not approach it, did not need to verify it. I knew it was closed the way you know things that are finished, not from evidence, but from the specific quality of a room that is no longer holding something in reserve, a room that has given what it had to give and is now simply a kitchen on a peninsula in Maine in October, warm and specific and entirely ordinary, the way the most important rooms eventually become ordinary once they have done their work. I sat down at the table, and Marcus put his hand over mine on the table surface, and Cass poured something into a mug and set it in front of me without asking, and the wood stove that Dell had lit before we arrived was doing its steady, serious work against the October night, and the cottage held us all inside its warmth with the settled authority of a structure that has been doing exactly this for a very long time. 14 months ago, I had arrived here with 4 days of leave and a bag packed for 5, and a folder of unfinished business, and the particular exhaustion of a person who has been maintaining a safe, interior distance for so long that the maintenance has become the primary activity. I had come back with none of that. Or rather, I had come back with all of it, because you do not stop being the person you have been, and the habits of a long time do not simply decommission themselves because you have understood them. But I carried it differently. The weight was the same and the carrying was different, which is the only change that turns out to matter, and which is, I have come to understand, the specific and ordinary work of a life that has agreed to be actually inhabited rather than efficiently managed. Outside, the peninsula settled into its October night. The water was still and the stars were doubled, and the rope at the end of the dock hung in the dark without moving, and the bellboy marked its intervals somewhere out past the visible, doing its patient and necessary work. And the smell of the sea came through the old walls of the cottage the way it always had and always would. Not asking for anything, not announcing anything, simply present, the way love is present when it has finally been allowed to be ordinary. What was left in the water? The foothills smell of pine resin and cold creek water in late August, when the nights turn cool before the days are ready for it. The houses up here are set back from the road behind long gravel drives that crunch under tires in a way that feels like a warning. I do not think of myself as a person who frightens easily. I want to be clear about that from the beginning, not because I need you to respect me, but because what I am about to describe will not make sense unless you understand who I was when it started. I am a forensic psychologist. I have spent 17 years interviewing people who have done things that most people cannot hold in their minds for longer than a few seconds without looking away. I have sat across from men who described their own violence with the calm specificity of someone giving directions to a parking garage. I have read reports that were submitted as evidence in murder trials during lunch. I sleep without difficulty. I have not had a nightmare since I was 11 years old. So when I tell you that I drove back to my mother's house in Gilmer County in the third week of August, and that I had not been inside that house in 7 years, and that within 48 hours of arriving I was lying awake in my childhood bedroom cataloging every object I could see in the dark. Not from fear, I told myself, just from awareness. You will understand that this was not normal for me, and that I noticed it, and that I chose to ignore it anyway. That choice is what I've been trying to understand for the past 14 months. The call came on a Wednesday. Lily had been missing for 3 days by the time my mother dialed my number, which tells you something about the dynamic between us, though I will let you draw your own conclusions about what. The official version was that Lily had gone out the back door at some point after 10 in the evening and not returned, and that my mother had waited because Lily was 29 years old and sometimes walked at night when she could not sleep, and the first night she told herself it was that, and the second night she told the county sheriff's office, and the third night they found her. She was standing at the tree line at 4:17 in the morning, facing the house. The deputy who found her described her as calm. He used that word twice in the incident report, and I read that report 4 times in the car on the drive up, because repetition in witness accounts almost always means the witness is trying to communicate something they do not have the vocabulary for. She was not disoriented. She was not distressed. She was standing perfectly still in the dark at the edge of a Georgia pine forest at 4 in the morning, and she was calm, and nobody could explain where she had been for 72 hours, and she had not asked for water. I remember the feeling of the report's paper against my thumb as I drove. I remember noticing that I was gripping it too tightly and telling myself to loosen my grip and not loosening it. The drive from Atlanta to Ellijay takes just over an hour when the highway is clear. Once you leave the interstate and climb into the foothills, the road narrows and the pine trees press close on both sides, and on a clear August afternoon, the light comes through in long amber columns that make the whole landscape look like something from a film about somewhere far away. It is beautiful in the way that things are beautiful when they are also old and indifferent to your presence. I had not seen this road in 7 years, and it looked exactly as I had left it, which unsettled me more than I expected. I had imagined, without quite admitting that I had imagined it, that the landscape would have changed enough to give me cover. A new gas station, a cleared lot, something that would let me say, it is different now, and so am I. But the pines were the pines, and the red clay embankments were the same red clay. And when I turned off the county road onto my mother's gravel drive, the crunch under my tires was the exact same sound it had always been, and my stomach turned over once, quietly, the way it does when something your body remembers lands before your mind is ready. The house is a white clapboard farmhouse built in the 1940s, set back behind 3 old white oaks that my father planted the year my parents bought the property. The trees are very large now. They were large when I left. They do not appear to have stopped growing in my absence, which is a thing I found disproportionately affecting, considering everything that followed. My mother was on the porch. She is 67 and she moves like a woman who has been conserving something for a long time, carefully, without waste, as if she calculates each gesture before committing to it. She did not come down the porch steps to meet me. She watched me get out of my car, and she straightened the porch railing's ceramic pot of dead petunias, which had clearly been dead for most of the summer, and she said, "She is upstairs." I noticed then that she did not say Lily is upstairs, just she. I did not note that at the time. I am noting it now. The inside of the house smelled of coffee, and the specific dusty warmth of old upholstered furniture. which is the smell of this house, which is the smell I associate with being 12 years old and entirely uninterested in understanding what this place would mean to me later. There was a ceiling fan turning slowly in the living room. There was a stack of library books on the end table that my mother had not opened. There was a mug of tea on the kitchen counter that had gone cold and been forgotten. The tea bag still in it, the string draped over the rim. I stood in the kitchen for a moment, and I thought about that tea bag. About whether my mother had made it for herself or for Lily, about what it meant that it was still there, untouched, in the middle of the afternoon. It meant nothing, obviously. It meant someone had forgotten a cup of tea. I am a forensic psychologist. I know the difference between a detail that matters and a detail that the mind in a state of low-level vigilance assigns false significance to. I set my bag down. I went upstairs. Lily's room was at the end of the hall, the same room it had always been, with the window that faced the backyard and the tree line behind it. The door was partly open. I could hear the ceiling fan in there, the same slow rotation as the one downstairs. I could smell the room before I pushed the door open all the way, and the smell was wrong in a way that took me a moment to identify. It was cold creek water, the sharp mineral smell of mountain stream water in late summer, clean and specific. There is a creek behind my mother's property, at the foot of the ridge, and when we were children, we played in it all summer, and that smell is one I know, the way I know the smell of my own hair. But I was inside a closed, dry house and a room with a shut window in August. I told myself the air conditioner vent was probably drawing moisture from somewhere. Lily was lying on the bed, awake, facing the ceiling. She turned her head when I came in, and she looked at me, and she said, "You came." "Of course I came," I said. She nodded slowly, carefully, as if she were filing that information somewhere. I sat down on the edge of the bed, and I looked at my sister, and I noticed, as a psychologist and as a person who had not seen this face in 3 years, that she looked healthy. Her color was good. She was not dehydrated. She was not sunburned. She did not have the disorientation of someone who had spent 3 days in a pine forest in Georgia in August without food or water. She looked rested. I asked her how she was feeling. "Fine," she said. She said it with complete, careful precision, the way you repeat a word in the language you were still learning. "I am fine." The real Lily would have said something like, "I'm okay, I think. I don't know. I'm just so glad you're here." And her voice would have moved through at least 3 different registers in the same sentence. The real Lily had never in her life used the word fine as a standalone complete sentence. I told myself she was in shock. I told myself that dissociative presentation after a traumatic episode was well within the clinical literature. I reached over and I touched her hand, and her hand was cool. And I told myself that was the air conditioning. I did not sleep well that night. I kept waking to the sound of the ceiling fan and counting the objects on the dresser and the faint light coming through the curtains. 1 lamp, 1 framed photograph, 1 glass of water, 1 ceramic dish, 1 book, and then starting over, and then stopping myself, and then starting over. The glass of water on the dresser was not there when I came upstairs. I do not know when it appeared. I do not know who put it there. Something in the quality of the next morning's light through my window felt different from the night before, flatter, more patient. The way light looks when something has rearranged itself in the dark and is waiting to see whether you will notice. The morning came in gray and unhurried, the way mornings do in the foothills, when the cloud cover has settled low enough to touch the ridgeline, and the whole world outside the window looks like something penciled rather than painted. No color, only pressure. I had slept in my old bedroom for the first time in 7 years, and my body knew it before my mind did. There is a particular stiffness that comes from a mattress that remembers a younger version of your spine, and I lay there in the early light feeling that stiffness spread from my lower back outward and thought, with the specific irrational clarity of the not quite awake, that I should call the office and check whether my Thursday afternoon client had rescheduled. My Thursday afternoon client was 400 miles away. I was not at work. I was in Gilmer County, in a house that smelled of old wood, and my mother's particular brand of anxious stillness. And my sister was down the hall, and something about my sister was wrong in a way I had not yet permitted myself to name. I got dressed in the quiet. Through the window I could see the back property, the yard, the fence line, the first tier of the ridge behind it, all of it pale and featureless in the morning mist. The pines back there are old growth on the upper half of the ridge, taller than anything you see closer to town, and in that flat gray light they looked less like trees and more like the suggestion of trees, like the memory of a landscape rather than the landscape itself. I looked at them for a long time. Then I went downstairs. My mother was already in the kitchen. She had made coffee and set a second mug on the counter without being asked, which is the version of tenderness she has always practiced. The anticipatory gesture, the thing placed quietly within reach rather than handed over. I wrapped both hands around the mug and stood at the kitchen window, and the coffee was very hot, and the warmth of it through the ceramic moved up into my palms and wrists in a way that felt, in that moment, disproportionately comforting. I held on to it. I let myself have it. "Did she eat anything last night?" I asked. My mother was at the counter rearranging the spice jars on the rack beside the stove. She had rearranged them in the same order since I was a child, and they were already in that order. But her hands kept moving among them. "She asked for water," my mother said. I brought it to her. "Did she drink it?" My mother's hands went still on a jar of dry thyme. "I do not know," she said. "I did not go back to check. I noted that." I set it aside. The grief I had been carrying about Lily was not new grief. It was old and specific, the kind that has had time to develop a texture. Rough at certain angles, smooth at others, always present the way a scar is present, not always painful, but never gone. The argument we had had 3 years ago, the last time I had been in this house, had not been a dramatic argument. It had been worse than that. It had been the quiet kind. The kind where both people are very controlled and very precise and say exactly what they mean, and what they mean is enough to end a long chapter of a relationship with the finality of a door closing on an empty room. She had told me that I treated everyone in my life the way I treated my clients, with professional warmth and professional distance, and that those two things together added up to nothing that a person could actually hold on to. I had told her she was being unfair. I had driven back to Atlanta the same night. 3 years of phone calls, careful and occasional, neither of us quite knowing how to reach across that distance without acknowledging it was there. And then the call from my mother on a Wednesday afternoon, and the incident report I had gripped too hard in the car, and Lily upstairs in her childhood bedroom, calm in a way that felt like a word with something large behind it. I took my coffee to the table and I sat down and I said, "I need you to tell me what happened the night she went out." My mother straightened the thyme jar. She moved it 1 inch to the left, then 1 inch back. "She said she wanted some air," my mother said. "At 10, at night. She did that sometimes. She always has. And you heard her go out." "I heard the back door." "Did you go to the door? Did you watch her?" A pause. I watched her from the window. My mother picked up a jar of paprika and set it down again in the exact same place. She walked to the fence, and she opened the gate, and she went through, and I thought she would turn back when she reached the tree line. She always turned back before. I looked at my mother's profile. She was not looking at me. "Before," I said. This had happened before. The silence that followed had a specific quality I recognized from interview rooms. The silence of someone who has reached the border of what they have decided to say, and is measuring the distance to the next sentence with great care. "She had been going out at night for several weeks," my mother said finally. "Before the week she disappeared. I thought it was insomnia. She has always had trouble sleeping. Several weeks, I repeated. And you did not mention this to the sheriff. I did not think it was relevant. She picked up the time jar again. They found her. She came back. She came back. I wrapped my hands around the mug again. The coffee had cooled to the temperature that is still warm but no longer hot. The specific temperature at which a drink stops being comforting and becomes just a thing you are holding. I heard footsteps on the stairs. Lily came into the kitchen in the gray morning light, wearing a gray shirt and gray sweatpants. And the way she was dressed was the first thing I could point to as concretely wrong rather than merely felt. Lily has always worn color. Not loudly. She was not someone who wore red or yellow to make a statement, but she dressed with a consistent preference for warmer hues, rust and amber and the particular faded green of old army surplus canvas. Gray was not Lily's color. Gray was not a color Lily owned. She went to the counter and poured a glass of water from the tap. She stood at the counter with a glass, and she looked out the window at the ridge. "Good morning," I said. She turned. "Good morning, Miriam," she said. In 17 years of professional practice, I have interviewed several hundred people in acute psychological distress, and I have developed what I privately call a calibration, an internal sense of where a person's presentation falls on the spectrum between what they are performing and what they cannot help but do. It is not magic. It is pattern recognition, developed over a very long time, and it is the thing I am best at, and it is the thing I trusted most completely about my own mind. My calibration, sitting in that kitchen, watching my sister say my full name in a tone of careful, measured pleasantness, told me that I was watching a performance. Not a bad performance, a very precise one, with all the right elements and approximately the right places. The twist of the shirt hem was not there. That was the thing I kept returning to in the weeks that followed, when I was trying to explain to myself why I had known so early and done so little. Lily had twisted the hem of whatever she was wearing since she was a small child, whenever she was uncertain or searching for words. She did it at family dinners when the conversation became awkward. She did it at the end of difficult phone calls while she was deciding how to close them. She had done it throughout the worst parts of our argument 3 years ago. That small twisting motion that meant she was still trying, still reaching, still hoping to find the right words for the thing she needed to say. The woman standing at the counter with a glass of water held her shirt flat at her sides. I thought about the loose skin of an old shed, a thing I had found once as a child along the fence line of the property. The outside of something perfectly preserved and completely empty. And I thought about that for exactly 2 seconds before my mind moved firmly away from it in the direction of less frightening things, the way a tongue moves instinctively away from a sore tooth. I asked if she was hungry. "Not particularly," she said. Then she turned back to the window. I spent the morning in the house, nominally to give Lily space and myself time to think. But the thinking kept arriving in shapes I did not know what to do with. By 11 in the morning, I found myself on the front porch with my second cup of coffee, looking down the gravel drive toward the county road, when I heard the crunch of tires on loose stone and a dark blue pickup truck came slowly up the drive and stopped in front of the house. The man who got out was in his late 60s, lean in the way that people who have worked outdoor land their whole lives are lean, with a face that had been made weathered and specific by decades of Georgia sun. He wore a plaid shirt the color of slate, and he carried a jar of something dark and preserved, fig jam, I thought, which he held with a lucence that suggested it was a pretext, and he knew I would understand that. He stopped at the foot of the porch steps. "You are Miriam," he said. It was not a question. "I am," I said. "Harlan Briggs. I own the property down the road." He looked at the jar. "I thought your mother might use this." He set it on the porch railing rather than handing it to me. I heard Lily was back. There was something in the way he said back, not home, not okay, not safe, that moved through me the way a cold current moves through warm water. "She is," I said. He nodded slowly, the way someone nods when they are not agreeing with you, but confirming something they already believed. He looked past me at the front door of the house, then down at his own hands for a moment, and then back up to the ridgeline above the property. "How is she doing?" he asked. I looked at him, a man I had never met, who had driven up my mother's gravel drive with a jar of fig jam at 11 in the morning, who was asking me how my sister was doing in the same careful register that a doctor uses when they ask how a patient is doing and mean something more specific than the words suggest. "She seems calm," I said. He looked at his hands again. "Yes," he said, "I imagined she would." The silence between those two sentences was long enough that I counted 4 slow revolutions of the wind chime hanging from the porch roof before either of us spoke again. "Mr. Briggs," I said, "is there something you would like to tell me?" He picked up the fig jam from the railing and looked at the label. He was not reading it. His hands were doing what his face would not. "Not today," he said, "but I think you will want to come by the house before the week is out." He set the jar back down. "I think you will have questions by then that I might be able to help you with." He turned and walked back to his truck with the unhurried patience of someone who has done all the difficult things already and is waiting for the world to catch up to him. I stood on the porch with my cooling coffee until the sound of his tires on the gravel had faded entirely into the distance. And then I stood there a little longer, looking at the jar of fig jam he had left on the railing. The lid was dusty. It had been in his pantry for a long time. He had brought it specifically because he needed a reason to come. That afternoon I found one of Lily's old sketchbooks on the shelf in her room, the kind she had filled obsessively in her 20s, and when I opened it to the last page with any drawing on it, my hands stopped moving before my mind had fully processed what I was looking at. The sketchbook drawing was of the ridge, not the ridge as you see it from the yard, the long, familiar silhouette of pine and hardwood against the sky, the shape I had grown up watching change color through the seasons without ever paying it much attention. This was the ridge as seen from inside the tree line, looking back toward the house. The perspective was low, close to the ground, as if the person drawing it had been sitting or kneeling in the undergrowth. The house appeared small in the distance, framed between the trunks of 2 old pines, its lit windows reduced to pale rectangles in the darkness. The pencil had built around them. Lily had always drawn from observation. She had never, in all the sketchbooks I had looked through over the years, drawn a scene she had not been physically present in. I closed the book and set it back on the shelf in exactly the position I had found it, spine out between a field guide to Georgia wildflowers and a paperback novel with a broken spine. I smoothed the shelf with my hand. I went back downstairs. I told myself she had sat at the tree line before she went in, that she had sat there and sketched the house because she was an artist, and that was what artists did, that there was nothing in a drawing that required the person who made it to have been inside the dark rather than at its edge. I told myself this with the measured internal authority I use when I am talking a client through a cognitive distortion. And I noticed, with a separate and much quieter part of my mind, that I was using it on myself, and that this was new. Lunch was a thing that happened without much participation for many of us. My mother made sandwiches and set them on the table, and we sat in the particular silence of 3 people who have agreed, without discussion, not to discuss the thing that is filling the room. Lily ate half of her sandwich with a methodical attention that had nothing of appetite in it. The way you eat when eating is a task rather than a want. She cut it into 4 sections first. She ate each section completely before moving to the next. Lily had always eaten the way she did everything else, out of order, enthusiastically, with a willingness to abandon something halfway through if something more interesting presented itself. She had spent most of our childhood eating the filling out of sandwiches and leaving the bread. Our mother had not remarked on this at lunch, which meant either she had not noticed or she was working very hard not to. I ate my sandwich. I thought about whether my car needed an oil change. It almost certainly did not. I had gotten one 6 weeks ago. But the thought arrived with the specificity of genuine concern and held my attention for a full minute, which told me something about the state of my interior life that I did not want to examine too directly. After lunch, Lily went back upstairs without being asked. She moved up the staircase with one hand on the banister, not using it for support, but resting her fingertips on it in a way that seemed exploratory, the way you feel your way along a surface in partial darkness, testing the continuity of a thing you want to be sure is still there. I watched her go, and I watched my mother watch her go. "How long has she been moving like that?" I asked. "Moving like what?" my mother said. I looked at her. She was stacking plates that did not need stacking. "Dottie," I said, the use of her first name. I do not think I had used it in 20 years, not since I was old enough to understand that parents have names that belong to other people, and that those other people knew them in ways their children never would. Stopped her hands. "Since she came back," my mother said. She said it to the stack of plates. "She touches things, walls, railings, the countertop, as if she is checking that they are there." "And before she disappeared, did she do that?" A long pause. My mother began unstacking the plates she had just stacked. "Lily never held the railing on those stairs in her life," my mother said. "She used to run up them. That afternoon the cloud covers broke and the light came through in the way that it does in the foothills in late summer when the humidity is high, thick and golden and slightly too warm, so that everything outside looks beautiful in a way that has a certain oppressive quality, the beauty of a place asserting itself too loudly. I went out to the back porch and stood there and looked at the yard and the fence and the tree line beyond it. The gate in the fence was the same wooden gate it had always been, weathered to the silver gray that untreated wood goes in this climate over enough years. It hung on 2 iron hinges and latched with a simple hook and eye closure. It was closed. I could see, from where I stood, that the grass on the other side of the fence, the narrow strip between the fence and the first tier of trees, was pressed flat in a path that ran from the gate toward the tree line, not trampled. Pressed. The way grass goes when something has traveled over the same ground repeatedly, over a long period of time. The county sheriff's office had searched those woods for 72 hours and found nothing. No sign of where Lily had been. No sign of what she had been doing. She had come back from 3 days in a Georgia pine forest in August, and she was not dehydrated, and she was not disoriented, and she did not have a mark on her. I stood on the back porch until the thick golden light began to angle toward bronze, and then I went inside and I found my mother in the living room, not reading, sitting in the armchair beside the window with her hands folded in her lap in a way that looked like a posture she had practiced. "I am going to go see Harlan Briggs tomorrow," I said. My mother's hands tightened in her lap. A small, specific tightening, the kind that is not visible unless you are looking for it. "Why?" she said. "Because he drove up here this morning with a jar of fig jam and told me to come by before the week was out. In my professional experience, when someone seeks you out with a pretext and a timeline, they have something to say that they have been waiting to say." My mother looked at the window. Outside, the bronze light was deepening toward the particular dark amber that precedes Georgia dusk, and the white oaks at the front of the property cast long shadows across the gravel. "He is an old man," she said. "He talks a great deal. What does he talk about?" She unfolded her hands. She folded them again. "The property," she said. "The history of it. The land up here." A pause. "Old stories. What kind of old stories?" The room was very quiet. Upstairs, I could hear no movement from Lily's room, which in itself was a kind of sound, the specific quality of a silence that is not empty, but occupied. "Dottie," I said, "what kind of old stories does Harlan Briggs tell?" My mother stood up from the armchair with the careful deliberateness of someone who has decided that standing will give them something a seated position does not. She crossed to the bookshelf along the far wall and straightened 3 books that were already straight. "The kind that old families up here pass around," she said. "About the woods, about what the woods do." She paused with her hand on the spine of a book. Your father used to say Harlan was full of superstition and had too much time to fill with it. There it was. The mention of my father dropped into the conversation like a stone into a still pool, and my mother's hand on the book spine, and the careful neutrality of her voice. My father had walked into those woods 19 years ago and not come back. The official account, a road trip, a car accident on a highway in Tennessee, was the account I had lived inside for 19 years. The account both Lily and I had accepted because we had been given it by our mother, and she was our mother, and we were 17 and 11, and we had needed something to hold on to. I had not examined it closely. I was a forensic psychologist who spent her professional life examining the seams of stories people told about terrible events, and I had not once in 19 years, examined the seams of this one. I was examining them now. I could feel the examination beginning in the way that a shift in temperature begins, not in any single moment, but in the slow accumulation of a new condition that has been true for longer than you knew. Dottie, I said, Dad did not die in a car accident. The silence that followed was the longest one yet. My mother's hand left the book spine. She stood with her back to me for a long time, and the room darkened around us as the dusk completed itself outside the window, and I waited, the way I wait in interview rooms, without pressure, without filling the space, just present and patient and clear that the space was there to be filled. No, she said, he did not. Her voice, when she said it, had the quality of something that had been sealed for a very long time and was releasing not with force but with a slow deflation of a thing that was simply too tired to remain pressurized. She did not say anything else. She stood at the bookshelf with her back to me, and I looked at the chair she had vacated, the indentation still present in the cushion, the faint outline of where a person had been sitting and was no longer. That night I did not read, and I did not work, and I did not do the things I usually do to fill the hours before sleep. I sat on the edge of my childhood bed in the dark, and I thought about the sketchbook drawing, the house as seen from inside the tree line, and I thought about the pressed grass and the path between, the fence gate and the first tier of pines, and I thought about my father, who had walked into those same woods nearly 2 decades ago, and I noticed, with the steadiness that I recognize as the particular steadiness of a person who is about to stop being able to maintain it, that the facts were arranging themselves into a shape I had not asked for and could not disarrange. My mouth had gone dry, not from thirst. I was not thirsty. My mouth was simply dry, the way it goes when the body registers something the conscious mind is still 3 steps behind. I had been in this house for 36 hours. I had brought 4 days of clothing. I had not called my office to say I would need more time. I found myself thinking about this, fixating on it. The question of whether I had enough professional clothes, whether there was a dry cleaner in Ellijay, how far the nearest one was from the county road, and I sat with that thought for a full minute before I understood what it was. It was the oldest technique I knew. The mind in distress finds the most boring available question and drills into it like it is the most important thing in the world, because boring questions have answerable answers, and the thing my mind was moving away from did not. I lay down on the bed without undressing. Somewhere toward midnight, I heard Lily's door open down the hall. I heard her footsteps, that careful measuring quality, one hand trailing the wall, move down the hallway toward the staircase, then down the stairs, then through the kitchen. I heard the back door open. I did not get up. I lay in the dark and I listened, and this too is something I have had to think about carefully in the months since. Why I lay there rather than following. Why my body, which had responded to every professional instinct for 17 years without hesitation, chose that particular moment to go very still and wait. I think the body understood something before I was ready to. I think it knew that going to the back door and looking out into the dark yard and watching my sister walk to the fence gate was a threshold, and that once I had crossed it, the version of the story I was still telling myself, the one where this was trauma response, dissociation, The psychology of a frightening experience that a good therapist could map and address would not survive what I would see. The back door did not open again until 23 minutes later. I know because I have been watching the red numerals of the bedside clock the entire time, counting without meaning to, the way you count when the mind needs something to do with its hands. She came back up the stairs with the same careful step. Her door closed. In the morning, I would go see Harlan Briggs. In the thin gray light before sunrise, I lay still and listened to the house breathe around me. And I thought, there is a difference between a person who has come home and a person who has come back. And I had spent 2 days telling myself those two things were the same. The road to Harlan Briggs's property ran downhill from my mother's drive and curved left through a stand of sourwood trees whose leaves had already begun their early September turn, going from green to a deep arterial red at the tips in a way that made the canopy look as though it were bruising from the outside in. The morning was cool enough that I had brought a jacket, and the jacket was not quite enough, and I walked with my hands in my pockets and my shoulders slightly raised against the chill in the way that accomplishes nothing practical but satisfies some instinct toward self-containment. I had not slept after Lily came back inside at 23 minutes past midnight. I had lain in the dark and waited for a sleep that did not arrive, and by 5 in the morning I had stopped waiting and simply lay there with my eyes open, cataloging the ceiling. The plaster had a hairline crack running from the light fixture toward the east wall. That had not been there when I was 17. I spent 40 minutes with that crack, tracing it, estimating its length, wondering whether it indicated settling or moisture or something structural. And I recognized this for exactly what it was. My mind building scaffolding out of whatever materials were available. And I did it anyway, because it was better than the alternative. The alternative was thinking clearly about what I already knew. Harlan Briggs's house sat at the end of a gravel turnaround behind a stand of old cedars, a low field stone house with a tin roof and a covered porch that ran the full width of the front. It was the kind of house that had not been built so much as accumulated. Additions made over generations in materials that nearly matched. Windows that were not quite level. A chimney that leaned a half-degree to the west, as if considering a direction. It had the particular solidity of a structure that has stopped trying to be new and has settled into simply being old. And there was something in that solidity that I found, stepping onto his porch, unexpectedly steadying. He was already on the porch. He had a mug of coffee and a wooden chair, and the specific quality of stillness that belongs to people who spend a great deal of time outside, an absence of the indoor restlessness that most people carry without knowing it. He watched me come up the porch steps, and he did not offer the coffee, and he did not make a remark about the weather, both of which I found appropriate. "I thought it would be this morning," he said. "Why this morning?" "Because you struck me as someone who does not wait longer than necessary once she has decided." He looked at his mug. "Sit down." There was a second wooden chair. I sat. The view from Harlan's porch looked northeast, up the face of the ridge, and from this angle in this elevation, I could see the upper pine canopy in a way that was not visible from my mother's yard. The full depth of it. The way it went back and back and back into the mountain, the trees thinning only at the highest visible point where the rock face broke through the soil and the pines gave way to bare gray stone. The ridge from this angle looked larger than it did from the house. It looked like the beginning of something rather than the back edge of a backyard. I let the view sit for a moment. "My mother's husband went into those woods 19 years ago," I said. "She told my sister and me it was a car accident." Harlan looked at the ridge. "I know," he said. "You knew him." "I knew Randall Calloway for 30 years. He turned the mug in his hands. He was a careful man, not given to dramatics, not the kind of man who wanders. And yet, he agreed. The sourwood leaves moved above the cedar stand in a wind I could not feel from the porch. And the red-tipped branches shifted and resettled, and Harlan watched them with the patient attention of a man who has learned to read weather and things other than the sky. "Mr. Briggs," I said, I am a forensic psychologist. I have spent the better part of 2 decades in rooms with people who have information that is difficult to say out loud, and I have learned that there is no version of a difficult conversation that is made easier by approaching it slowly. So, I would ask you, with respect, to tell me what you know. He looked at me for the first time since I had sat down. A long, assessing look that was not unfriendly, but was thorough. What do you know about the swap? He said. The word arrived with a specificity that told me it was a term, not a description. Not a swap, but the swap, a thing with a definite article and a fixed meaning. Nothing, I said. He nodded, as if this confirmed something rather than surprising him. My grandmother called it the exchange, he said. Her mother had a different word for it. The name changes. The thing itself does not. He set his mug on the porch railing and looked at the ridge. Up here, in these hollows, in the families that have been here long enough, and I mean 150 years, not 30, there is an understanding about those woods. Not a belief exactly, an understanding, the way you understand that a river will flood in spring. Not because you have decided to believe it, but because you have watched it happen enough times that the understanding is just part of how you know the world. I waited. The woods up here take things, Harlan said. People, mostly, but occasionally animals. Occasionally objects, though those matter less. Something goes in and does not come out, and the family grieves and the community marks the loss, and life continues the way it does. He paused, but sometimes, not always, not even often, something comes back. The porch was very quiet. From the cedar stand came the distant, irregular percussion of a woodpecker working a dead branch somewhere I could not see. And when something comes back, I said, it is not the same thing that went in. He said it with the flatness of someone reciting a fact about the physical world, the boiling point of water, the load-bearing capacity of a beam. It looks the same. It knows things the person knew. It uses the person's voice and the person's face, and it moves through the person's life. But it is wearing that person the way you would wear a coat. He looked at his hands. Families that know this, and up here the old families know it. They have signs they watch for, ways of telling. My jaw had tightened somewhere in the last 2 minutes, and I had not noticed until I tried to speak and felt the resistance of it. I made a deliberate effort to release it. What kind of signs? I said. Small things, mostly. The way a person touches familiar objects as if they are measuring them rather than remembering them. The way they sit too still. The way they eat without hunger. The way they use a person's full name when a nickname has always been natural. He turned to look at me with the directness of someone delivering a clinical finding. The way they do not reach for the person they love, even when the person they love is right there in front of them. I thought about Lily at the kitchen counter with her glass of water, not crossing the room to me. I thought about the careful, complete sentences. I thought about the shirt hem hanging flat and still. I thought about my own hand, reaching for hers in the moment I arrived, and the cool temperature of it. My father, I said. My voice had a quality I did not recognize in it, lower than usual and more careful. When he went into those woods, did he come back? Harlan's hands went to his knees. He looked at them. Yes, he said. He did. The woodpecker stopped. The sourwood branches stilled. The morning sat around us with a particular absence of sound that follows a piece of information too large to process quickly, the way a room goes quiet after something heavy falls. How long? I asked. How long did it stay? 4 months. He picked up his mug and found it empty and set it back down. Your mother knew. She had enough of the old knowing to recognize it. She sent it away in the end. He paused. It cost her something. It always costs something. Sent it away how? He was quiet for long enough that I counted the seconds without meaning to 8 of them. The specific duration of a man deciding how much to say. That is the harder conversation, he said. And I do not think you are ready for it today. I looked at him. I am a forensic psychologist, I said. I am ready. "I did not doubt your professional tolerance for difficult information," he said. And there was something in his voice that was not condescension but was close to it in the way that genuine sorrow is sometimes close to condescension. But there is a difference between information that is difficult to hear and information that requires you to have already grieved something before you can use it. He looked at the ridge. "You have not grieved yet. You are still in the part where you are deciding whether to believe what you already know." The accuracy of this landed somewhere between my sternum and my spine and sat there with a weight that I could not immediately assess. He was right. I was still in the clinical register, the professional distance, the part of my mind that processes information as data and defers the emotional cost to a later date that never quite arrives. I had been in that register since the drive up, since the incident report in my car, since I had sat on the edge of Lily's bed and held her cool hand and told myself it was the air conditioning. I had not grieved. I had not let myself understand what there was to grieve. "Tell me one thing," I said. "One thing I can use today." He was quiet for another long moment. Then he said, "The thing that comes back? It came back because of something that was unfinished, between the person who was taken and the person who was left." He looked at me with the directness of someone who has said the difficult thing enough times that the saying of it no longer costs him the way it once did. "It is not malicious. It does not come back to harm. It comes back because something was not finished, and it cannot rest with that." He paused. "That is both the most important thing I can tell you, and the most important thing I cannot tell you to act on yet." I sat with that for a moment. The cold had deepened while we talked, and my jacket was still not enough. And I was aware of my own shoulders, their tension, the specific ache of muscles that had been contracted without release for too long. "My sister and I had an argument," I said. 3 years ago. We have not spoken properly since." Harlan did not say anything. "The thing came back," I said, "because that argument was never finished." He picked up the empty mug again, and I understood that this was his version of my mother and the spice jars, the hands moving to occupy themselves while the mind does the harder work. "I want you to think carefully," he said, "about whether the argument was with Lily." He set the mug down, "or whether it was with yourself." I drove back to my mother's house with both hands on the wheel and the heater on and the particular interior silence of a person who has been handed a question they cannot answer quickly and knows better than to try. The sourwood trees moved in a wind that had picked up while I was on Harlan's porch, and the bruised red tips of the leaves caught the morning light in a way that should have been beautiful and was instead just present, just color and motion, and the world continuing to operate without reference to anything I was feeling. When I came through the front door, Lily was sitting at the kitchen table with a glass of water in front of her and her hands flat on the table on either side of it, looking at nothing. She turned her head when I came in. She looked at me with an attentiveness that had a particular quality I had not found the right word for until that moment. Sitting with Harlan Briggs's voice still present in my mind, it was the attentiveness of something waiting for an opening, not threatening, not predatory, patient in the way that deep water is patient, not because it has decided to be, but because patience is simply its nature. My hands, I noticed, had begun a slow count without my permission. 1 chair, 2 chairs, the table, the window, the glass, and I stopped them, and I looked at my sister. And for the first time since I had arrived, I did not look at her through the clinical register. I looked at her the way you look at someone you have been missing for 3 years. The grief arrived then, not loudly, the way dawn arrives, not in the moment, but in the gradual accumulation of light that has been coming for a long time before you notice the room has changed. That evening I found the door to my father's old study at the end of the upstairs hall, standing open for the first time since I had arrived, and through the gap I could see the edge of his desk, and on the desk a single envelope addressed in handwriting I recognized, placed squarely in the center of the blotter as if it had been waiting there to be found. The envelope had my name on it. Not Miriam Calloway, not Dr. Calloway, Not the formal address of someone writing to a professional, just Miriam, in my father's handwriting. The particular slant of it that I had not seen in 19 years, and recognized in my body before my mind had finished processing what I was looking at. My chest tightened in the way it tightens before you cry. That specific muscular compression that precedes tears by a second or two, giving the body just enough warning to decide whether to allow them. I did not allow them. Not yet. I stood in the doorway of my father's study, and I looked at the envelope on the desk blotter, and I did not go in. The room smelled of old paper, and the particular dryness of a space that has been closed for a long time. The air inside it slightly different in composition from the air in the hallway, denser in a way that has nothing to do with humidity. The desk was mahogany, or something meant to approximate mahogany, and it had the dull patina of wood that has been wiped down but not polished in years. The blotter was dark green. The envelope was white. The contrast between them was very sharp in the late afternoon light coming through the study window. I thought about whether I had turned off the burner under the kettle downstairs before I came up. I had not used the kettle. There was no burner to check, but the thought arrived with the full urgency of a genuine concern, and I stood with it for 30 seconds, running through the geometry of the kitchen in my mind, the position of the stove, the specific question of the burner, before I understood what I was doing and released it. Then I went into the room. The envelope was sealed. My name on the front was written in blue ink, the same blue ink my father had used for everything. A specific shade, slightly gray-toned, from a brand of fountain pen cartridge he had ordered by mail from a company in Virginia. I knew the color of that ink. I had watched him write and edit this desk when I was a child, doing homework on the floor while he worked. The scratch of the nib against paper. A sound I associated with safety and the specific warmth of lamplight and the feeling of being in the presence of someone whose attention, even when directed elsewhere, constituted a kind of protection. I turned the envelope over. On the back flap, in the same ink he had written, "When you are ready." Not if, when. I sat down in the chair behind the desk. It was not the chair I remembered. The original had been a high-backed wooden chair, and this was something lower and upholstered in a fabric that had gone slightly rough with age. And the difference between the chair I remembered and the chair I was sitting in was a small thing, a detail, the kind of detail that should not have mattered, and it mattered completely. My mother had replaced the chair. At some point in 19 years she had come into this room and replaced the chair. And she had left everything else exactly as it was, the desk and the blotter and the framed survey map of the property on the wall and the shelf of reference books along the east side, and she had replaced only the chair, which told me something about the specific and private economy of her grief that I could not have articulated and did not need to. I put the envelope in the pocket of my jacket. I was not ready yet. I understood that Harlan had been right about that, about the order of things, about the difference between information you can hold and information that requires a prior grieving before it becomes usable. I would need to be in a different condition than I was currently in before I opened that letter, and I did not know precisely what condition that was, only that I was not in it yet. I went downstairs. Lily was in the living room, sitting on the floor beside the bookshelf along the far wall, pulling books out one at a time and setting them on the floor beside her in a careful row, not reading them, opening them to their title pages, and then closing them and setting them down. She was working through the shelf methodically, left to right, with the patience of someone conducting an inventory. My mother was nowhere visible. I sat down on the floor a few feet from Lily. The floorboards were cool through my jeans, and the afternoon light came through the front window at a low angle and caught the dust that her movement along the shelf had disturbed. And emotes move slowly in the light, with the specific, unhurried drift of things that have no awareness of being observed. "What are you looking for?" I asked. She did not look up from the book in her hands, a collection of regional plants, the cover worn soft at the corners. "Names," she said. "Whose names?" She turned to the title page. She read it. She set the book on the floor. People who were here before, she said. Something in my chest performed a slow, reluctant motion. Not a physical pain, but its precise emotional equivalent. The sensation of a recognition arriving that you have been holding at a distance for days. I had spent my entire career learning to sit with the unbearable things other people told me. I had developed, through years of deliberate practice, the capacity to receive information that would devastate most people and remain present with it, functional within it, useful inside it. I was good at this. It was, in a technical sense, my primary professional skill. It was also, I understood then, with a clarity that felt like a window opening in a closed room, the thing that Lily had been trying to tell me 3 years ago, that I had turned the same instrument on my own family, that the professional warmth, the genuine care I did feel, had always felt, was delivered through a structure that kept me on one side of a desk and the people I loved on the other, that this was not strength, or not only strength, that it was also a way of never being reached, and that Lily, who had loved me without condition and without the benefit of any professional framework for managing the pain of loving someone who would not let themselves be fully loved, had sat across from me at the same kitchen table 3 years ago, and told me this as plainly as it was possible to say it. And I had told her she was being unfair, and I had driven back to Atlanta the same night. 3 years. 3 years of careful, occasional phone calls that skimmed the surface of what was between us, and then a Wednesday afternoon, and an incident report, and my sister standing at the tree line at 4 in the morning, calm, and the thing sitting on the living room floor pulling books from a shelf was wearing the face that I had spent 3 years being too professional to properly miss. My eyes burned. I did not blink. "Lily," I said. The thing on the floor turned its head and looked at me with an attentiveness that was, I understood now, a form of listening, not just to my words, but to something beneath them, some frequency of emotional intent that the words themselves were only imperfectly carrying. "She talked about you," it said, "constantly. Everything reminded her of you, a client you told her about once, years ago. The way you take your coffee, the name of your first car." It set another book on the floor. She kept a list of things she wanted to tell you. In a notebook beside her bed, 2 pages long. The burning in my eyes intensified. "What happened to her?" I said. "Where is she?" It looked at me with a steady attentiveness, and for a moment something moved through its expression that was not quite an emotion, but was the shape of one, the outline of a grief it had borrowed or absorbed, or carried across whatever distance separated where it had been from where it was now. "She is not gone," it said. "That is not how it works." "Then tell me how it works." "She is where she was, where the water is." It placed the plant book back on the shelf with a care that was excessive, both hands steadying the spine until it sat perfectly flush with its neighbors. "She went looking for the thing that took your father, because she had been looking for it for years, in the way that people look for things they cannot name, going out at night, following the sound of a creek, getting a little closer each time, and something found her first." My hands were flat on my thighs. I could feel the specific pressure of each fingertip against the denim, and I focused on that pressure the way you focus on a fixed point when the world is tilting, "and sent you back instead," I said. "Not instead." It looked at its own hands in its lap. "Alongside. She is still there. What I am is what the place sent back to." It stopped. The pause lasted 4 full seconds, and in those 4 seconds I watched something that might have been the labor of finding the right word in a language that was not quite its own. "To finish," it said. "To close the thing that was not closed." "The argument," I said. "The argument was a symptom," it said. "The thing that was not closed is older than that." I thought about my father at this desk in the lamplight. I thought about leaving for college at 18 and not looking back with the full attention the place deserved. The specific selfishness of being young and forward-facing and failing to understand that the people you leave behind do not stop being 3-dimensional when you are not there to observe them, I thought about the 7 years between my last visit and this one, and the 3 years of careful phone calls before that, and the argument that was a symptom of something older, the long, practiced habit of loving my family from a professionally maintainable distance, and Lily, who had stayed, who had been here in this house with my mother while I built my careful life in Atlanta, who had made the phone calls and had the dinners and sat with the grief of our father's absence while I filed it under unresolved family history and moved on, who had gone into those woods at night for weeks, getting closer each time, looking for the thing that had taken him. She was trying to find him, I said. The thing on the floor did not answer. It did not need to. I stood up from the floor. My legs had gone slightly numb from the coolness of the floorboards, and I stood carefully, one hand on the bookshelf for balance, and I was aware of the irony of that. My hand on the bookshelf, measuring its solidity, exactly the gesture I had been watching this thing perform for 2 days. Through the front window, I could see the white oaks at the end of the drive, and beyond them, the county road, and beyond that, the beginning of the sourwood trees on the lower ridge of Harlan's property, their bruised red tips just visible in the last of the afternoon light. It was getting dark earlier now. The equinox was close. Upstairs, I heard my mother's footsteps moving from her bedroom toward the hallway, the deliberate, conserving footstep of a woman who has been carrying something enormous for 19 years and has learned to walk as if she is not. I put my hand in my jacket pocket and felt the envelope. Not yet. But soon. The notebook, I said. The list of things she wanted to tell me. I did not look at the thing on the floor. I looked out the window at the darkening sourwood trees. Do you know what was on it? A pause. Yes, it said. Will you tell me? Another pause. Longer. The kind that is not reluctance but preparation. The gathering of something that needs to be given carefully. When you are ready, it said. The words landed with a precision that was not coincidental. I had not shown it the envelope. It should not have known those words. And yet there they were. The exact 4 words from the back of my father's letter, spoken in the wrong voice in the almost dark of my mother's living room, and my hand tightened around the envelope in my pocket, and the burning in my eyes became something I could no longer defer, and I turned toward the window so that whatever was behind me could not see my face. The first tears were quiet. Professional, almost, the kind that fall without any accompanying sound, the body releasing something it has held at operational pressure for too long, the slow decompression of a depth that has been maintained far past the point of being sustainable. Outside, the sourwood trees lost their color in the falling dark, somewhere between the moment I stopped being able to hold it and the moment I heard my mother come to the top of the stairs and stop there, listening. I understood that the hardest part of what was coming was not the horror of what lived in those woods. It was the question of whether I deserved to be the one to call my sister home. My mother made soup that evening, not from a can, from scratch, the way she had always made it in the colder months, starting with a bone she kept in the freezer and building from there, so that the process took most of the afternoon and the smell of it had been working its way through the house since before I came downstairs. Parsnip and thyme and something deeper underneath. The long-cooked richness of marrow released slowly into stock, and the smell of it was so specifically and completely the smell of being a child in this house during the first cold weeks of autumn, that I stood in the kitchen doorway for a moment and simply received it, letting it do what it was going to do. My mother did not look up from the pot. "Sit down," she said. "It will be ready in 20 minutes." Lily was already at the table, her hands folded on the surface in front of her, her water glass beside them. She watched me come in and sit down with the steady attentiveness I had learned, over the past 3 days, to stop trying to interpret as anything other than what it was. We ate without much conversation. The soup was exactly as I remembered it. The specific savory depth of a thing made with patience and time. The kind of food that is also an argument for the value of effort. My mother ate slowly. Lily ate the way she always did now, methodically, with a thoroughness that was the absence of enjoyment rather than its presence. finishing everything in the bowl in an order that never varied. I watched them both, and I ate my soup, and I thought about what I needed to ask my mother after dinner, and I thought about the envelope in the inside pocket of my jacket, which I had moved there from the outer pocket because I wanted it closer, and I noted this impulse without examining it too carefully. After dinner, my mother washed the pot, and I dried it, the way we had done since I was tall enough to reach the dish rack, and Lily sat at the table and drank her water, and the three of us occupied the kitchen in the specific silence of people who were managing the space between them with great care. When the pot was put away, I said, "Mom, I need to talk to you tonight." My mother hung the dish towel on the oven handle. She straightened it. She straightened it again. "I know," she said. We went to the back porch. The night was cool and very clear, the kind of clarity that follows a dry front moving through, so that the stars above the ridge were sharp and numerous in a way that made the sky look like a different thing than it does in the city. Not just more stars, but a different kind of dark between them, a dark that had depth and weight. The tree line was a black edge at the bottom of that sky, irregular and solid, the tops of the old pines visible as a jagged silhouette against the lesser darkness above them. The gate was closed. My mother sat in the wooden porch chair and wrapped her cardigan tighter and looked at the gate with the specific quality of attention that a person gives to something they have spent years watching. "Tell me about Dad," I said. She had known this was coming since I had said it in the living room 2 days ago, and she had spent those 2 days constructing and discarding the various approaches to it. I could tell. There was a certain relief in how quickly she began, the way there is relief in setting down something heavy you have been carrying past the point where your arms could reasonably hold it. "He went in on a Tuesday," she said. "October, the leaves were already down." She looked at the tree line. "He had been going out at night for about 6 weeks before that. I thought I told myself it was insomnia. He had always had trouble with sleep in the autumn. The repetition of this, the precise parallel of it. Lily going out at night for weeks before she disappeared. My mother telling herself it was insomnia. The same story told twice in the same family across 19 years. Landed in my chest with the weight of a pattern recognized too late. "When he came back," she said. 4 days later, standing at the fence at dawn, the way she stopped, she pulled the cardigan tighter, the way Lily was standing. "What did you do?" "I let him in," she said. I knew. I had enough of the knowing from my own mother. Things she had said when I was young that I had not taken seriously. And I knew. But I let him in anyway. Her voice had gone to a particular flatness that I recognized from Register 1. Not the absence of emotion, but its compression to the point of density, packed so tightly it could pass for calm. Because he looked exactly like Randall. And he spoke exactly like Randall. And I had 2 daughters, 7 and 15, who needed their father to have come home. My throat tightened. 4 months, I said. 4 months. She was quiet for a moment. "You were at school." Lily was too young to understand, and it was. She stopped again, and this time the stop had the quality of a deliberate edit, a sentence revised at the last moment before delivery. It was not cruel to us. It was careful. It tried to be what we needed. But there was something it was looking for, the whole time, something it needed from one of us that it could not quite locate. And after a while I understood what it was. What was it looking for? My mother turned her head and looked at me for the first time since we had come out to the porch, and in the starlight her face had the particular legibility of a face that has stopped managing its expression. "You," she said. "It was looking for you. You were at school. You were not here. And the thing it needed to finish was between Randall and you." She looked back at the tree line. "When I understood that, I knew you could not come home. I kept you away. I found reasons, and eventually the place took it back. The stars turned above the ridge with the patience of things that have been doing this for longer than human grief has existed to observe them. I thought about the years of careful distance my mother had maintained between me and this house, the holidays redirected, the visit shortened, the gentle, persistent suggestions that I was busy, that there was no need to make the trip. I had attributed this to her self-sufficiency, to the particular independence of a woman who had raised her daughters to leave and could not bring herself to ask them to return. It had not been self-sufficiency. It had been protection. "You kept me away," I said. "As long as I could," she said. "And now Lily has gone in," I said, "and whatever came back is looking for the same thing. The unfinished thing between me and Lily." I looked at the closed gate, which is also, as it turns out, the unfinished thing between me and myself. My mother did not confirm this. She did not need to. I went back inside and I put on my jacket, and I walked down the road to Harlan Briggs's house in the dark. His porch light was on. He was inside, visible through the front window, sitting at a table with a book open in front of him and a lamp angled over his shoulder, and he looked up when I knocked and came to the door without any expression of surprise. He had been expecting this visit, or one like it. He stepped back and let me in. The inside of his house had the warmth of a space heated by a wood stove, dry and even and deep, and the stove itself was in the corner of the main room with its small window glowing amber, and I stood near it for a moment and felt the heat work into my hands and arms, the specific pleasure of warmth earned by cold. A wool blanket was folded over the arm of the sofa. A mug sat beside it, steam still rising. He cleared the chair across from his and we sat. "My mother told me about my father," I said, "and you were right. I have grieved now, or I have begun to." I looked at him. "Tell me the mechanism. Tell me how it is sent back." He looked at his book, still open on the table. He closed it without marking the page. "The thing that comes back," he said, "comes back because of an unfinished wait, a word not said, a wrong not repaired, a love not properly received." He set his hands flat on the closed book. "It cannot rest while that wait exists, and it cannot finish the wait itself because it is not the person, it is the place's version of the person, which is not the same thing." He looked at me steadily. "Only the living person can finish it." "Meaning me," I said. "Meaning you." "And what does finishing it look like?" He was quiet for 8 seconds. I counted. "There is a place along the creek," he said, "a quarter-mile up from the fence line, where the water runs over a shelf of granite and drops into a pool maybe 4 feet deep. The old families called it the speaking place, not because anything speaks there, but because it is where the wait has to be spoken." He looked at the stove's amber window. "You go there. You say what was not said, not to the thing in the house, to the person, to Lily, wherever she is, in whatever way the place holds her." His hands pressed flatter against the book. "The place listens. That is what it does. It holds things that have not been finished, and it listens for the finishing. And when the finishing comes, when it is genuine, when it is the real thing and not a performance of it, it releases what it has been holding." "And Lily comes back," I said. "If the wait is genuine," he said, "if what you bring to the speaking place is the true thing and not a version of it that you have edited into something more manageable." He looked at me. "The place knows the difference. It has been doing this for a very long time, and it is not deceivable." I thought about the envelope in my inside pocket. "My father left a letter," I said, "in his study, addressed to me." Harlan's expression did not change, but something in it settled. The specific settling of a face receiving information that confirms rather than surprises. "Randall was a careful man," he said. "When should I read it?" "Before you go to the creek." He looked at the stove again, and the amber light moved in his eyes, and he looked, in that moment, like a man who has carried a long wait and has arrived, finally, at the place where he can set a portion of it down. "The letter will tell you something about what the unfinished wait actually is. not what you have been assuming it is. A pause. In my experience, the thing people believe they failed to say is rarely the real thing. The real thing is almost always older. I looked at my hands in my lap, the knuckles pale from the cold I had carried in from the walk. I turned them over, palms up, the way you do when you are looking for something and are not sure what it is. "There's one more thing," Harlan said, "and I want you to hear it clearly." I looked up. "The thing in the house," he said. "It is not your enemy. It is not dangerous to you or your mother, not in itself." His voice was very even, the flatness of register 1, every word carrying exactly its own weight and no more. "But it is also not your sister. And there is a version of this, there is always a version of this, where a person knows the difference and cannot hold it, where the love for the person overrides the understanding of what the thing is, where the grieving and the wanting and the 3 years of regret add up to a weight that makes the false version feel like enough." He looked at me with the directness of a man who has watched this happen. That version ends with the thing staying, and the person who was taken not being called back, and the family building a life around the substitute without ever quite admitting that is what they are doing. The amber light shifted in the stove window as the wood inside settled. "My mother did not make that mistake," I said. "Your mother," Harlan said carefully, "had 4 months to understand what she was living with before you were old enough to come home. She had time that you do not have." He looked at his closed book. "You have been here 4 days. The thing in the house is wearing your sister's face, and you love your sister." He paused. "I am not telling you this because I doubt your capacity. I am telling you because the place is listening to everything, including the things you have not said out loud yet, including the things you are not sure you believe. And what you carry to the speaking place has to be the real thing." He met my eyes. "Not the thing you have decided is real, the thing that actually is." I walked home in the dark with the stars overhead, and the sourwood trees on either side of the road moving in a wind I could feel now, cool and direct, coming down off the ridge with the smell of stone and pine resin and the season changing, and my hand was pressed flat against my jacket over the pocket that held my father's letter, and my jaw was tight, and my vision had narrowed very slightly at the periphery in a way I recognized as stage 2 of something I had read about in my own professional literature and never expected to experience from the inside. The thing I was afraid of was not the creek or the dark or the woods or whatever intelligence lived in the water and the granite and the old pines. The thing I was afraid of was that I would go to the speaking place and open my mouth and find that I did not know how to say the real thing. That 17 years of professional distance had not just been a way of managing other people's pain, but had hollowed out the precise instrument required for this moment, and that when the place listened, it would hear the echo of an empty room. The gate was open when I came through the front yard. I had latched it myself when I came in from the road. It was open. From somewhere above the first tier of pines, the creek was audible in the night silence. The low, continuous sound of moving water over stone, intimate and patient. The sound of something that has been doing what it does for long enough that it no longer needs to hurry. I stood at the open gate, listened to it, and did not go through. Not tonight. Tonight I needed to read the letter. I took the envelope to the kitchen table, and I set it flat on the surface. And I looked at it for a long time in the overhead light, and I thought about all the years I had spent being very good at preparing for conversations, and how none of that preparation had ever required me to be genuinely undefended, and how the envelope was waiting with the specific patience of something that had been waiting for 19 years and could wait a little longer. I opened the letter at 2 in the morning, not because I had decided to, because I woke from a shallow, restless sleep with my hand already moving toward the jacket hanging on the bedroom chair, already reaching into the inside pocket before I was fully conscious of having decided to reach, and by the time I understood what I was doing, my fingers were already on the envelope, and my body had apparently concluded that the time for deferral was finished. I sat on the edge of the bed in the dark, and I turned the bedside lamp on, and I held the envelope in both hands for a moment. The paper had the slight softness of something that has been stored carefully for a long time. Not deteriorated, but humanized by time. The fibers relax into a texture that new paper does not have. My father had written my name on it with the gray-blue ink, and the slanted hand that I associated with lamplight and safety, and a version of this house that no longer existed except in the specific way that lost things continue to exist in the body. I opened it. The letter was 3 pages long, written on both sides of 2 sheets in the front of a third, in the same hand as the envelope but slightly smaller, as if he had begun with a certain amount of space in mind, and discovered partway through that he had more to say than he had estimated. The date at the top was September of the year he disappeared. He had written it 6 weeks before he walked into those woods and not come back. 6 weeks before the Tuesday in October when my mother watched him go through the gate. He had known something was coming. I read it slowly. I will not reproduce it here in full, not because it is too painful, though it is, but because some things are private in a way that should be respected even in an account meant to be honest. And what passed between my father and me on those 3 pages belongs to the specific territory of a relationship that was real and finished, and is mine to carry. What I will say is this. He had understood, with the precision of a careful man who had spent weeks watching himself drawn towards something he could not entirely name, that he was not going to be able to resist it much longer, that the pull of the woods was the pull of something unfinished that he had been carrying since before I was born. A specific grief from his own life, his own family, his own set of distances maintained past the point of sustainability. He had understood that it ran in the family, not the going into the woods, the other thing, the managed distances, the love delivered through a structure that kept the person loving safely on one side of an invisible barrier. He had seen it in his own father and had promised himself he would not replicate it, and had replicated it anyway, as people do, with the specific fidelity of patterns absorbed before we are old enough to recognize them as patterns. He had written, on the 2nd page, in a sentence I will allow myself to quote because it was addressed to me and is therefore mine to carry wherever I need to carry it. You came from me, Miriam, and you got the best of what I had and the worst of it in the same package. And I am sorry I never said so while I was in a position to say it in person. On the 3rd page, which was shorter than the first 2, he had written about the creek. He had been there. He had stood at the speaking place on the granite shelf, and he had said what needed to be said, or he had tried to, and he had discovered what Harlan would tell me 19 years later in almost identical words, that the place knew the difference between the real thing and the prepared version of it, that he had arrived at the granite shelf with a speech, and the place had waited through the speech with a patience that was not indifference, but discernment, and the speech had not been enough. And he had stood there in the cold water above the pool and understood that he did not know yet how to say the true thing, only how to say a thing that resembled it. He had gone back. He had intended to go back with something realer. The woods had found him first. I folded the letter and put it back in the envelope, and I sat on the edge of the bed in the lamplight, and I breathed. The breathing was deliberate and effortful in the way that breathing becomes when the body has been doing something else with the architecture it normally uses for breath. My hands were very steady. This surprised me. I had expected the tremor that had been visiting my hands at odd moments over the past several days. But my hands were completely still, and I understood that the stillness was not calm, but its opposite, the specific stillness of a system that has reached a decision. I got dressed. I put the envelope back in my inside pocket. I went downstairs. The kitchen was dark, and the house was quiet, and the back door was unlocked. My mother had stopped locking it, I noticed, sometime in the past 2 days, without comment, as if she understood that locking it no longer served the function a lock is meant to serve. I went out. The night was very cold for early September, the kind of cold that arrives ahead of schedule to announce that the season has already made up its mind, regardless of the calendar. The grass in the yard was stiff with the beginning of frost, the blades catching the moonlight and holding it, so that the yard had a faint luminescence, each blade a small white edge in the dark. My breath was visible. I could hear the creak before I reached the fence. Not the low continuous sound I had heard from the road 2 nights ago, but something more present now, more specific. The individual articulation of water moving over particular stones at a particular speed. The gate was open. I did not stop it at this time. I went through. The ground on the other side of the fence was different in the way that ground is different when you have been looking at it from one side for a long time and then step onto it. More specific, more varied, less the smooth surface that appears from a distance and more itself, particular and uneven and real. The grass gave way to pine needles within a few yards, and the pine needles gave way to the bare mineral soil of the ridge's lower slope, and the trees closed around me with the gradual completeness of a parenthesis. The moonlight came through the canopy in pieces rather than continuously, so that I moved through alternating zones of darkness and pale silver light, and my feet found the path without my eyes needing to lead them, which I noted as a stage 3 response, and did not attempt to override. The body knew where it was going. It had been pointed toward this destination for several days. The creak sound grew from something ambient to something directional. I could hear the drop of water over the granite shelf. A different pitch from the creek's general voice, brighter and more percussive. The sound of water finding a sudden vertical distance. I followed the sound for perhaps 10 minutes up the slope, through a stand of hemlocks whose low branches held the darkness more completely than the pines, and then the trees thinned, and I stepped onto a flat apron of granite that extended from the bank out over the creek, and I could see the shelf. The pool below was perhaps 4 feet deep, the water dark and perfectly still at its center, moving only at the edges where the falling water disturbed it. The granite shelf was slick with the moisture of perpetual spray, and the cold of it came up through my shoes immediately. The specific cold of stone that the sun has not reached since the previous afternoon, a cold that has nothing of air in it, only mineral and water and depth. I stood at the edge of the shelf, and I looked at the pool. The cold creek water smell was there, the specific mineral sharpness of it, the smell I had first noticed in Lily's bedroom on the afternoon I arrived, the smell that had no business being inside a closed dry house. It was here, its source finally located, finally explained, and therefore I would have thought diffused. It was not diffused. Standing in it, surrounded by it, the smell was not simply a smell anymore, but a presence. The way the smell of a person's particular soap or perfume becomes a presence when you are standing close enough to them that you are breathing the same air. I understood then, standing on the wet granite above the dark pool, that the place was aware of me, not in a way I could point to. No sound, no movement, no alteration of the environment I could demonstrate to a colleague. Just the understanding, arriving in the body before the mind had the language for it, that I was being listened to. I had come with a speech. I had been composing it since I left the bedroom. I let the speech go. What I said instead was not organized. It was not the measured and precise language I used professionally, the language I had been assembling for 30 years into a structure reliable enough to stand in for the real thing. It was older than that and less formed. The kind of language that exists before training and accretes back underneath the trained language like the original stone beneath a building. Always present, always doing the actual structural work, invisible only because the building above it was convincing. I told Lily that I had been wrong. Not about the argument. The argument was a symptom, Harlan had said, and he was right, and I understood now what it was a symptom of. I told her that I had spent 20 years perfecting a way of loving people that protected me from the full cost of loving them, and that I had practiced this on our father and our mother and every client who had ever sat across from me, and that I had practiced it most consistently and most damagingly on her, because she was the one who had seen it most clearly and named it most precisely and loved me anyway, and I had responded to that love by telling her she was being unfair and driving home the same night. I told her that the 2 pages of things she had wanted to tell me were not the measure of what I had failed to give her. They were the measure of what she had kept, stubbornly, generously, past the point where a person with less capacity for love would have stopped keeping it. I told her I was here. Not managed, not clinical, not professionally present and personally unavailable. Here. The pool was very still. The spray from the shelf caught the moonlight in a fine mist above the water, and the mist drifted with the small movement of air through the hemlock canopy, and I stood on the wet granite, and I felt the cold come up through my feet and into my legs, and I did not move, because my feet had decided they were staying and the rest of me understood that this was correct. Something changed. I cannot describe it with precision, and I want to be precise because precision is the thing I have spent my life practicing, and so the failure of it here is notable. The air did not change. The sound did not change. The pool remained dark and still at its center and moving at its edges. But something in the quality of the listening shifted. The way a room shifts when a person who has been holding very still finally exhales. Not a movement you can see, but a change in the pressure of the space. The cold creek water smell deepened for a moment, intensified past the point of simple location, past the point of mere presence, into something that was almost communication, and then it eased. It eased the way a grip eases, the way a held breath eases. I stood on the granite shelf for a long time after that, long enough for the frost on my jacket to accumulate at the shoulders, long enough for the moon to move noticeably in the gap of sky above the creek. I stood there because my feet had not yet decided to leave, and I trusted them, and because I understood that this was not the moment to be efficient, that the place had been patient for 19 years with the unfinished weight of my family, and the least I could offer in return was the willingness to stand in the cold until whatever had needed to happen had finished happening at its own pace. When I finally turned and walked back through the hemlocks in the alternating moonlight and shadow to the fence gate, and through it and across the frost-stiffened grass to the back door of the house, I did not know whether it had worked. I did not feel the resolution that stories are supposed to deliver in their seventh movement. I felt cold, and emptied of the specific weight of composed things, and very awake, in something that was not quite hope, but was in the same family as hope. The way a seed is in the same family as the thing it will become without yet being it. I came in through the back door. Lily was in the kitchen. She was standing at the counter in the dark, not at the window this time, not looking at the ridge. She was facing the room, facing the door, as if she had been standing there waiting for me to come through it. In the ambient light from the range hood, her face was completely still. We looked at each other across the kitchen. She reached up slowly with her left hand and took hold of the hem of her shirt and twisted it. The kitchen held that moment, the way water holds the shape of the vessel, completely, without comment, without any signal of what would come next, only the present fact of the shape, and the stillness around it, and the sound of the creek, faint and continuous, reaching us even here through the closed back door. Morning came with the particular quality of mornings that follow nights in which something has permanently rearranged itself, not brighter than usual, not warmer, not distinguished by any meteorological generosity, but different in the way that the same room is different after furniture has been moved. The proportions unchanged, and the light unchanged, and something in the relationship between the two altered past the point of being unremarked. I had slept, fully, deeply, without the fractured half-waking that had been my companion since I arrived. When I opened my eyes, the light through the curtains was the flat white of mid-morning, and I lay still for a moment and took inventory of my body the way you do after a fever breaks, checking for the absence of something that had been present so long it had started to feel structural. The vigilance was gone. The low-level hum of it that I had been carrying since the drive-up, the specific frequency of a mind that is monitoring everything at once against its will, it was not there. In its place was a tiredness that was clean rather than depleted, the tiredness of a thing completed rather than a thing interrupted. I got up and washed my face and went down the hall. The door to Lily's room was open, not ajar the way it had been since I arrived. The careful gap of someone managing their privacy, fully open, pushed back against the wall, the room visible in its entirety. The bed had been slept in. The window was open 2 inches at the top, and the thin curtain moved in the draught, and the light in the room was direct and ordinary. A late September mid-morning light that landed on the surfaces without atmosphere or implication, just light doing its uncomplicated work. On the pillow was a small notebook, spiral-bound, the cover a faded burgundy, the edges of the pages soft with use. I stood in the doorway for a long moment. Then I went in and I sat on the edge of the bed, and I picked up the notebook, and I held it without opening it, feeling the slight flex of the cover, the specific weight of something that had been written in over a long period of time. I turned it over. On the back cover, in Lily's handwriting, the real Lily's handwriting, the handwriting I had seen on birthday cards and text messages and the occasional letters sent the old way, in an envelope, when she had something to say that felt too large for a screen, she had written, "For when you were ready." The fourth echo of those words, my father's letter, the thing in the kitchen, and now this. The place had been threading them through, I understood. The same 4 words landing in different mouths over 19 years, patient as water finding its level. I put the notebook in my jacket pocket beside the letter, and I went downstairs. My mother was at the kitchen table with a cup of tea, both hands wrapped around it, the steam rising in a thin column in the still air. She looked up when I came in, and something in her face had changed overnight in the way that faces change when a weight that has been redistributed for a long time is finally set down in one place and left there. She looked tired. She looked her age, which I realized I had not seen before. The various managements and composures she habitually wore had created a kind of perpetual agelessness, the face of a woman in the effort of maintenance, and the effort was gone this morning, and what remained was simply her face, 67 years of it, specific and unrepeatable, and very dear to me in a way that arrived now with an openness that I had not allowed myself before. "Where is she?" I said. My mother looked at her tea. "She was gone when I came down," she said. The back door was unlocked. I sat across from her. The table between us was the same table it had always been, the wood worn pale at the edges from decades of arms and elbows, and the accumulated physical history of a family eating and arguing and being quiet together, and I put my hands flat on it and felt the smoothness of that worn wood and let it be what it was. Evidence of time. Evidence of continuing. Evidence that this table had held everything the family brought to it, and was still here, still holding. She twisted her shirt, I said. "Last night when I came back in." My mother's hands tightened around the mug. "I know," she said. "I was on the stairs. I saw." We sat with that for a moment, the two of us, in the specific intimacy of people who have been through something together, and are only now beginning to understand the full shape of what it was. "I am going to go see Harlan," I said. My mother nodded. She did not straighten anything. The morning was clear and cold, and the sourwood trees along the road had advanced their turning overnight. The red deeper now, more committed, the green almost gone from the upper branches. I walked with my hands in my pockets and my shoulders loose rather than raised, which I noticed as a change, the way you notice when a sound you have stopped being able to hear has finally ceased. Harlan was splitting wood at the side of the house when I came up the drive. He set the maul down when he saw me and did not pick it up again. He looked at me with the assessing steadiness he had turned on me every time we had spoken. But this morning the assessment was shorter. A single complete look, and then something in him settled. "Come inside," he said. The stove was cold this morning, the room having held enough of yesterday's warmth that it had not needed to be relit, and the quality of the air inside was different from my previous 2 visits. Not the amber-lit enclosure of evening, but the clearer, drier air of a house in full morning light, the windows bright, and the dust visible in the shafts of it. Everything more legible. He made coffee. He did it without asking, without the pretext of asking. Just the assumption that coffee was appropriate and the quiet efficiency of someone who knows his own kitchen without needing to think about it. He set a mug in front of me and sat down across the table and looked at his own mug. Tell me, he said. I told him, not the interior parts, not the letter or the notebook or the specific words I had spoken at the creek. Those remained where they belonged, but the structure of it, the sequence, the shift in the quality of the listening I had felt on the granite shelf, and Lily's room open in the morning, and the notebook on the pillow, and the shirt hem. I told him about the shirt hem last, because it was the thing I was least sure how to frame, the detail that was either evidence or the mind doing what the mind does with the evidence it wants most to be true. He listened without interrupting. When I finished, he looked at his coffee for a long time. The hem, he said. That is what you needed. Is it enough? It is what you had available, he said. The place does not restore things whole. It cannot. The restoration happens in stages, the way healing happens in stages, and what you saw last night was the first stage. He wrapped both hands around his mug. The hem means she is present. It means the speaking place received what you brought and found it genuine, and what it has been holding is releasing. He paused. It does not mean she is back in the house. It means she is on her way back to herself. The two things are not the same. How long? I said. Different for everyone. He looked at the window. For your father it would have been... He stopped. Your father did not reach the speaking place with the real thing, so the question of how long does not apply to him in the same way. The coffee was very hot and slightly too strong, and I drank it anyway, grateful for the specific engagement of taste as an anchor for a mind that wanted to drift into the territory of what could not yet be known. My father's letter, I said. He wrote about the speaking place. He said he had been there and it was not enough. I looked at my hands around the mug. He said he was going to go back, and then the woods found him first. Parlin was quiet. What does that mean? I said. What happened to him? He is part of the place now, Harlan said. The flatness of it was not cruelty. It was the clinical register of a man who has learned that the truth delivered cleanly does less damage than the truth delivered gently and incompletely. The way everything that goes in and does not come back is part of the place. The water holds it. The stone holds it. It is not suffering. I want to be clear about that, because it matters and it is true. It is not suffering. But it is also not return. He met my eyes. He was not able to come back because the real thing was not spoken. The door that the speaking place opens was not opened for him. Because the real thing was between him and me, I said, and I was not there. Yes. I sat with that. I sat with the full weight of it, which was considerable, and I did not manage it or compress it or defer it. I let it be the size it was, which was the size of 19 years and a man who had tried to do the right thing 6 weeks too late, and a daughter who had not been present to help him complete it, and had spent the intervening years becoming very professionally excellent at not being present. The letter, Harlan said quietly. The fact that he left it. That was him completing what he could complete unilaterally, putting the words on paper because he understood he might not get another chance to put them in the air. He turned his mug slowly on the table. He did what he could, Miriam. He was a careful man. He did not waste the time he had. The burning returned to my eyes. I let it. After a moment, Harlan stood and went to the shelf along the far wall, a low pine shelf holding jars and tools and the accumulated practical objects of a life organized around outdoor work, and he took down a small glass jar, the kind used for preserving, its lid sealed with wax rather than a metal band. Inside the jar, visible through the glass, was water, but not the still, settled water of a jar that has been sitting on a shelf. It moved, not dramatically, not with any physics-defying agitation, but with a slow, persistent circulation of water that has not forgotten the current it came from. He set it on the table between us. Creek water, he said, from the shelf, from above the pool. I collected it the morning after my son came back, 23 years ago. He looked at the jar. I do not know precisely what it does. I know that the families who have kept it through these things have found it steadying. During the time between the speaking place and the full return, when you are living in the uncertainty of whether it worked, and whether she is coming back, and whether what you brought to the water was genuine enough. He pushed the jar gently toward me. It helps to have something from the place in the house, something that reminds the body where the anchor is. I picked up the jar. The water inside continued its slow circulation, and it was cool through the glass, and the smell that rose from it even through the sealed wax was the cold mineral creek smell. The smell I had first encountered in Lily's bedroom, and had followed across 5 days to its source, and holding it now, in Harlan's kitchen in the clear morning light, the smell was no longer wrong. It was simply what it was. Creek water from a particular place, carrying the memory of its origin the way all water carries the memory of where it has been. I drove back to Atlanta 2 days later, not because the uncertainty had resolved. It had not fully, but because Harlan had said the stage between the speaking place and the return was not a stage that required my presence in the house, and my mother had said, with the directness of a woman who has learned to say the difficult practical things, that my being present was not going to accelerate what the place was doing on its own time, and that she would call me, and that she would call me truthfully, and that I should go back to my work and my apartment and my life. I packed in the morning. I hugged my mother in the kitchen, properly, both arms and without the professional calibration of duration that I had always imposed on physical affection with my family. Just a hug, as long as it needed to be, until she patted my back twice in the specific way she always had when she was finished with tenderness and ready to return to practicality. "She is coming," my mother said into my shoulder. "I know," I said. I put my bag in the car. I put the jar of creek water on the passenger seat, not in the trunk, because I wanted it where I could see it. I put the notebook and the letter in the bag. Driving down the gravel drive, I looked in the rearview mirror, and I saw my mother on the porch, one hand on the railing, watching me go with the face of someone who has let something leave and is not afraid of having done so. The sourwood trees along the road had gone fully red while I was not looking. Somewhere south of Ellijay, where the foothills flatten back into the Piedmont and the road widens, and the Atlanta radio stations begin to resolve from static into something clear, I reached over and put my hand on the jar of creek water on the passenger seat, and the slow circulation inside it moved against the glass against my palm, and I drove the rest of the way home one-handed. Atlanta in late October is a city that cannot quite commit to autumn. The trees in my neighborhood make an effort. The dogwoods go a reliable red. The sweet gums turn a color that cannot decide between orange and purple, and arrives at both simultaneously. But the temperatures stay warm enough through most of the month that the change feels provisional, a suggestion rather than a fact. The season trying on a coat it is not sure it needs yet. I had noticed this every year for 17 years without finding it remarkable. This year I found it remarkable. This year everything about the ordinary world had the quality of something seen for the first time after a long time of looking without seeing, the specific sharpness of a lens that has been adjusted. My apartment is on the 4th floor of a building in Inman Park, a one-bedroom with west-facing windows that in the afternoon fill the main room with a slanted amber light I had always liked, and had never particularly thought about. I came home to it on a Wednesday evening, and set my bag inside the door, and put the jar of creek water on the windowsill above the kitchen sink, and stood back and looked at it. The water inside was still moving, slowly, with the patient circulation it had maintained throughout the 3-hour drive, through the transition from mountain road to highway to city street to elevator to apartment, as if whatever current animated it was not dependent on geography or motion or any external condition, but was simply part of what it was. I changed my clothes. I made tea. I stood at the kitchen window with the mug, and I looked out at the building across the alley, and the sliver of sky above it, going from amber to rose, to the particular deep blue that precedes full, dark, and I breathed, and I let the apartment be what it was, which was small, and mine and insufficient in ways I had previously considered sufficient. The first week back I went to work. I sat across from my clients, and I listened to them with the full attention I had always brought to the work. But something in the instrument had been recalibrated, and the listening was different. Not better, exactly, or not only better, but more costly in the way that things are more costly when you are no longer using distance as an insulating layer. I came home from sessions more tired than I was used to being. I sat with the tiredness rather than managing it. My mother called every 3 days. The calls were not long, but they were honest in a way our calls had not been for years. The specific honesty of people who have stopped editing themselves for each other's comfort. She described the house, the weather, the incremental small changes she was observing. The back door left unlocked. The creak audibles on quiet nights from the back porch. No other changes yet, she said, nothing she could point to. But something in the quality of the house's silence had shifted, she said. The way the silence in a room shifts when someone has recently left it rather than been gone from it for a long time. I told her I understood the distinction. I did. I had Lily's notebook. I had been carrying it in my bag since Atlanta, not opening it, the way you carry something you know you will need, but are not ready for yet. The burgundy cover, the soft page edges, her handwriting on the back. I touched the spine of it sometimes, through the bag fabric, the way you touch a sore place. Not to relieve it, just to confirm it is still there and still real. I opened it on a Sunday morning in the 3rd week of October, sitting at my kitchen table with coffee and the jar of creek water visible on the windowsill. The morning light coming in flat and direct from the east in a way that made the apartment feel lucid and unambiguous. A good morning for reading something that needed to be read clearly. The notebook was 2/3 full. The first half was sketches, quick observational drawings in the style I recognized from her other sketchbooks, studies of plants and hands and architectural details, the visual thinking of a person whose mind worked partly through her eyes. I looked at these slowly, taking my time because they were hers and because they were evidence of a mind I had not spent enough time in proximity to. The last third of the notebook was writing, not a journal exactly. Lily had never kept a journal in the traditional sense, had always said she found the formal demand of daily accounting too heavy. This was something more intermittent, less structured, dated only sometimes. Observations. Fragments. Things she had wanted to say, and had not said, and had given to the page instead. I found my name on the 14th page of the written section. It appeared without preamble, in the middle of an entry dated 8 months ago. I keep starting letters to Miriam and not finishing them. I have 11 unfinished letters. I do not know what I am waiting for. I think I am waiting for her to be ready, but I do not know how I would know when that is. I think I am also waiting for me to be ready. I think we are both waiting and neither of us is saying so. And the waiting is the thing that is keeping us apart more than the argument ever did. I read this 3 times. Then I turned the pages to the last entry, which was dated 2 weeks before she disappeared, and which was short. It said, "I am going to go find Dad." 5 words. The handwriting was steady, unhurried, entirely certain. The handwriting of someone who has made a decision and is at peace with it, which was the most devastating thing about it. The peace. She had not gone into those woods in fear or desperation. She had gone with the specific deliberateness of a person who has identified the thing that needs doing and has decided to do it. She had gone to find our father. She had gone to do what I had not known needed doing, because she had been here, present in the house and in the family and in the proximity of all of it, while I had been in Atlanta being professionally excellent at distance. She had gone for both of us. I closed the notebook. I sat at the table for a long time, the coffee cooling in the mug, the creek water moving in its slow circulation on the windowsill, the Sunday morning city quiet outside the windows with the muffled quality of a city that is resting rather than stopped, a siren somewhere 3 blocks away going and then gone, the particular creak of the building settling in the October chill. I was not a person who kept a journal. I had never kept one. I had always considered the practice slightly suspect from a psychological standpoint, the performance of self-examination rather than its substance. I understood now that this was the managed distance position, the clinical assessment used as a reason not to do the vulnerable thing. I got a legal pad from my desk drawer. I wrote for 4 hours. Not a journal entry, or not only that. What arrived on the legal pad was the account. The thing you are reading now, beginning from the Wednesday afternoon phone call and moving forward through every detail I have set down here. The drive up the foothills road. The incident report held too tightly in my lap. My mother on the porch straightening the dead petunias. The envelope on the desk blotter. Harlan's porch in his coffee and his hands pressed flat on the closed book. The granite shelf above the dark pool, and the cold, and the creek water smell that deepened and then eased. I wrote until the light shifted from morning to afternoon, and I noticed I was hungry, and then I stopped and made a sandwich and ate it standing at the kitchen window, looking at the jar on the windowsill. The water was still moving. I thought about what to call it. The account needed a name, even if only for myself, because a thing without a name is harder to carry. I turned the question over while I ate, the way you turn a word over when you are looking for its truest form, and what arrived was not the title I would have expected, not something about the woods or the missing or the place that holds unfinished things. What arrived was simpler than that, and more specific. And when it arrived, I understood it was right, because it named the thing the story was actually about, which was not the horror but the consequence of the horror, which was also the consequence of the distance I had maintained for too long. What was left in the water, not what went in, not what the place took. What was left, the residue of an unfinished love, held in cold water and stone, patient as the geography that contained it, waiting for the person who needed to come and speak the real thing and receive what had been kept. That was what the title was about. That afternoon I called my office and rearranged my schedule for the following 2 weeks to give myself room I had not previously given myself. I called 3 friends I had been meaning to call for months. The calls I had been deferring with the specific discipline of someone managing their social calendar, the way they managed everything else. Efficiently, at a distance. The calls were good. 2 of them ran long, past the point I would previously have allowed, and I let them run. That evening, I opened my laptop and I looked at flights to Georgia. Not yet, Harlan had said the stage between the speaking place and the return was not one that required my presence, and my mother had confirmed this, and I trusted them both. But I looked at the flights, the way you look at a door that is not yet open. Not impatiently, just with a full knowledge of its existence and the direction it faces. My phone buzzed on the table, a text from my mother. 4 words, no punctuation, in the lowercase she always used for texts because she had never learned to engage the shift key with any consistency. The creek was loud last night. I read it twice, then I set the phone face down on the table, and I looked at the jar of creek water on the windowsill. Its slow interior movement visible in the evening light, and I felt something move through me from the sternum outward that I could not have named precisely, but that occupied the same emotional register as the moment at the granite shelf when the quality of the listening changed. Not resolution, not certainty, but the specific sensation of a direction confirmed. I was not afraid. I had not been afraid, I realized, since the morning after the creek, since I had come down the hall and found Lily's door fully open and the room ordinary in its light. The low vigilance hum was gone, and it had not returned. What had replaced it was not confidence or relief or any of the cleaner emotions. It was something more like the feeling of a compass finding north. Not dramatic, not triumphant. Just the quiet, reliable orientation of an instrument doing what it was built to do. I picked up the legal pad, and I wrote 1 more page. Not part of the account. A letter to Lily. Not the kind of letter she would read in the sense of holding paper in her hands and moving her eyes across it. The kind of letter you write because the writing is itself a form of speaking, and the place, Harlan had said, was listening to everything. including the things not yet said out loud. I told her I'd found the notebook. I told her I had read the entry about our father. I told her that she had always been braver than me in the specific way that matters most. Not the dramatic bravery of crisis, but the daily bravery of staying present, staying open, keeping the 11 unfinished letters rather than throwing them away, going out at night to find what the family had been missing rather than adding it to the list of things she filed under distance and moved on from. I told her to come home. I folded the letter in half, and I put it in the inside pocket of my jacket, where the envelope had been. And I did not mail it, and I did not burn it, and I did not do anything symbolic with it. I just put it there, close to the body, where the body could carry it. Because the body, I had learned, was better at this kind of carrying than the mind. The creek water turned on the windowsill in the dark. Somewhere in the small hours I woke and lay still and thought I could smell it. Cold and mineral and specific. Moving through the closed apartment window from a distance that should have made it impossible, and I did not close the window, and I did not tell myself it was something else. Lily came home on a Thursday in November. Not to my mother's house in Gilmer County. She came to Atlanta, to my apartment, on a Thursday afternoon in the 3rd week of November. 3 months and 11 days after I had stood on the granite shelf above the dark pool and said the real thing into the cold air above the water. My mother called me the morning before to tell me Lily had asked for my address. Not the address she already had, the one on the occasional card or letter from the years of careful distance. She had asked for it again, as if she wanted to receive it fresh, without the residue of the previous version attached. I gave it to my mother to give to her. I spent the morning before she arrived doing ordinary things. I went to the grocery store. I bought the kind of food that means someone is expected. Not a special occasion, but a welcome. The difference being that a welcome is sustained rather than performed. Bread and soup ingredients and the particular brand of tea Lily had always preferred. A strong Irish breakfast blend that she drank with too much milk and that I had never kept in my apartment because I did not drink it and had not thought to keep it for the person who did. I kept it now. I did not clean the apartment beyond its usual state. I had considered this and decided against it deliberately because there is a kind of cleaning that is also a presentation, a managed version of a space offered in place of the space itself, and I did not want to do that to her. I wanted her to come into the apartment the way it was, which was lived in and specific in mine, and to be in it without the performance of a host who is prepared to set. She knocked at 2 in the afternoon. I opened the door, and she was standing in the hallway with a canvas bag over one shoulder, and her hair longer than I remembered, and wearing a coat the color of old rust, which was the color I associated with her, which was the color she had worn in the versions of her I had carried in my memory through the 3 years of careful distance and the 5 days in Gilmer County and the 3 months and 11 days. Since we looked at each other, she said, "Hi, Miriam," not my full name with the careful precision of the thing that had worn her face in my mother's kitchen. My name, the way she had always said it. 2 syllables, the second one dropping slightly. The particular intonation of a person who has said a name so many times it has become a small and private music. I stepped back from the door. She came in. She walked through the apartment, the way people walk through a space they are encountering for the first time. Not the deliberate, surface-measuring inventory I had watched in my mother's house, but the genuine orienting walk of a person building a new map, pausing at the bookshelf, looking at the west-facing windows, standing for a moment at the kitchen doorway with the specific expression of someone whose body is deciding whether it is comfortable. She saw the jar in the windowsill. She stood very still for a moment looking at it. The water inside moved in its slow circulation, as it had moved every day since I brought it home, as it had moved on the passenger seat of my car all the way down from Ellijay. "Harlan's?" she said. "Yes," I said. She nodded slowly. She set her bag on the kitchen chair. She sat down at the table, and I sat across from her. And for a while we did not say anything, which was not the silence of avoidance, but the silence of 2 people who have been through something, and are in the first minutes of being in the same room on the other side of it. taking the measure of what the other side looks like. She looked well. Not in the smooth, calibrated way the thing in my mother's house had looked well, attended to and precise and without the ordinary evidence of experience. She looked well the way real people look well, which is imperfectly. There were shadows under her eyes. Her hands, when she set them on the table, had a slight tremor that she noticed and did not comment on. She was thinner than she had been. She was completely, unmistakably herself. I made tea. I made it the way she took it. Too strong, with more milk than was reasonable, and I set it in front of her, and I sat back down, and I watched her wrap both hands around the mug, the way our mother wrapped both hands around hers, and the similarity of the gesture landed somewhere in me with a warmth that was also briefly painful, the specific pain of loving something you almost lost. Mom told me about the letter, she said. Dad's letter, yes. She told me what it said, the broad shape of it. I am glad she did. Lily looked at her tea. I am glad she did. Inly water, not... She stopped. She began again. Not found in the way you find a person. More like the way you find a signal. The frequency of someone. The specific way he thought about things. She paused. He was there. He is there. He is not suffering. Harlan told me that, I said. I believed him. I believe Hugh more. She looked up. Something moved through her face that was the shape of the grief I had felt at the granite shelf. Not her grief for him, but something older and larger. The family grief for the distance that had passed down through the generations like the ink color of a fountain pen. Blue-gray and specific. Each person carrying the same shade without knowing where it came from. He wanted me to tell you something, she said. My hands were flat on the table. I felt the smoothness of the wood under them. He said, she came. 3 words. I sat with them. I sat with the specific weight of them, which was the weight of 19 years resolving into a present tense. The past tense wound acknowledging its own closure, not with drama but with the plainest possible sentence, the most direct form of the thing that needed to be said. My eyes burned, and I let them. We talked for a long time that afternoon. Not about the woods or the speaking place or the thing that had worn her face in our mother's house. We talked the way we had talked when we were younger, before the managed distances, before the professional warmth deployed as a substitute for the real kind, quickly and out of order, and with the easy shorthand of people who have known each other long enough to leave things out, without losing meaning. She told me about the 11 unfinished letters. I told her I had found the notebook. She told me which one she had burned and which one she had kept, and why, and the distinction she drew between them were so specifically her, the particular reasoning of a person I knew inside and out, and had been failing to know for years, that I had to look away for a moment at the west-facing windows, where the afternoon was going amber the way it always went. The reliable daily generosity of that light. She stayed for dinner. We made soup from the ingredients I had bought that morning, standing side by side at the stove the way we had stood in our mother's kitchen as children. And the kitchen was warm and the windows went dark, and the jar of creek water on the windowsill held its slow circulation, and we ate at the table with the overhead light on and talked past the point. When dinner was finished, before she left, I gave her the notebook. She took it without surprise, as if she had known it would be returned, and she held it with the ease of something received back rather than received for the first time. At the door she put on the rust-colored coat, and she picked up her bag and she stood for a moment in the doorway the way people stand when they are leaving somewhere they are glad to have been. I will come back, she said. Not, she smiled, briefly with the full human imperfection of a real smile. The asymmetry of it, the slight effort. Not that way. The regular way. Next week, if you want. Next week, I said. She went down the hall. I stood in the doorway and listened to her footsteps on the stairs, unhurried and uneven the way real footsteps are uneven. the sound of a person navigating a staircase with the ordinary inattention of someone who is already thinking about what comes next. Then I went back inside. I washed the dinner dishes. I dried them and put them away. I wiped down the counter. I turned off the kitchen light and stood for a moment at the window above the sink in the dark, the jar of creek water between my hands, and I held it the way I had held it on the drive home, both palms against the glass, the slow interior movement pressing back. Outside, the November rain had started while we were eating, a thin and patient rain, the kind that does not announce itself but simply becomes present, and the city below the window was wet and reflected in the way cities are wet and reflective in quiet November rain. The streetlights doubled in the pavement, everything familiar and slightly altered by the water. I could smell it. Not the rain. The rain smelled like city and cold and wet concrete, the ordinary smell of a city in November. Underneath it, for just a moment, was the other thing, cold and mineral and specific, the particular sharpness of mountain water over granite, the smell that had first come to me in Lily's bedroom in a closed, dry house in August, and that I had followed across 5 days and 400 miles to its source on a wet rock shelf above a dark pool in the Blue Ridge foothills, here now, on the 4th floor of a building in Atlanta, in November rain. I did not close the window. I stood with the jar in my hands and I let the smell be what it was, which was a reminder and a confirmation and the place doing what the place did, listening, holding, maintaining its patient connection to the people it had touched, across whatever distance those people traveled afterward. The smell eased after a moment. The rain continued. I set the jar back on the windowsill, and I turned from the window, and I went to bed. And I slept. And when I woke in the morning, the city was washed clean, and the jar was on the windowsill, and the water inside it was still moving. And I put the kettle on, and I got out 2 mugs, and I waited for the water to boil. What the dark kept. There is a version of this I have told myself about many times since October. A cleaner version, where I drove home from the mountains, with nothing worse than a lost sleeping bag and a story to tell at the edge of a conversation when the night got long enough. I have repeated that version until some parts of it almost feel true, but I am writing this 8 months later, at a table I have moved twice since I came home, and I think the only honest thing left to do is to write what actually happened, in the order it actually happened, without the parts I edited out to make it sit more comfortably inside ordinary life. My name is Michael. I am 38 years old. I work in logistics management for a mid-sized freight company out of Knoxville, Tennessee, and I have been doing it for 11 years, and for most of those 11 years I have been very good at it, and have felt almost nothing about it. That is not a complaint. That is just the shape of my days, and I had organized my life around that shape with the quiet efficiency of a man who has stopped asking what it is all for. I'm telling you this because the trip was not random. I've been feeling the walls of my own routine pressing in on me for months. Not dramatically, not in a way I would have called a crisis if anyone had asked. Just a dull, persistent awareness that I had not done anything purely for myself in longer than I could remember. The Smoky Mountains were 2 hours from my apartment. I had driven past the park entrance sign dozens of times over the years without turning in. I took a week of vacation the 3rd week of October. I told my manager it was a camping trip. He nodded the way people nod when they hear something they do not need to understand. I packed a 40-liter backpack, a 2-person tent I'd bought years ago and used twice, a sleeping bag rated to 20 degrees that I trusted more than it deserved, and enough food for 4 days. I had done solo trips before, not many, but enough to feel competent. A loop through the Cohutta Wilderness in Georgia the summer before last. A night at a primitive site in the Cherokee National Forest the previous spring. Nothing that had given me any reason to doubt my own judgment in the backcountry. I left Knoxville on a Tuesday morning just before 6, when the city was still the color of old pewter under the October sky. The drive into the park takes you through Gatlinburg first. which is a particular kind of American spectacle. Pancake restaurants and fudge shops and go-kart tracks compressed between the mountains on either side of the main strip. The whole corridor lit and commercial and vivid in a way that makes the park entrance, when you finally reach it, feel like a seam between two completely different worlds. I stopped for gas and a coffee at a station just before the park boundary. The coffee was bitter and too hot, and I drank half of it standing beside my truck in the cold morning air, watching a couple load a jogging stroller into a minivan. I thought about nothing in particular. The specific relief of that, not thinking about anything specific, was already beginning. The trail I had planned followed a backcountry route west of the Klingman's Dome access road, dropping into the lower elevation forest and connecting to a primitive campsite about 6 miles in. I had downloaded the map to my phone and printed a paper copy as backup, which I folded into the outside pocket of my pack. The trail was rated moderate. The permit was straightforward. I had done everything correctly. The parking area where I left my truck was a gravel pullout on a forest road, unmarked except for a brown post with a number on it. There were no other vehicles. I took that as a good sign. I found it mildly encouraging that the lot was empty. In retrospect, I noticed I was looking at the absence of other cars as confirmation that I would have the place to myself, rather than as information about something else entirely. The trail descended almost immediately, dropping through a corridor of old hemlock and yellow birch, the canopy still thick enough in October to hold the light close and amber before it reached the ground. The smell hit me within the first 100 yards. Cold stone and wet leaf matter and something under it that I did not have a word for. A deep mineral smell like the earth had its own breath and I had just walked into it. I remember thinking that it smelled like something I had forgotten I knew. The trail was soft underfoot, padded with years of fallen leaves, and the only sounds were the creak of my pack straps and the distant sound of water somewhere below me in the hollow. I hiked for about 2 hours before stopping to eat. I sat on a fallen log and ate half a sandwich and drank some water and looked at the light coming through the trees at a low angle, a thread of warmth on my back from a gap in the canopy. The specific pleasure of sitting still after moving for 2 hours, feeling my shoulders unknot themselves 1 degree at a time. I had been sitting there for maybe 10 minutes when I realized I had not checked my phone once. That felt like something worth noticing. I reached the campsite just before 4 in the afternoon. It was a small clearing, maybe 30 feet across, set back from a creek I could hear but not quite see through the underbrush. The ground was flat and dry enough, padded with pine needles. There were no firings here, but there was enough open space to set up my tent with room around it. I assembled the tent faster than I expected. My hands remembered the poles before my brain did, which was a small, private satisfaction. I got a fire going before the light had fully gone. That orange, heavy, smoky mountain twilight that lasts longer than you expect, and then ends faster than you are ready for. Sitting by that fire was the first time in longer than I wanted to calculate that I had felt something close to actual peace. Not contentment exactly, but the absence of its opposite. The fire popped and shifted. I made instant oatmeal that tasted better than it had any right to. I looked at the trees at the edge of the clearing and watched the dark settle into the spaces between them the way water fills a glass. Slowly at first, then all at once. That was when I noticed the smell from earlier returning. The deep mineral earth smell, now coming from the direction of the tree line rather than from the ground beneath me. I noticed it, and then I stopped noticing it, which is how the mind handles something that does not yet have a category. About 30 minutes later, I heard footsteps in the leaves. The fire had already burned down to orange coals when I looked up, and for a long moment I was aware of 2 things simultaneously: the warmth at my back, and the shape standing just beyond the reach of the light. The shape at the edge of the firelight had not moved, and I had not moved either, and in that particular stillness, something between us had already been decided. Though I could not have said, then, what it was. The man said hello, and then he said nothing else, and after a moment I answered him, and after another moment he was gone. and I was alone with the coals and the creek, and the specific quality of silence that follows a human voice in a place where human voices do not belong after dark. I did not sleep that night. I lay in my tent and listened to the forest reorganize itself around me, and sometime before first light I heard footsteps that I could not explain, and when morning came I left as fast as my hands could work. That much I have told before, to myself and once to a person I trusted. What I have not told is what came before the man at the edge of the firelight, and what it connected to in me, and why 8 months later I am still trying to understand what the mountains recognized in a man who barely recognized himself. The morning after I set up camp, I woke earlier than I intended. The inside of the tent held a cold that had settled in overnight like a slow tide, working its way through the sleeping bag from the ground up, finding the places where my weight had compressed the insulation and left me without the padding I thought I had. My jaw was sore. I realized I had been clenching it in my sleep, which I had not done since the year my father died. That was 7 years ago. I noted the connection without sitting with it. The way you note a crack in a wall you are not planning to repair. I unzipped the tent and stepped out into a morning that was the color of pewter and river water. The sky not fully light yet, the trees standing in a gray that was slightly different from the gray of the sky above them. The creek was audible now in a way it had not been the night before, louder and closer, as though the darkness had been muffling it. I stood at the edge of the campsite and looked at the trees and the fog that had settled between them overnight, soft and low, turning the lower trunks into suggestions, the clearing had a different quality in that light. Smaller, more enclosed. The fog did not move. I told myself it was just morning fog in a mountain hollow. I built a small fire from the coals and the last of the dry wood I had gathered the evening before, and boiled water for coffee, camp coffee in a small aluminum pot, too strong and slightly gritty at the bottom of the cup, the kind that reaches you before you are ready for it. I sat on the ground with my back against the log I had used the night before and held the cup with both hands and let the heat work its way through my palms, and I thought about nothing in particular. That moment, the weight of the cup, the fog between the trees, the creek running somewhere below, was the closest thing to comfort the morning offered. I stayed inside it for as long as I could. There was a branch on the far side of the clearing, fallen from a birch at some point, long enough that it crossed the full width of the campsite's outer edge. I had noticed it the afternoon before when I was setting up the tent, and had thought I should drag it out of sight or use it for firewood. I had not done either. Sitting with my coffee, I looked at it again, and I noticed that it was positioned differently than I remembered. Not dramatically, not in a way that would have meant anything under ordinary circumstances, but the angle was wrong. The thicker end had been closer to the left side trees when I arrived. Now it was closer to the right. I looked at it for several seconds. I drank my coffee. I decided I had misremembered. That is the honest accounting of it. I decided I had misremembered, and I moved on, because misremembering is easier than the alternative, and because the alternative did not yet have enough evidence to insist on itself. I spent the morning sitting with my notebook at the edge of the clearing. I had not written anything in a personal notebook in years. It was a habit from my late 20s that I had dropped without quite meaning to. The way you drop most things. Gradually, then completely. Then one day you cannot remember when the last entry was. The notebook was new. I had bought it specifically for the trip, a small black one from a drugstore, and I had packed it with a vague intention to record what I noticed. I wrote down the fog. I wrote down the sound of the creek. I wrote down the way the birch trees at the north edge of the clearing had a quality of attention. I could not explain more precisely than that they faced the clearing, not the way trees face things, which is to say passively and without direction, but with an orientation that felt deliberate in a way my rational mind kept filing under trick of light. I wrote, I think I came here because I needed to be somewhere that did not know me. Then I looked at that sentence for a long time before closing the notebook. That was the closest I came, that morning, to naming the thing I'd actually brought with me into the mountains. Not burnout from logistics work. Not the restlessness of a man whose days had stopped meaning what he thought they meant. Something older and more specific than those. A grief I'd been carrying at arm's length for so long that I had stopped registering it as grief and had begun calling it personality. The year my father died, I had been in the middle of something at work, a contract negotiation that my manager had specifically asked me to see through. And I had seen it through, and I had attended the funeral on a Saturday and returned to the office on a Monday. And I had told myself that this was what my father would have wanted, and I had believed it for 7 years with the same efficiency I brought to everything else. I had not cried, not once, not at the funeral, not after. I was thinking about my father when the fog shifted in the trees to the north, and I saw that something was different in the space between two of the birch trunks, a shadow where the fog had been a moment before. Too dark for fog, too still for an animal. I watched it for 3 or 4 seconds. Then the fog closed back around it, and there was nothing there. And the creek ran on, and somewhere above the canopy a woodpecker started its work. Deliberate and rhythmic and entirely unconcerned. My mouth had gone dry. I noticed that before I noticed anything else. I drank the rest of my cold coffee. I thought about the contract I had been in the middle of when my father was dying. The specific wording of a freight liability clause. The particular difficulty of a procurement manager on the other side of the negotiation who had never been willing to move on price. I thought about it with such concentration that I almost missed the moment the fog shifted again. Almost. The shadow in the birch trees was back, and this time it was closer to the clearing's edge, and this time it did not look like fog rearranging itself. And for the first time since I had arrived, I felt the mountain's silence as something that was pressing on me from outside, rather than settling through me from within. I stood up slowly. I put the notebook in my pack. I told myself I was going to walk the trail south for an hour, see what was there, give myself something to look at beyond this one clearing that had begun to feel. I could not stop the word once it arrived. Watched. I shouldered my pack and turned toward the trail. The fallen branch was back in its original position, thickened to the left. Behind me the creek kept running, patient and unremarkable, carrying whatever the mountain gave it toward somewhere I had not been and would not go. The branch had been moved. I knew what I had seen the morning before, and I knew what I was seeing now, and the space between those two things was no longer something I could file under misremembering. I walked the trail south for 40 minutes and saw nothing that explained anything. The path narrowed after the first mile, dropping into a section where the tree roots had buckled the ground into a series of low ridges, and I had to watch my footing rather than the forest around me, which was its own kind of relief, moving with purpose. Even a manufactured purpose, even a walk I had invented to give myself somewhere to be, settled my breathing in a way that standing still in the clearing had not. By the time I turned around and headed back, I had almost convinced myself that the branch was coincidence, and the shadow in the birch trees was fog, and the clenched jaw and the dry mouth were symptoms of a man who had spent too long inside his own head and not enough time outside of anything. I was good at convincing myself of things. I had years of practice. When I returned to the clearing, the tent was exactly as I had left it. The fire ring was cold. The notebook was in my pack where I had put it. Nothing was wrong with any of it. I stood at the edge of the campsite and looked at all of it carefully, the way you look at a room you have just walked back into, after hearing a sound you could not identify. Not alarmed exactly, but with the attention turned up past its usual setting. Everything was where it should be. I ate lunch sitting on the ground, a peanut butter sandwich and some crackers, and a handful of dried apricots that tasted exactly like dried apricots always taste, and nothing else. The ordinary flavor of them was a comfort I did not acknowledge until afterward. The afternoon was clear and cold. The sky above the canopy a hard, specific blue that October produces in the mountains as reliably as anything. I spent 2 hours walking the loop off the main trail, following what looked like a game path south and east into denser forest, staying close enough to the main trail that I could find my way back without the map. The trees in that section were older. Big tulip poplars, their bark deeply furrowed, their crowns far enough above me that the light reaching the ground was filtered down to almost nothing. My footsteps were quiet in the accumulated years of leaves underfoot. I had the particular sensation of being inside something rather than moving through it. I was thinking about my father's hands. He had been a carpenter for most of his working life, and his hands had shown it, thick across the knuckles, with scars from tools and work that I had memorized as a child, the way children memorize the geography of the people they love. At the end, in the hospital, his hands had looked wrong to me, lying still on the blanket. They were not built for stillness. I had stood at the side of his bed for 20 minutes before I received the call about the freight contract, and for 19 of those 20 minutes I had been looking at his hands and thinking about the liability clause, and rehearsing the conversation I was going to have when I left the room. That was the truth of it. That was the thing I had been carrying for 7 years at arm's length and calling personality. I stopped walking. I was standing in the middle of the tulip poplar section, and the forest was entirely silent. No woodpecker now. No wind through the canopy. No creek audible from this distance. And I had stopped because my feet had stopped, and I had not decided to stop. I stood still and listened to the silence. And then, from somewhere to my left and slightly behind me, I heard the sound of a single footstep in the leaves. One step. Deliberate, heavy enough to be human. I turned around slowly. The forest in that direction was a corridor of poplar trunks, straight and evenly spaced, going back farther than the light allowed me to see clearly. There was nothing between them that I could identify. No movement, no shape. The silence had returned completely, and it was a different quality of silence from before. Not the silence of a forest at rest, but the silence of a forest that has just stopped making sound. My hands were completely steady. I noticed that with a detachment I found odd even then. That the information had reached my body in some form but had not reached my hands yet. I waited. Nothing moved. I turned back toward the main trail and walked at a pace I told myself was normal, and which was not quite normal, and reached the trail in about 8 minutes, and stood on it feeling the solidity of a maintained path under my boots, with a relief that I immediately minimized to myself. I am fine, I thought. It was probably a deer. The mountains are full of deer and I have not seen one yet, which means I am statistically overdue. I was still thinking about deer as a rational explanation when I noticed the footpath marker on the tree beside me, a small rectangular blaze in faded orange paint, and realized that the blaze had a vertical scratch through it that had not been made by the Park Service. It was a single line, carved recently enough that the wood beneath was still pale and raw at the center of the cut. Clean and deliberate, running from the top of the blaze to the bottom, not vandalism. Too precise for vandalism, too purposeful in its placement, directly through the center of the marker, to be anything that was not intended as its own kind of marking. I photographed it with my phone. The photo exists. I still have it. Back at the campsite, I sat with my back to the tent and faced the tree line in all directions in turn, spending a full minute looking at each quadrant of the clearing's edge. Nothing moved. The fog had not returned. The birch trees to the north held their positions with the same quality of orientation I had noted in the morning, and I noted it again now with a precision I had not had that morning. It was not all the trees. It was 3 of them, specifically, clustered at the northeast corner of the clearing, their branches angled inward rather than outward, toward the campsite rather than toward the sky. That is what trees do in competition for light, I told myself. They angled toward the opening. There was an opening there. This was biology. I held that explanation carefully and found it did not quite have the weight I needed. I built the fire earlier than the night before the light had begun to fade, and I fed it more wood than I needed for warmth because the light it produced was a resource I wanted. I checked my phone, 41% battery, no signal, which I had known and planned for. I had a backup battery pack in my pack that I had forgotten to charge before leaving Knoxville. It was at 11%. I thought about the charger on my kitchen counter at home, plugged into the wall beside the coffee maker, probably still glowing its small amber light into the empty apartment. The fire burned. The trees held their positions. The light came down to the canopy at a low angle and turned the eastern edge of the clearing to copper, and for a few minutes, sitting with the warmth of the fire on my face and a cup of hot water in my hands, a cup of nothing special hot water that I was drinking just for the heat of it, the clearing felt like exactly what I had driven 2 hours to find, a place that did not know me. A place where the weight of my own accumulated years of looking away from things had not yet followed me. It had followed me, of course. Everything follows you into the mountains. That is the thing no one says on the trail maps or the park websites with their photographs of waterfalls and family groups and matching rain jackets. The mountains do not empty you. They quiet the noise enough that you can finally hear what you brought. What I had brought was a piece of a Tuesday afternoon 7 years ago, 19 minutes of looking at a man's hands and thinking about freight liability, and the fact that I had never gone back to that room, not in any way that counted, not even in memory. Just after the last of the direct light left the canopy, I heard the footsteps again. Not from one direction this time. From two. They were moving at the same pace, from opposite sides of the clearing, and they stopped at the same moment, roughly 15 feet into the trees on the west and north edges, and the silence that followed them was so complete that I could hear the fire consuming its own wood in small, private increments. I did not move. My mouth had gone dry again, and my vision had narrowed slightly at the edges, and I was aware of my own heartbeat in a way that felt new, as though my body had begun broadcasting its own presence back at me as a warning. I looked at the fire. I added a piece of wood. I did this with steady hands, and then I sat back down and picked up my cup and held it. I was thinking about whether I had left the stove on at home. I had not left the stove on. I had not used the stove in 3 days. I knew this, and I thought about it anyway, in exact and unnecessary detail, because my mind had found the one door in the room that opened onto something ordinary and was holding it open with both hands. The footsteps did not return that night, but they did not need to. Something had already shifted in the quality of the clearing, a drop in temperature that was not entirely explained by the hour. A stillness in the surrounding forest that felt less like rest and more like held breath. I stayed by the fire until it was too low to justify feeding further, then got into the tent and lay down with my clothes on and my boots beside me rather than outside, which I had not done the night before. I did not think about why I had made that change. I simply made it. Somewhere beyond the tent wall, the northeast corner of the clearing held its 3 birch trees and its silence, and whatever else it was holding, and I lay still in the dark, and understood, without language for it yet, that something in this place had noticed me before I had noticed it. The birch trees at the northeast corner of the clearing had been angled toward the campsite since I arrived, and I had given that fact every reasonable explanation I could construct, and none of them had held through the night. And now it was 3 in the morning, and I was lying in my tent fully dressed with my boots beside me, and I was done constructing explanations. I did not sleep between the extinguishing of the fire and the first gray suggestion of dawn. I lay on my back in the dark and listened, and what I heard was a graduate education in the difference between a forest that is alive and quiet, and a forest that is quiet for another reason entirely. The creek ran. That was constant, but the small sounds that had accompanied the first night, the distant movement of wind through upper branches, the sporadic creak of old woods settling, the brief rustling that meant a small animal navigating the leaf litter, those sounds were absent. The forest around my clearing had gone acoustically flat in a way I had no category for, and my body had catalogued that absence long before my conscious mind caught up and gave it the attention it deserved. At some point, I became aware that my right hand had closed around one of my bootlaces without my deciding to do that. I was holding it. I released it deliberately, then noticed my hand drift back toward it a minute later. I left it there. Around 4 in the morning, the footsteps returned. They were different this time. Not the circling pattern of the previous night, not the deliberate approach and retreat. These were stationary, a weight shifting in the leaves just outside the tent, on the north side, close enough that I could hear the compression of the leaf mat beneath it. Not moving, just present. Just the specific sound of something standing in one place with enough mass to make the ground register it. I held my breath without intending to. The weight shifted once, a quarter-turn adjustment, the way a person shifts their stance when they have been standing in one position for too long. Then it was still again. I lay in the dark and counted my own heartbeats and got to 43 before I lost count and started again. And I did this for what my phone later told me was 11 minutes, though 11 minutes at that specific frequency of fear has an interior duration that no clock measures accurately. Then the weight lifted. The leaves gave back their sound as the pressure left them. Footsteps moved north, unhurried, and were gone. I did not move for another 20 minutes. When I finally unzipped the tent and stepped into the pre-dawn gray, the clearing was empty and the fog had returned to the lower elevations of the surrounding forest, and the cold was the kind that reaches through layers and finds skin immediately. My breath came out in slow columns. I stood at the tent door and looked at the ground on the north side of the tent, and I found what I was looking for without having to search. The leaves were pressed flat in an area roughly the size of a human boot print, and then a second print beside it, and the impression continued north in a line of compressed leaf matter that faded into the fog at the edge of the clearing. I stood there and looked at them. I was aware that my legs felt slightly unreliable, not shaking exactly, but operating with less certainty than they usually did, as though each step required a small negotiation between intention and execution. I crouched beside the nearest impression and looked at it carefully. The leaf matter was pressed down in the shape of a boot sole, a large boot, wide at the ball, with the pattern of a lug sole pressed faintly into the softer material beneath. Someone with weight behind them, someone who had been standing there long enough for the impression to fully develop. I photographed them the way I had photographed the carved blaze on the trail marker, precisely, without shaking, with the same flat efficiency I bring to documenting freight discrepancies. Then I stood up and went through the motions of making coffee and eating, because I needed to do something with my hands, and my hands needed to do something normal, and the aluminum pot and the camp stove and the familiar sequence of small tasks were the closest thing to normal that the clearing had available. While the water heated, I made myself think about what I actually knew in order of confirmation. I knew someone had been in this clearing the previous night, close enough to my tent to cast a shadow if there had been enough light to cast one. I knew the boot impressions were fresh. I knew the carved trail marker was deliberate and recent. I knew the fallen branch had been repositioned twice. I knew the approach to the tent had been from the north, from the direction of the 3 birch trees, and that the retreat had followed the same line. What I did not know was whether this was one person or more than one, and what they wanted, and how long they had been doing it before I noticed. And the question that arrived last, but settled heaviest, whether they had known this campsite would be occupied before I arrived, or whether they had simply found me after the fact. That last question changed the shape of everything else. I poured my coffee and sat with it and thought about the parking area where I had left my truck, the unmarked gravel pull-out on the forest road, the brown numbered post, no other vehicles. Anyone who had seen me park there would have known where I was going before I had gone half a mile. The trail to this campsite was not complicated. The backcountry permit system recorded the campsite number. A person who knew how to read a park map and who had seen which trail I took would have been able to find me in under 2 hours. I drank my coffee. It tasted like aluminum and bitterness and nothing I wanted. The question of how long had a specific urgency I could not settle. The fallen branch had been moved before the end of my first full day. That meant the first night. The night I had slept in relative peace. The night I had woken from a clenched jaw and called it grief and moved on. Had not been peaceful in any way I was aware of. Something had been in the clearing before I woke that first morning. It had been there while I slept. I sat with that for a long time. The fog between the birch trees at the northeast corner had not moved since I came out of the tent. A specific section of it, between the second and third trunk, had a density that was slightly different from the fog on either side. Not darker, exactly, but less uniform. The kind of variation that means depth where you were expecting surface. I watched it without appearing to watch it, looking slightly to the left while keeping the section in my peripheral field, which is the way the eye catches low-light detail more reliably than direct focus. The variation in the fog held its position for 4 minutes. Then it was gone, and the fog was uniform again, and the birch trunks stood in their row with their inward angled branches, in their silence. My jaw had begun to ache. I broke camp more slowly than I had broken it that final morning. This was the day before that. I want to be precise about the sequence. And I walked the trail north for about a mile until it intersected a secondary connector path that looped back east toward the Maine ridge. There was a backcountry ranger station marked on my map at the junction, a small structure that the Park Service used for equipment storage and patrol shelter. I'd passed it on my way in without stopping. I stopped now. The structure was a single room, maybe 12 by 14 feet, built from rough-hewn timber with a metal roof and a covered porch on the south side. The door was padlocked, but the porch was open, and there was a wooden bench against the wall and a bulletin board under the porch eave, protected from weather, with the standard Park Service materials pinned to it: trail conditions updates, wildlife notices, a laminated leave no trace reminder, and beneath those, pinned with a single tack in the upper left corner, a sheet of paper that was not a standard Park Service document. It was a missing persons notice, not the official kind, not the Park Service format with the photo and the physical description and the incident number. This was printed on plain paper from a home printer. I could see the slight banding from a low-ink cartridge, with a photograph at the top and text below it. The photograph was of a man in his 50s, heavy-set, wearing a canvas jacket, standing in front of what appeared to be a truck in a gravel parking area. The text said he had last been seen at trailhead number 7, which was the numbered post where I had parked my truck, on the 14th of September. 6 weeks before my trip, he had been camping alone. He had not returned to his vehicle. I read the notice twice. I took a photograph of it. Then I looked at the date on the notice. It had been printed on the 22nd of September, and I did the arithmetic and understood that this notice had been here for nearly a month, pinned to a board on a porch that most thru-hikers passed without stopping, and that whoever was supposed to respond to it had either not found it or had found it and not acted. Below the text, a phone number, a Tennessee area code. Under the number, handwritten in blue ink, a single line that someone had added after the notice was printed. He knew better than to go in alone at night. He knew. I stood on the porch of the ranger station in the cold morning and read that line 4 times. And each time I read it, I felt my body respond before my mind could decide how to interpret it. A cold that had nothing to do with the October air working its way through my jacket from the inside out. A stillness in my hands that was different from the steadiness I had noted earlier. More like suspension than control. I looked at the tree line. I looked at the trail in both directions. I looked at the padlocked door of the ranger station, and thought with a sudden and involuntary clarity about how far I was from my truck, and what direction, and how long it would take me to reach it at a walking pace, and then at a faster pace, and then at the fastest pace I could reasonably sustain over 6 miles of mountain trail. 2 hours. Maybe less if I did not stop. I did not leave yet. I want to be honest about that. I stood on the porch for another 10 minutes, reading the notice again, looking at the photograph of the man in the canvas jacket, trying to understand what the handwritten line meant, whether it was a warning or a confession or something that was both simultaneously. And I thought about my father, which I had not planned to think about, the way useful thoughts rarely announce themselves. I thought about the specific quality of his hands and stillness, and about the 19 minutes I had stood beside his bed while my mind was in a conference room in Knoxville. and I understood suddenly and without welcome that I had come to these mountains carrying the precise emotional signature of a man who had already practiced the art of not being present for something that required his full presence. The mountains had noticed. Something in them had noticed. I was not ready to say what I meant by that. I packed the thought away, the same way I had packed everything else, carefully, efficiently, in a place where I could find it later if I needed to, and ignore it for now if I did not. I walked back toward the campsite. I do not know why I walked back toward the campsite instead of toward the truck. I have thought about it many times since, and the only honest answer I can give is that my feet made the decision before I did, and by the time I was aware of having chosen a direction, I was already a quarter-mile down the trail heading south, back toward the clearing, back toward the tent. I had not yet broken down, back toward the 3 birch trees and their inward-angled branches, and the impressions in the leaf litter that were shaped like the boots of a large man who had stood beside me while I slept. Behind me, the ranger station held its notice and its padlock and its handwritten line, and the trail between us was quiet in the way that a trail is quiet when something has been using it and has recently stopped. The trail back to the clearing was the same trail I had walked twice before, and I knew every root and ridge of it by now. And none of that familiarity helped me, because the trail was not the problem, and I had known that since the ranger station porch, since the handwritten line in blue ink that I could not stop reading behind my eyes as I walked. I reached the campsite at 9:15 in the morning. The tent was standing. The fire ring was cold. The 3 birch trees at the northeast corner held their positions with the patience of things that do not need to hurry. I stood at the trail's edge and looked at all of it and felt something I had not felt in the mountains until that moment. Not fear, exactly, not the specific adrenaline response of direct threat, but a deeper and more exhausting sensation, the feeling of a man who has arrived somewhere he was already expected. I sat down on the ground beside the tent without unpacking anything. For a long time I simply sat there, and the clearing held its silence, and the creek ran below in the hollow. And I looked at the ground between my boots and thought about my father with a directness I had not allowed myself in 7 years. Not the conference room version of the thought, not the frayed liability clause version. The actual thing. The Tuesday afternoon. The 20 minutes. The 19 of those 20 minutes during which I had been somewhere else entirely while my father was present, and the only way he had left. I had not said goodbye. That was the fact I had been carrying at arm's length since that Tuesday. The one I had been calling personality and professional responsibility, and the kind of man who keeps his commitments. I had not said goodbye, and he had died in that room with his hands still on the blanket, and I had been standing 3 feet away thinking about a freight liability clause, and I had been doing that because saying goodbye would have meant acknowledging what was ending, and acknowledging what was ending would have required me to be a person of a kind I did not know how to be, the kind of person who stays. I was aware that I was crying, which surprised me, because I had not cried at the funeral, and had not cried since, and I had come to believe over those 7 years that the mechanism for it had simply closed. It had not closed. It had been waiting for a place with enough quiet to work in, and the Smoky Mountains in October, with their wet leaf smell and their cold stone and their specific quality of old silence, had provided that quiet whether I had come here for it or not. I sat on the ground of the clearing and cried with the efficiency of a man releasing 7 years of pressure, which is to say, not gracefully, not with any sense of control, but completely, the way a thing that has been held for a very long time releases when the hold finally goes. When it passed, I felt hollowed out in a way that was not unpleasant. Raw at the edges, but genuinely empty of something I'd been storing without knowing the storage was costing me. I wiped my face with the back of my hand and looked at the birch trees and felt, for a strange and specific moment, that the clearing had changed quality, not the temperature, not the light, but something in the air's relationship to the space it occupied, as though the held breath I had been sensing for 2 days had shifted. That was when I noticed the object at the base of the center birch tree. It had not been there when I left for the ranger station. I was certain of that with the same certainty I had about the branch position. Not the casual certainty of assumption, but the specific certainty of a man who had been watching the tree line with professional attention for 2 days. The object was at the base of the trunk, partially obscured by the root structure, but visible from where I was sitting, because the morning light was coming from the east and catching its edge at a low angle. I crossed the clearing in old steps and crouched at the base of the tree. It was a boot, a single work boot, the heavy lace-up kind. Dark brown leather gone gray at the toe from long wear. The lug sole thick and wide. The same pattern, or close enough to the same pattern, as the impressions in the leaf litter outside my tent, sized for a large man. Placed upright against the root, not discarded, not dropped, but set down with deliberate orientation, toe pointing toward the campsite. I did not touch it. I looked at it for a long time. I looked at the bark of the birch tree above it, and I found what I was half expecting to find. A mark cut into the bark at approximately shoulder height. A vertical line through a horizontal one, the same form as the carved blaze on the trail marker, but executed here with more care, the cuts cleaner and deeper. A cross, or something that used the form of a cross for purposes I could not name. Below it, slightly to the right, a second mark. 2 parallel horizontal lines, shallow and precise. I stood up and stepped back from the tree and looked at the other 2 birch trees in the cluster. The second one had a mark as well, differed from the first. A single horizontal line at eye level, slightly curved at the right end. The third tree had no mark that I could find. I looked at the ground between the 3 trunks and found that the leaf litter there had been disturbed in a pattern that was not the random disturbance of wind or animal, but something arranged. The leaves swept aside in a rough circle roughly 4 feet across, down to bare earth, and in the bare earth were the impressions of knees. Someone had been kneeling there, recently enough that the earth was still compressed and slightly damp at the center of each impression. My hands were no longer steady in the way they had been, not shaking, not yet, something in between steadiness and its absence, a fine vibration at the tips of my fingers that I noticed when I raised my phone to photograph the marks on the bark and had to take the photograph twice to get one that was not blurred. I walked back to the tent and sat down and looked at the photographs on my phone. The boot, the marks, the kneeling impressions, the missing persons notice, the carved trail blaze, and tried to construct a single coherent account that held all of them. What I arrived at was not a theory, exactly. It was a shape. The shape of something organized, repeated, and patient. Not random. Not opportunistic in the way of ordinary backcountry danger. Something that had a practice. Something that came to this clearing, or to clearings like this one, with enough regularity to have developed a language of marks and positions and deliberate placements. The man in the missing persons notice had parked at the same trailhead. 6 weeks before, my truck had sat in the same gravel pullout, with the same brown numbered post. He had been camping alone. He had not returned to his vehicle. He knew better than to go in alone at night. I looked at the boot at the base of the birch tree and understood, in a way I could not organize into language yet, but that my body had already fully processed that the boot was not a discarded object. It was a message, or a marker, or a record. Something had been placed there by someone who knew this clearing, who returned to it, who had a relationship with this particular ground that predated my permit and my packed bag and my drive through Gatlinburg by a margin I could not calculate. The vulnerability of a tent wall was something I had never considered before that moment with any real precision. A tent wall is nylon. It is a 1/4 inch of fabric between a sleeping body and the open air. I had been sleeping behind a 1/4 inch of nylon while something stood outside it and shifted its weight and listened to me breathe. I picked up my phone. No signal, which I had known and which my body treated as fresh information anyway, registering the absence of bars with a spike of something sharp and immediate that I felt behind my sternum. I was aware suddenly and completely of how specific my grief had been in the moment I experienced it. how the clearing had felt different when the held breath shifted, how the object had appeared at the base of the birch tree in the interval between my breaking open and my returning to function. The timing of it was not random. Something had been watching me closely enough to know when I was at my most open, my most undefended, my most entirely present in the clearing rather than in my own guarded interior. It had chosen that moment to leave something at the base of the tree. I thought about whether that should make me more frightened or less, and I could not decide. And the inability to decide felt important in a way I did not yet have the vocabulary for. The horror of it was clear, but underneath the horror was something that sat with a different weight. The unsettling recognition that whatever was using this clearing had watched me grieve my father with more presence and attention than I had given the grief myself. I sat with that for a long time in the cold and the quiet, while the creek ran below and the 3 birch trees held their marks in their silence and the boot at the base of the center trunk pointed its toe at the campsite with the patience of a thing that has already made its point and is simply waiting for the point to land. It had landed. The clearing knew something about me now that I had spent 7 years not knowing about myself, and the knowing of it, the being seen in that specific and unguarded way, was a door I could not close. And I understood, sitting in the cold October dirt, that this was the reason I had walked back to the campsite instead of toward my truck. The boot at the base of the birch tree had been placed by someone who knew this clearing well enough to know when to place it, but I had spent the better part of an hour sitting with that understanding, turning it over with the methodical patience of a man who manages freight discrepancies for a living and knows that the facts do not change no matter how many times you examine them. Only your relationship to the facts changes, and only if you are willing to let it. I made the decision to find Ruth Hensley the same way I had made the decision to walk back to the campsite instead of toward my truck. Not as a conscious act of reasoning, but as a thing my body had already committed to before my mind arrived at the same address. I had her name from a notice board at the park's Eastern Visitor Center, which I passed on my way in and paused at long enough to read a laminated sheet about backcountry safety and local contacts. Ruth Hensley, Backcountry Resource Coordinator, retired, listed as a community liaison for the park's historical preservation program. A phone number with a local exchange. Below her name, in the specific font the Park Service uses for supplementary materials, a single line, long-term resident, Sevier County. 41 years of backcountry knowledge. I had photographed the notice board the way I photograph everything useful. I had the number. I had no signal. That problem required solving before anything else. I broke camp with deliberate efficiency, folding the tent, compressing the sleeping bag, packing the stove, and I did all of it facing outward with my back to the tent rather than to the tree line, which meant I could see the birch trees and the boot and the marks on the bark while my hands worked. The boot remained at the base of the center trunk. Nothing moved in the surrounding forest. The morning had gone completely still in the particular way of a cold October day when the sun has cleared the ridgeline and the air has not yet decided what temperature it intends to be. I left the clearing at 10:40 in the morning and did not look back. The hike out took me past the ranger station, where the missing persons notice still occupied its single tack on the bulletin board. The photograph of the man in a canvas jacket presiding over the porch with the patient irrelevance of a thing that has been ignored long enough to stop expecting a response. I stopped and looked at it again. I looked at the handwritten line. He knew better than to go in alone at night. He knew. The handwriting was neat and controlled, the letters evenly spaced, the pressure of the pen consistent throughout. The handwriting of someone who was not agitated when they wrote it, or who had written it enough times in their own mind that the physical act of putting it on paper came out steady. I walked the remaining 4 miles to the trailhead without stopping. My truck was where I had left it, alone in the gravel pullout. I stood beside it for a moment before unlocking it, looking at the gravel around the rear tires, noting the marks in the loose stone. 2 sets of impressions that were not mine. The lug-sole pattern again on the driver's side and a second narrower pattern on the passenger side. as though two people had stood at either end of the truck and looked at it from both directions simultaneously. I unlocked the truck and got in and drove until my phone showed 2 bars of signal, which took 11 minutes, and then I pulled onto the shoulder of the forest road and called the number from the notice board. Ruth Hensley answered on the 3rd ring. Her voice was the kind that belongs to a person who has spent a lifetime outdoors. Not rough exactly, but with a particular quality of weathered attention. Each word placed with the care of someone who has learned that language is a limited resource and wastes nothing. She said her name when she answered. Just her name. Not hello, not a question. I told her mine. I told her I had been camping at Backcountry Site 14 and that I needed to speak with someone who knew the area's history. There was a pause of perhaps 4 seconds. Site 14, she said. Site 14. She repeated it the way a person repeats a word they already know, but need to hear in their own voice to confirm. I told her about the boot at the base of the birch tree. I told her about the marks on the bark. I told her about the impressions in the leaf litter and the missing persons notice and the handwritten line below it. Another pause. Longer this time. Are you out of the back country now? She said. It was not phrased as a question. I told her I was on the forest road in my truck. Stay there, she said. I will come to you. She arrived 40 minutes later in a dark green pickup truck with a cracked left taillight and a Park Service sticker on the rear window that was old enough to have faded to near transparency. She was in her late 60s, solidly built, wearing a canvas work jacket over a flannel shirt, her gray hair cut practically short. She parked behind my truck and walked to my window and looked at me for a moment before she said anything. Her hands were in her jacket pockets. Still. You went back, she said, after the first night. You went back to the campsite. I told her I had. She looked at the tree line above the forest road, at the ridge visible through the gap in the canopy. Her jaw shifted slightly. Most of them leave after the first night, she said. The ones who notice. I asked her what she meant by most of them, and she looked at me with the specific expression of a person who has been asked a question they have answered before and who is deciding, again, how much of the answer serves the person asking. She pulled a folded paper receipt from her jacket pocket and began folding it into smaller and smaller squares, with precise automatic movements, her eyes still on the tree line. There are people who have been living in that backcountry since before the park existed, she said. Not legally, not on any record. Families that were here when the government came through in the 1930s and took the land, and families that simply did not leave when they were supposed to. She paused. Some of them moved. Some of them went deeper in. I asked her how many. She folded the receipt into its smallest possible configuration and held it between 2 fingers. That is the wrong question, she said. The number changes. It has always changed. People come into the backcountry and join them, sometimes willingly, and sometimes in other ways, and people leave. And some people do not leave in any way that accounts for them afterward. I asked her about the man in the canvas jacket, the missing persons notice. Her hands went still around the folded receipt. That stillness, the sudden cessation of the folding, was more communicative than anything she had said. Gerald, she said. Gerald Marsh. He was from Maryville. He had been going into that section of the backcountry for 20 years. He knew the marks. He knew what Site 14 meant. She looked at me directly for the first time since she had arrived. He went back the second night. The space between that sentence and the next one was long enough that I counted my own breathing in it. The marks on the birch trees, I said. What do they mean? She looked at the receipt in her fingers. The vertical through the horizontal means the site is occupied. The 2 parallel horizontals mean the occupant has been assessed. She said it with the flatness of someone reciting a technical specification. All emotion drained from the delivery, which made it considerably worse than if she had said it with feeling. The single curved horizontal on the second tree means the occupant is alone. I sat with that for a moment. They marked me, I said. Before the second night. Before the end of the first afternoon, she said. I looked at the tree line. The ridge was still visible through the canopy gap, holding its position against the October sky with the indifference of something very old. I thought about the first morning, the fog between the birch trees, the branch repositioned, the shadow that was almost certainly not fog. I had been assessed before I finished my first cup of camp coffee. Someone had stood at the edge of that clearing and looked at my tent and my pack and my single camp chair and understood, with the precision of long practice, exactly what kind of man I was and exactly what I was doing there alone. The boot, I said. Ruth looked at the receipt again and began folding it once more, though it was already at its smallest. The boot is a boundary marker, she said. It means the site has been claimed. It means they have decided the occupant is aware enough to receive the message. I asked her what happened to people who were not aware enough. She said, they generally do not notice the boot. She said it simply, without inflection, and looked at the tree line, and I felt the sentence settle into me with a weight that had nothing to do with its component words, and everything to do with what they implied about Gerald Marsh, and about the man who had told Park Service that Gerald knew better than to go in alone at night. The person who wrote on that notice, I said, below the printed text. She nodded once, a minimal acknowledgement, her eyes still on the ridge. Is that person someone you know? I said. Her hands went still again around the folded receipt. I have a task for you, she said, which was not an answer and was clearly not meant to be one. There is a specific place on the North Trail, 2 miles in from the junction. A cairn off the east side of the trail by about 30 feet in a clearing smaller than Site 14. You will find it because the trees around it have no marks. They cleared the marks from those trees specifically, which means the clearing is acknowledged rather than claimed. She looked at me with the careful attention of someone delivering precise instructions to a person they are not certain will follow them. Precisely. You go there before dark. You go alone. You leave the boot at the base of the cairn. You do not take anything from the clearing. You do not wait to see if anyone comes. I asked her why. Because Gerald went back the second night and waited, she said. And he was the kind of man who needed to see something with his own eyes before he believed it, and the mountains have a particular relationship with that kind of man. She put the receipt back in her jacket pocket and looked at me with something that was not quite sympathy and not quite warning, a third thing that occupied the space between them. You have been carrying something into that backcountry, she said. Something unfinished. They can read that the way you read a freight manifest. A pause. Leave the boot at the cairn. Come back to your truck before the light goes. Drive home. She looked at the tree line one final time. Do not go back for your gear. I started to say that I had left nothing at the campsite, that I had broken camp completely before I walked out. She looked at me with an expression that stopped the sentence. You left something, she said. You left it this morning, in the clearing, before you packed up. You know what it was. She walked back to her truck without waiting for my answer, and the cracked taillight caught the afternoon sun as she pulled away, and I sat in my truck on the shoulder of the forest road and understood that she was right, and that the thing I had left in the clearing was not an object, and that returning for it was precisely what the cairn and the boot and the task were designed to allow. Ruth Hensley's truck had been gone for 20 minutes before I started my engine, and in those 20 minutes I sat on the shoulder of the forest road and looked at the tree line and thought about what she had said with the precision she had intended, which was to say completely and without the softening that the mind applies to difficult information when it is trying to make that information more livable. I drove back to the trailhead at a pace that was neither urgent nor leisurely. The gravel pullout looked the same as it had that morning. The brown numbered post, the empty lot, the tree line pressing close on 3 sides. I parked and sat for a moment. The afternoon light was already dropping. That specific October descent that arrives earlier than you are ready for, and does not apologize for it. I had perhaps 2 hours of usable light. Ruth had said before dark, and I understood that before dark in this context was not a preference, but a condition. I shouldered my pack, empty now except for my phone, my water bottle, and the boot, which I had wrapped in my rain jacket and placed carefully in the main compartment as though it were something fragile. It was not fragile, but there was a quality to it that made me handle it with care I could not entirely justify rationally. The trail felt different going in this time. Not the landscape. The tulip poplars and the hemlock and the yellow birch were exactly as they had been, but the quality of my movement through it. I was not hiking. I was not walking with purpose toward a destination I had selected. I was being directed toward a specific place by a woman who had folded a receipt into the smallest possible square and told me things in the flat voice of a person who has long since made peace with truths that most people spend their lives not knowing. That was a different kind of movement entirely. My feet registered it. The trail felt shorter than it had before, or I was moving faster than I intended without being aware of it. I found the junction in 40 minutes. I turned north. The north trail was narrower than the section I had been using, the tree canopy lower, the root structure more aggressive underfoot. The forest here was older. I could feel it in the way sound moved through it, or rather, did not move, absorbed by the density of the organic material on every surface. My footsteps were almost silent. My breathing was the loudest thing in the corridor of trees, and I became aware of it with a self-consciousness that was new, as though I were a guest in a library and had only just realized the room required silence. I counted my steps from the junction. At roughly 2 miles, I began looking east of the trail. The cairn announced itself before I found it. That is the only way I know how to say it accurately. I became aware of the clearing before I could see it, a change in the quality of the light filtering through the trees from the east, a slight brightening that indicated open sky above an open space. I stepped off the trail into the undergrowth, moving carefully, watching where I placed my feet with an attention that felt less like caution and more like respect. The clearing was smaller than Site 14, as Ruth had described, perhaps 15 feet across, roughly circular, ringed by old-growth oak and hickory rather than birch. The trees had no marks on them. She had been right about that specifically, and the absence of marks was, in its own way, more striking than the presence of them had been. A deliberate clearing, a respected space, a place that had been acknowledged rather than claimed. The leaf litter on the ground had been maintained in a way that natural accumulation does not produce, the surface even and unbroken, as though it had been tended. The cairn was at the center, 6 stones, flat and gray, stacked with the careful horizontal alignment of hands that knew what they were doing, roughly knee-height. On the top stone, a single dried flower, the brown remnant of something that had been placed there long enough ago that all color was gone, and beside it, a folded piece of cloth so weathered I could not determine its original color or purpose. I stood at the edge of the clearing for a long time. My body had arrived at stage 3 of something I did not have a clinical name for. Not my hands, not my peripheral vision, not my jaw or my mouth. Something deeper, a quality of suspension, as though each breath I drew was being drawn with the awareness that the act of breathing was itself a kind of communication in the space, a signal of presence, an announcement. My feet had stopped at the clearing's edge without my deciding to stop, and they were not moving forward, and I was not making them move forward, and I understood that the stillness was correct, and that rushing toward the cairn would have been a violation of something I could feel, but not articulate. I waited. The forest around the clearing held its silence in the way that Ruth had implied, acknowledged rather than claimed, a different quality from the watched silence of Site 14. Not predatory, not organized toward me specifically. Something older and more general than that. A silence that had been here before I arrived, and would be here when I was gone, and was simply including me in it for the duration of my presence, the way a river includes whatever enters it. After several minutes, I did not look at my phone. I did not want to know the time. I felt my feet move. Not a decision. A movement. I crossed the clearing in 8 steps, the same number it had taken me to cross from the tent to the birch tree that morning, which I noted without knowing what to do with the noting. I crouched at the base of the cairn and took the boot from my pack. I held it for a moment. The leather was cold from the October air and from being in my pack, and it had the weight of a thing that has been used for a long time by a person who depended on it. The lug sole was worn unevenly at the heel, the way a person's footwear wears unevenly when they have a slight irregularity in their gait. Someone's specific walk was recorded in the leather and rubber of this boot. Someone who had stood beside my tent on 2 separate nights, standing close enough that I had heard them shift their weight, close enough that the impression of their presence had outlasted their presence in the leaf litter. I placed it at the base of the cairn, upright, toe pointing away from the campsite this time, away from any campsite toward the open forest, toward whatever direction the marking system indicated as outward rather than inward. Then I sat back on my heels and stayed there, and the clearing stayed with me, and nothing happened in any of the dramatic ways I had been anticipating since Ruth Hensley had given me the task. What happened instead was quieter and more lasting. The quality of the air in the clearing changed, not the temperature, not a wind, not any physical property I could have recorded or measured. A settling. The specific sensation of pressure releasing from a space that had been holding it, the way a room feels different after a window that has been painted shut for years is finally opened. The cairn sat in the changed air with the patience of something that has been waiting for a specific act to occur and has now received it. I was aware, in the clearing settled silence, of my father with a completeness I had not managed at the funeral or in the 7 years after it. Not the memory of him, not the conference room thought, not the hands on the blanket, but his actual presence in the way that people are present when you finally stop managing a relationship to their absence and simply let the absence be what it is, full and real and permanent and not a problem to be solved. I stayed in that for a long time. I was not aware of anyone else in the clearing. I want to be precise about that because it matters for what came after. The awareness I had been carrying for 3 days, that quality of being watched, of something organized and patient moving at the edges of my attention, was gone from this space entirely. The clearing was empty of everything except the cairn and the boot and the changed air and whatever it was I had brought there that was not a boot and not an object and had been left in the clearing that morning when the grief finally opened. When I stood, my knees ached in the mild ordinary way of a man in his late 30s who has been crouching on cold ground, and the ordinariness of that sensation was a relief I felt through my entire body. I looked at the boot at the base of the cairn, and the dried flower on the top stone, and the weathered cloth, and I understood that Gerald Marsh's name was probably on that cloth, or worked into it in some form I was not equipped to read, and that there were other names on it too, going back further than I wanted to calculate. I walked back to the trail without looking behind me. The light was lower now, the canopy filtering what remained of the afternoon into long horizontal columns between the trunks, and I moved through those columns with the specific physical sensation of a man who has set something down after carrying it for a very long time. Not lighter, exactly, because the grief was still present and would remain present, but differently weighted, distributed more honestly through the structure of me rather than held at a compensatory distance from it. My feet were moving at a pace my mind had not set. I was covering ground. At the junction, I stopped. I looked north, back toward the smaller clearing and the cairn. The forest in that direction was simply forest, deep and old, and darkening with the hour, holding its history and the density of its accumulated years, without offering any of it to me. I was no longer part of whatever transaction had occurred in the clearing. I had done what was required, and the forest had received it, and that account was settled in whatever currency these mountains used. I turned south and walked toward the trailhead. Behind me, somewhere in the deep section of the North Trail, I heard a single footstep in the leaves. One step, deliberate, the weight of a large person. And then nothing further. And I did not stop walking, and I did not look back, and the sound did not repeat. The light had almost gone by the time I reached the gravel pullout, and my truck sat in the last of it with the brown numbered post beside it and the forest pressing close on three sides. And I unlocked the door and got in and sat for a moment in the specific silence of a completed thing before I started the engine and drove toward Gatlinburg and the lit world beyond the park boundary. The drive through Gatlinburg at 9 in the evening was everything the mountains were not, lit and loud and crowded with the specific American abundance of a tourist corridor that does not stop for October or for darkness or for the particular condition of a man passing through it after 3 days in the back country with something fundamentally altered in the way he occupied his own body. I stopped at a diner on the main strip because I needed food, and because the act of stopping somewhere ordinary felt like a requirement I owed myself. A re-entry procedure, the way astronauts are not simply handed back their lives the moment the capsule lands, but are processed through a sequence of steps designed to normalize the transition. The diner was warm and brightly lit, and smelled of coffee and bacon grease, and something sweet from the pie case by the register. And I sat at the counter and ordered eggs and toast and coffee, and ate all of it with the focused attention of a man who has not eaten a real meal in longer than he realized. The waitress refilled my coffee without being asked. That small, unrequested kindness landed with a weight disproportionate to its size. I sat at that counter for 40 minutes. I looked at the other people in the diner, a family of 4 at a corner booth, the parents conducting a quiet logistical conversation over the heads of 2 children who were too tired to eat, an older couple at the window, sharing a piece of pie from a single plate with the ease of people who have been sharing things for so long. The division of them has become automatic. A man about my age at the far end of the counter, looking at his phone with the expression of someone reading news they already expected to be bad. I thought about my father eating breakfast. He had always eaten the same breakfast. 2 eggs over easy, wheat toast, black coffee, at the same table in the same kitchen in the house I grew up in. And he had eaten it with a quality of contentment that I had never fully appreciated until that moment in the Gatlinburg diner, looking at strangers eat, understanding that the capacity for that kind of contentment is not a given, that it is something a person either cultivates or does not, and that I had spent 11 years in logistics management and 7 years carrying a specific Tuesday afternoon and had not cultivated it. I paid for the meal and left a tip that was too large, and walked back to my truck. The drive to Knoxville took just under 2 hours. I kept the radio off. The interstate was quiet at that hour, the mountains receding in my mirrors as I drove east, their ridgeline dark against the sky that was slightly less dark, the specific gradation of a clear October night in eastern Tennessee where enough light from enough small towns creates a horizon that is never fully black. I drove at a steady pace and felt the miles accumulate beneath me with a patience I had not had on the drive out, when I had been moving away from something. Now I was moving towards something, and the difference in those 2 directions was entirely interior and completely legible to every part of me. I reached my apartment at 11:40. I parked and sat in the truck for a moment before going in. The parking lot of my building was familiar in the way of things seen too many times to register. The same lampposts, the same cracked section of asphalt near the entrance, the same neighbor sedan with the parking permit sticker in the corner of the rear window. All of it exactly as I had left it, indifferent to what I had been doing in its absence. Inside, the apartment smelled of the particular stillness of a closed space left alone for several days. I turned on the kitchen light and stood in the center of the room and looked at everything with the slight dislocation of a man returning from somewhere that had changed the prescription through which he viewed familiar things. The charger on the counter beside the coffee maker, glowing its small ember light. The chair I always meant to reupholster. A photograph on the wall beside the hallway. My father and I at a camping trip when I was 11, both of us squinting into the sun, his hand on my shoulder. I looked at that photograph hundreds of times without really looking at it. I looked at it now, his hand on my shoulder, both of us squinting, the specific quality of his expression in that moment, not posed, not performing for the camera, simply present in an afternoon with his son in a way that required nothing from him except his own willingness to be there. I stood in my kitchen and looked at that photograph for a long time, and I did not cry, because whatever had opened in the clearing had not left me raw in that exposed way, had settled into something more durable than the rawness, something that could hold the weight of his expression without collapsing under it. I called my sister the next morning. We had spoken perhaps 4 times in the 7 years since the funeral, not from hostility, not from any specific rupture, but from the same quiet withdrawal that had characterized my relationship to everything that required me to be present for something that mattered. She answered on the second ring, and there was a pause when she heard my voice. Not hostile, just surprised, and then she said my name in the way she said it when we were children, with the specific emphasis of a person who learned your name before you did. We talked for 2 hours. I told her about the trip, not all of it, not the boot, or the Karen or Ruth Hensley. I was not ready to give those parts language yet, but I told her about the clearing and about sitting on the ground and about the 7 years I had been carrying the Tuesday afternoon, and she was quiet through most of it, in the way of a person who has been waiting a long time for a specific conversation to begin and is now letting it begin without interruption. She told me she had known. She had known at the funeral, and she had known in the years after. And she had not pushed because she understood, she said, that I would find my way to it when I was ready, and that pushing a man like me before he was ready produced only more distance. A man like me. I asked her what she meant. Someone who needs to arrive somewhere by himself before he believes he has actually arrived, she said. I did not have an answer for that. She did not require one. Before we got off the phone, she told me she had a box of our father's things she had been keeping since the estate was settled. Not the furniture, not the tools, but the small personal objects, the ones that had been on his nightstand and in his jacket pockets and on the shelf above his workbench. She had kept them because I had not been ready to take them, and she had not been able to give them away. She asked if I wanted them now. I told her, yes. I told her I wanted them very much. 3 days later she drove to Knoxville, and we sat in my kitchen for 4 hours and went through the box together. There was a pocket knife he had carried for 30 years, its handle worn smooth, a photograph of his own father, my grandfather, dead before I was born, standing in front of a truck in a gravel lot, a small notebook, a black one, very like the notebook I had bought at the drugstore before the trip, filled with his handwriting in pencil, lists of projects and measurements and occasional brief observations that were not quite diary entries, but were more personal than lists. I held the notebook for a long time before opening it. My sister watched me hold it with the expression of a person who has been tending something carefully and is now watching it be received. She had his hands, I noticed, the same width across the knuckles, the same quality of capability in them. I had never noticed that before. I had been looking at my own hands for 38 years without seeing his in them, and I looked at them now and saw it clearly, the inheritance of structure that had been there the entire time, waiting for me to stop looking away. My sister stayed for dinner. I made pasta badly, and we ate it at the kitchen table and talked until late, not about the funeral or the Tuesday or the 7 years, but about him, the specific and irreplaceable texture of who he had been, the breakfast he always made, the way he laughed at his own jokes before he finished telling them, the hand on the shoulder in the photograph. After she left, I sat at the kitchen table with a black notebook in front of me and opened it to the last page he had written on. A list of projects he had not finished, a measurement for a set of shelves he had been planning to build in the garage. And at the bottom of the page, in the same careful pencil, a single line that was not a project or a measurement. He had written, "The work is not the same as the being there." I sat with that for a long time in the quiet kitchen, the amber light of the charger on the counter, the photograph on the wall, the specific settled weight of a grief that had been given its correct dimensions at last, and had stopped requiring management. Outside, a light rain had begun. It moved across the window in slow diagonal lines, and I listened to it with the particular attention of a man who has recently relearned that the sound of rain on a window is one of the ordinary gifts that does not require earning. On the shelf above my desk, where I placed it the night I returned, the small black notebook sat beside my father's pocket knife, and I had not yet opened the notebook to write. But I knew what the first line would be when I did, because the mountains had given it to me in a clearing where the air had changed and the cairn had received what I brought it, and the line was waiting with the same patient accuracy as everything else the trip had taught me. The rain that had started the night my sister left continued on and off for the better part of a week, the specific gray persistence of a Tennessee autumn that has decided to make its point thoroughly. And I moved through those days with the careful attention of a man learning to inhabit his own life from a slightly different angle than the one he had been using for 11 years. The first change I noticed was the mornings. I had always woken at 6:15 with the alarm, and been functional within 10 minutes and out the door within 30. The entire sequence executed with the efficiency of a person who has optimized their morning for minimum friction rather than maximum experience. That sequence did not change in its external form. I still woke at 6:15, still made coffee, still left within 30 minutes, but something in the interior quality of it was different. I was present in it in a way I had not been before. The coffee tasted like coffee. The light coming through the kitchen window at that hour was the specific pale gold of early morning in October, then November, and I noticed it. I noticed it each day as though it were information worth recording. I did not immediately understand that this was what returning from the mountains had given me. I thought for the first 2 weeks that it was simply the aftermath of the emotional event in the clearing, a temporary heightening that would normalize back to the flat efficiency I had maintained for years. It did not normalize. It deepened instead, the way a river deepens in a particular channel after a flood has cleared the accumulated debris. At work, my manager noticed something had changed and could not name it, which I know because he mentioned it twice in the oblique way of a man who lacks the vocabulary for interior observation. He said I seemed more settled. He said it the second time with a slight uncertainty, as though settled was not quite the word he was reaching for, but was the closest available option. I thanked him and did not explain. The work itself had not changed. The freight manifests and the discrepancy reports and the procurement negotiations were exactly as they had always been, requiring the same attention and producing the same results. What had changed was my relationship to the hours between the work, the evenings, the weekends, the slow Sunday mornings that I had previously filled with the low-grade restlessness of a man who has not identified what he is restless for. Those hours were no longer empty in the way they had been. They had content, not dramatic content, not the content of a life transformed by revelation, but the ordinary content of a person who has remembered how to be present in the time he actually has. I called my sister every Sunday. That was new. We had spoken 4 times in 7 years, and now I called every Sunday, and she answered every Sunday, and we talk for an hour or sometimes 2. And the conversations were not always about our father. Sometimes they were about nothing at all, about her week and my week and the specific minor events of ordinary life. And the nothing at all was, I came to understand, the point. The nothing at all was what I had not been capable of for 7 years, because nothing at all requires a person to be fully present in the moment they are actually in, without agenda, without the management of distance, without the freight liability clause running in the background. I opened my father's notebook again 3 weeks after I returned. I had been leaving it on the shelf above my desk, beside his pocket knife, letting the sight of it become familiar before I attempted the contents. When I finally opened it, I read it slowly and entirely, sitting at my kitchen table on a Sunday morning with coffee going cold beside me. His handwriting was careful and consistent throughout, the pencil marks even. The lists precise. Measurements for the garage shelves appeared on 4 separate pages, each iteration slightly revised, the numbers refined as his planning developed. There were observations about wood grain and joint types that I did not fully understand, but recognized as the language of someone who thought carefully about how things were built to hold. Near the middle of the notebook, a page that was different from the others. Not a list. Not measurements. A paragraph written in the same careful pencil without a date. He had written about a camping trip, not the trip in the photograph. A different one earlier, before I was born. He had gone alone into the mountains, he wrote, because he had needed to be somewhere that did not know him. He had been carrying something unresolved and it needed the specific quiet of a place indifferent to his history. He described sitting by a fire and listening to the forest and feeling, for the first time in a long time, that the weight he had been managing had a shape he could see clearly from the outside. He wrote, "I think the mountains give back what you bring them, but changed, as though they have held it long enough to clarify it." I read that paragraph 4 times. Then, I sat back in my chair and looked at the ceiling and stayed there for a long time with the specific sensation of a thing that has completed its circuit. The current running from him to me across the 38 years between that unnamed mountain and the Smokies in October, across the Tuesday afternoon and the 7 years of managed distance, arriving at this kitchen table with the clean and final weight of something that was always going to find its way through eventually. I began writing my own account the following week, not immediately. I spent several days simply knowing I was going to write it, letting the knowledge settle and organize itself before I committed it to paper. When I finally began, I used a notebook identical to the one I had bought at the drugstore before the trip, the small black kind, and I wrote in pencil because my father had written in pencil, and because pencil carries a quality of provisionality, of openness to revision, that pen does not. I wrote everything in order. The logistics job, the drive through Gatlinburg, the trail descending through hemlock and yellow birch, the fog between the birch trees, the branch repositioned, the marks on the bark and what Ruth Hensley had told me they meant. The cairn and the boot and the changed air of the small clearing, the grief in the larger clearing that had finally opened and what had opened it. I wrote the Tuesday afternoon. I wrote his hands on the blanket. I wrote the 19 minutes and what I had been thinking during them and why. And the writing of it did not collapse me the way I had feared it would for 7 years. It held, the structure of language held. The words were adequate to the weight, which I had doubted. I wrote the line he had left at the bottom of the last page. The work is not the same as the being there. I wrote it as a section unto itself on its own line, with space above and below it. The title arrived while I was writing part 3 of the account, which surprised me because I had not been looking for a title. I was describing the cleared circle of leaves at the base of the birch trees, the kneeling impressions in the bare earth, and the phrase arrived without announcement. What the dark kept. I wrote it at the top of the first page, and it sat there with the quiet accuracy of a thing that was always going to be the title, that had been the title before the writing began. November moved through its weeks with the steady accumulation of ordinary days. The leaves came down from the trees in the city the way they always did, with less drama than the mountain foliage, but with their own patient beauty, the sidewalks going copper and then brown, and then wet under the November rain. I walked to work 2 days a week instead of driving. That was new. The walk took 22 minutes, and I used all 22 of them to look at the street and the buildings and the people moving through the same morning air with their own invisible freight. And the looking was something I had not done for a long time with any real openness. I bought a better quality of coffee for the kitchen. I repotted the plant on the windowsill that had been declining for 2 years from insufficient light, and moved it to a position that received the morning sun. I fixed the chair I had been meaning to reupholster, not by reupholstering it, but by taking it to a shop in my neighborhood that did that kind of work, which I had known about for 3 years without ever going in. These were small things. I am aware they are small things. But I have come to believe, in the months since October, that the texture of a life is made almost entirely of small things, and that a man who is not present for the small things is not present for any of it, regardless of how efficiently he manages the large ones. The mineral smell of wet earth after rain reached me on a Tuesday morning in late November, walking to work through the park 2 blocks from my building. Someone had been turning soil in the community garden at the park's south end. The dark earth overturned for winter, and the smell rose from it in the cold air with the specific depth and complexity of the smell I had noted on the Smoky Mountains Trail. That first 100 yards of descent through the hemlock corridor, the smell I had thought then was something I had forgotten I knew. I stopped walking. I stood on the path beside the community garden and breathed the smell in, and felt the mountains return to me completely, not as memory, not as merity, but as physical fact, as present and immediate as the cold air moving through my jacket. The clearing, the cairn, the changed air after the boot was placed, the single footstep in the leaves as I walked back to the trail. I stood there for a full minute before I walked on. That evening I reread the account from the beginning. All of what I had written, sitting at the kitchen table with my father's notebook open beside mine, the 2 black covers side by side on the wood surface, his handwriting in mine, his mountain in mine. The same need, carried across a generation in the blood, to find a place indifferent enough to be honest in. I closed both notebooks and looked at his pocketknife on the shelf. Tomorrow I was going to drive to my sister's house for the first time in 7 years. Not for a reason, not for a holiday or an occasion, but simply because she was there and I was here, and the distance between those 2 facts had been a choice I had been making every day without acknowledging it as a choice, and I was ready to make a different one. 8 months had passed since October, and the account was finished, and the 2 black notebooks sat on the shelf above my desk beside my father's pocketknife, and I had read the completed account twice in the week since I wrote the final line, and both times I had felt the same thing at the close. Not resolution exactly, because resolution implies that something has been solved, and grief is not a problem with a solution, but something more honest than resolution, something closer to acknowledgement, which is what I had been withholding for 7 years, and which the mountains had required of me before they gave back what I had brought them. I drove to the Smokies on a Saturday in late May, 8 months and 11 days after I had driven out of the park with the mountains receding in my mirrors, and the Gatlinburg lights ahead of me, and everything in me changed and not yet understood. The drive was the same drive, the same interstate, the same ridgeline appearing to the west as I cleared the last stretch of suburban sprawl, the same shift in air quality as the elevation began to climb, the specific freshness of mountain air that no amount of open-car window driving on the interstate quite prepares you for. The dogwood had finished weeks ago. The mountain laurel was at its peak. The slopes along the road carrying their white and pink through the green of the fully leafed canopy, and the difference between October and May in those mountains was so complete and so stunning that it felt less like a returning and more like an arrival somewhere new. I had not planned to return. I want to be clear about that. I had not set out in October with the intention of completing a circle, and I had not made the decision to return in any moment I could identify precisely. The decision had assembled itself quietly over the 8 months, the way certain understandings assemble themselves incrementally and without announcement, until one morning you wake and the decision is simply there, already made, waiting for you to act on it. I did not go back to Site 14. I had considered it and decided against it with the same certainty I had felt when I turned south at the trail junction in October. A bodily certainty, my feet knowing before my mind did. Site 14 was complete. What had happened there and belonged there and did not need a return visit to be honored. The small clearing with the cairn was also not my destination. Ruth Hensley had said go there before dark and leave the boot and do not wait to see if anyone comes, and I had done all 3, and that account was settled. What I drove to was the trailhead, the gravel pullout with the brown number post. I parked in the same position I had parked in October, a little to the left of the post, facing the tree line, and I turned off the engine and sat with the windows down and let the mountain air move through the truck and listened to the forest on the other side of the tree line for a long time without getting out. The sounds were completely different from October. Birds I could not name, their calls layered and overlapping in the canopy, moving through registers from deep in the forest to directly overhead. The creek, audible from here in May in a way it had not been in the drier October air, running with a full voice of snowmelt and spring rain, wind through leaves rather than through bare branches, a softer sound with more texture to it, life, rather than the magnificent stripped-down skeleton of life that the mountains offer in late fall when the leaves are gone, and every branch and ridge line is visible in its true structure. I got out of the truck and stood beside it. I was not carrying a pack. I had brought nothing except myself and my father's pocket knife in my jacket pocket, which I had been carrying since the day my sister gave me the box of his things, every day, in every jacket, the way he had carried it for 30 years. The handle was warm from my body heat. It had been warm every time I reached for it for 8 months, and each time I reached for it, I felt the warmth as information, that I had been carrying it long enough to heat it, that it had become part of the temperature of my days. I walked to the brown numbered post, and stood beside it, and looked at the trail entrance where it dropped into the forest, the hemlock corridor descending into the lower elevation, the canopy closing overhead within the first 20 yards. The smell reached me before I was ready for it. The mineral earth and cold stone and the thing underneath that I still did not have a word for. The ancient, indifferent breath of the mountain. In May it carried more green on top of it, more biological activity, more of the specific sweetness of things growing rather than things going dormant. But underneath all of that, underneath the laurel and the creek water and the turned earth, the same bass note that had reached me on my first descent in October. I stood at the trailhead for a long time. I had written in the account that the mountains give back what you bring them, changed, quoting my father's notebook, which he had written after his own solitary trip to a different range in a different decade. The same need driving him to the same kind of place, for the same kind of reason. I had written it as the closest true thing I could find to say about what the clearing had done. Standing at the trailhead in May, I understood it more completely than I had when I wrote it, because I could feel what I had brought to this trailhead today, and feel that it was different from what I had brought in October. In October I had brought the Tuesday afternoon and 7 years of managed distance, and the specific emotional signature of a man who has been practicing the art of not being present for things that require his full presence. I had brought all of that without knowing I was carrying it, which is the only way most people bring the things that matter most. Today, I was bringing the account. The completed account, written in pencil in a black notebook, sitting on the shelf above my desk beside his pocket knife's absence, because I had the knife with me. I was bringing the Sunday phone calls and the walk to work, and the repotted plant in the morning light, and the chair at the shop, and the dinner with my sister, and the way she had looked at me across the kitchen table, telling me she had always known I would find my way to it when I was ready. I was bringing the 2 hours of the Gatlinburg diner, and the specific quality of the waitress refilling my coffee without being asked. I was bringing everything the trip had clarified and everything the 8 months had quietly built from that clarification. I was bringing my father, not the Tuesday afternoon version, not the managed distance version, but the whole of him, the hands and the breakfast and the laugh before the punchline and the pencil in the notebook, and the mountain he had gone to alone before I was born, and the line he had left at the stall, bottom of the last page. The work is not the same as the being there. I was bringing his presence in its correct and full dimensions, grief included, loss included, the permanent absence of him included, without flinching. I reached into my jacket pocket and closed my hand around the pocket knife and held it there. I did not go down the trail. I had not come to go down the trail. I had come to stand at its entrance and complete the act of return that does not require re-entering the place itself. The act of coming back to the geography of something and standing at its threshold and saying, with your presence rather than your words, that you received what was given here, and you have been living inside the receiving of it. and you are grateful in the specific way of a person who understands that gratitude is not a feeling but a practice enacted daily in small and ordinary ways, in the quality of attention brought to a cup of coffee and a morning window, and the sound of a sister's voice on a Sunday afternoon. The forest received this in a way forests receive things, without acknowledgement, without ceremony, with the complete indifference of something whose scale of time makes human gestures invisible. The birds continued. The creek ran. The wind moved through the laurel and the canopy with the easy authority of air that has been moving through these mountains for longer than there has been anyone here to name it. That indifference was not cold. I have felt it as cold in October, when I was standing on the outside of myself looking in, when the mountains were a mirror I kept turning away from. In May, standing at the trailhead with the knife warm in my hand, and the account finished on the shelf at home, and the Sunday calls and the morning walks accumulated behind me, the indifference felt like something else entirely. It felt like the particular freedom of being in the presence of something that does not need you to be anything other than what you are, that has no investment in your performance or your management or your carefully maintained distance from the things that cost something to look at directly. The mountains did not know me. They never had. They had simply been large enough and quiet enough and old enough that the noise I brought with me had finally subsided, to the point where I could hear what had been underneath it all along. I stood at the trailhead until the specific quality of the light through the canopy shifted, the sun moving past its midpoint, the shadows reorganizing themselves on the forest floor with the slow authority of time doing its ordinary work. Then I took the pocket knife from my pocket and held it for a moment in the open air, in the mountain light, which is something I cannot entirely explain and will not try to. That I put it back in my pocket, where it belonged, where it had been warm for 8 months, and would continue to be warm. And I walked back to my truck, and I got in, and I sat for a moment with the window still down and the mountain air still moving through, and I listened to the forest the way I had learned to listen to things since October, with the full attention of a man who has stopped rehearsing his response before the thing being said has finished. Then I started the engine. The drive back through the park took me past the visitor center, where I had read the notice board in October, where Ruth Hensley's name and number had been printed on a laminated sheet. I did not stop. I did not have her number in my phone. I had deleted it the morning after I called her, not from hostility, but from the understanding that some conversations are complete in themselves and do not require a follow-up. I hope she was well. I hope the North Trail and its small acknowledged clearing were well, in whatever sense those things can be well. I did not need to know. Through Gallenberg at mid-afternoon, the strip busy with a Saturday crowd, families and couples and groups of friends moving through the corridor of pancake restaurants and fudge shops in the particular American way of people enjoying themselves in a place designed specifically for that purpose. I drove through without stopping and felt nothing complicated about it, which was itself a kind of data. The mountains fell away behind me as the interstate straightened. In my jacket pocket, the knife kept its warmth through the whole drive home. That night I cooked dinner at the kitchen table with the window open, and the smell of the neighbor's garden came up through the screen, turned earth and green things and the specific mineral note that had stopped me on the path in November. And I did not stop what I was doing, and I did not close the window. I let it in. If you made it here, to the very end of this one, then you already know what the story was really about. Not the mountains, not the people moving through the dark at the edges of a campsite, not even the boot at the base of the birch tree, or the marks on the bark, or the cairn in the small, acknowledged clearing. It was about the thing Michael carried in, without knowing he was carrying it. The thing most of us carry is the unfinished conversation, the room we left too early, and the 19 minutes we spent somewhere else when we should have been precisely where we were. There is a reason stories like this one find us at night, in the dark, when the ordinary noise of the day has finally gone quiet. The nervous system needs a container for the things it has been holding. Horror, the slow kind, the kind that creeps rather than screams, provides the body a controlled place to process what it has been managing at arm's length. Your heart rate rises, your attention sharpens, and somewhere underneath all of that, the thing you have been carrying gets a little lighter, because you have been present for something that required your full presence. When time stresses, stories heal. That is what this channel is. Not a place to be frightened, a place to be held in the dark by something patient and unhurried until the weight you brought with you finds its correct shape. Rest well.